In the Senate of the United States, a resolution to establish a select committee of the Senate to conduct an investigation and study of the extent, if any, to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were engaged in by any persons, acting individually or in combination with others, in the presidential election of 1972, or any campaign, canvass, or other activity related to it.
From Washington, NPAC brings you gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of today's hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here is NPAC Senior Correspondent Robert McNeil.
Good evening from Washington. In a few moments, we're going to bring you the entire proceedings in the first day of the Senate Watergate hearings. Hearings to bear the truth about the wide range of illegal, unethical, or improper activities, established or still merely alleged, surrounding the re-election of President Nixon last year. As the hearings progress, we shall see cross-examination of men who were once among the most powerful in the land, as the Select Committee tries to answer the ultimate question: how high do the scandals reach, and was President Nixon himself involved? Senator Sam Ervin, the chairman, has promised startling revelations, but the hearings open today in an atmosphere of calm deliberation to lay the groundwork for the big witnesses to come. There was some humor, but a tension in the packed hearing room that reflected a general awareness of the gravity of the political and constitutional issues involved.
These hearings came about because Senator Ervin and his colleagues in the United States Senate decided in February that Watergate and all that goes with it was not being cleanly and vigorously investigated. There had been no major resignations from the White House back then, no revelations from James McCord, no new witnesses before the grand jury in Washington, no exposure of the improper conduct involving Pentagon Papers figure Daniel Ellsberg, no indictments of 2 former cabinet members, among other sensational developments. So a lot more is known now than when the committee came into being, but the committee's basic job remains the same. And as Senator Ervin said at a press conference last week, the legislative branch has a big stake in how it works. It's a matter, he said, of renewing confidence.
I hope that's one of the byproducts of the investigation, that in addition to determining whether there's need for new laws in this field, I hope that the committee will act in such a way that in conducting this investigation, do it so thoroughly and so fully that people will have some faith in at least one branch of the government restored.
And the hearings unrolled today as Senator Ervin wished them to, a calm, chronological account, identifying the people and their relationships, carefully courteous to the witnesses, and very attentive to their constitutional rights. The Republican Vice Chairman, Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee, has been working in close harmony with Ervin, despite the extreme delicacy of their relationship, each representing a different party. Ervin, the 76-year-old Democrat who claims no higher political ambitions; Baker, the young and admittedly ambitious Republican, often mentioned as a presidential possibility. The party issue was on Baker's mind when I talked to him 2 days ago.
Only one way that my party, the Republican Party, could be mortally wounded with certainty. And that would be for the public to think that we Republicans don't have the courage, the stamina, and the determination to clean our own house. So, it not only is not embarrassing, it's an absolute requirement that we pursue every fact wherever it leads us, and that every face which may emerge from that mosaic of fact emerge, and that we do it with enthusiasm, but that we do it even-handedly, and that we have a fair and impartial exposition of the facts, but that we establish absolute credibility as Republicans that we are going to take care of the situation ourselves.
But Ervin and Baker aren't the only senators in on this big act. There are 5 others on the 7-man committee, and as you will see, they are also taking an active part in the questioning. But this is to be expected. It's a major historical event. It's on national television, and all of them are lawyers. Taking them one at a time and in the order of their seniority, they're Herman Talmadge. He's 59 years old, a Democrat, member of one of Georgia's most powerful political families. Herman Talmadge served as governor of Georgia for 9 years, and he's up for re-election next year. As is Edward J. Gurney, also 59 and a Republican, the first of his party to represent Florida in the Senate since Reconstruction. He's a Harvard Law School graduate, a small city mayor, and a man who has avidly supported President Nixon in the past. Daniel Inouye, a 48-year-old Democrat from Hawaii, was a public prosecutor in Honolulu. He was wounded in World War II. He's up for re-election in 1974. Lowell Weicker, a Republican from Connecticut, 42 years old, wealthy heir to the Squibb drug fortune, was elected in 1970 with 42% of the vote in a three-candidate race. Joseph Montoya, 57-year-old New Mexico Democrat, was first elected to the New Mexico State Legislature when he was 21, was lieutenant governor of his state, and a congressman before going to the Senate. The lineup, thus, is 4 Democrats and 3 Republicans. Each was selected to serve on the committee by their respective party leaders in the Senate.
The other main actors are Samuel Dash, the chief counsel, 48 years old, a professor of law, a former Philadelphia district attorney, and a trial lawyer for the Justice Department. The counsel for the minority Republicans is Fred Thompson, 30 years old, a Nashville, Tennessee lawyer, former federal prosecutor, and he was Senator Baker's campaign manager last year. Here are some of the things that seem to us significant in today's testimony and which you might like to look for yourselves. Evidence of the close relationship between the White House and the Committee to Re-elect the President. Testimony about the power of H.R. Haldeman in the White House. Accounts of the shredding of documents after Watergate. The removal of sensitive files from the Re-election Committee office. And the apparent very early involvement of the FBI and federal prosecutors in the hours after the Watergate burglary.
Now for a lineup, if you want to plan your viewing tonight. The senators began with their opinions about what is to be learned and how they would go about learning it. Senator Ervin spoke of healing wounds, and Senator Baker warned about passing judgment. The first witness, Robert Odle, then explained how the committee to re-elect the president was organized, with John Mitchell making the decisions. Under questioning, Odle denied destroying files, but showed Gordon Liddy how to run a paper shredder. It was Odle who hired James McCord, and he tried to reconstruct a conversation with McCord's wife the day of the break-in. Then Odle described a telephone call to his superior, Jeb Magruder, following the arrests. Following that call, he and Robert Reasoner took home some of Magruder's secret files. Odle said he helped set up and finance a rally to support the president on his mining of Haiphong Harbor. He was followed on the stand by Bruce Kehrli, a presidential assistant who explained how the White House staff was organized. Kehrli also told the senators which men reported to Mr. Haldeman and to Mr. Ehrlichman and had contact with the re-election committee. And finally, Police Sergeant Paul Leeper described how he and John Barrett found the 5 burglars inside the Democratic National Headquarters at Watergate.
The historic caucus room, 72 feet long, floors and walls of marble, was jammed today with cameras, newsmen, 200 seated spectators, and more standing. This room has been the scene of most of the important Senate hearings of the past. And at 10:02 this morning, Senator Ervin gabbled open hearings that may well become just as historic.
The committee will come to order. Today, the Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities begins hearings into the extent to which illegal, improper, or unethical activities were involved in the 1972 presidential election campaign. Senate Resolution 60, which established the Select Committee, was adopted unanimously by the Senate on February the 7th, 1973. Under its provisions, every member of the Senate joined in giving the committee a broad mandate to investigate as fully as possible all the ramifications of the Watergate break-in which occurred on Saturday, June 17, 1972. Under the terms of the authorizing resolution, the committee must complete its study and render its report on or before February 28, 1974. Of necessity, that report will reflect the considered judgment of the committee on whatever new legislation is needed to help safeguard the electoral process through which the President of the United States is chosen. We are beginning these hearings today in an atmosphere of utmost gravity. The questions that have been raised in the wake of the June 17 break-in strike at the very undergirding of our democracy. If the many allegations made to this date are true, then the burglars who broke into the headquarters of the Democratic National Committee at the Watergate were in effect breaking into the home of every citizen of the United States. And if these allegations proved to be true, what they were seeking to steal was not the jewels, money, or other property of American citizens, but something much more valuable, their most precious heritage, the right to vote in a free election. Since that day, a mood of incredulity has prevailed among our populace, and it is the constitutional duty of this committee to act expeditiously, to allay the fears being expressed by the citizenry, and to establish the factual basis upon which these fears have been founded. The first phase of the committee's investigation will probe the planning and execution of the wiretapping and break-in of the Democratic National Committee's headquarters at the Watergate complex and the alleged cover-up that followed. Subsequent phases will focus on allegations of campaign espionage and subversion and allegations of extensive violations of campaign financing laws. The clear mandate of the unanimous Senate resolution provides for a bipartisan investigation of every phase of political espionage and illegal fundraising. Thus, it is clear that we have the full responsibility to recommend any remedial legislation necessary. In pursuing this task, it is clear that the committee will be dealing with the workings of the democratic process under which we operate. In a nation that still is the last best hope of mankind, in his eternal struggle to govern himself decently and effectively, we will be concerned with the integrity of a governmental system designed by men who understood the lessons of the past and who accordingly established a framework of separated governmental powers in order to prevent any one branch of the government from becoming dominant over the others. The Founding Fathers, having participated in the struggle against arbitrary power, comprehended some eternal truths respecting men and government. They knew that those who are entrusted with power are susceptible to disease of tyrants, which George Washington rightly described as love of power and proneness to abuse it. For that reason, they realized that the power of public officers should be defined by laws which they, as well as the people, are obligated to obey. A truth enunciated by Daniel Webster when he said that whatever government is not a government of laws is a despotism, let it be called what it may. To the end of ensuring a society governed by laws, these men embodied in our Constitution the enduring principles in which they so firmly believed, establishing a legislature to make all laws, an executive to carry them out, and a judicial system to interpret them. Recently, we have been faced with massive challenges to the historical framework created in 1787, with the most recent fears having been focused upon assertions by the administration of both parties of executive power over the Congress, for example, in the impoundment of appropriated funds and the abuse of executive privileges. These challenges, however, can and are being dealt with by the workings of the system itself. That is, through the enactment of powerful statutes by the Congress and the rendering of decisions by the courts upholding the lawmaking power of the Congress. In dealing with the challenges posed by the multitudinous allegations arising out of the Watergate affair, however, the Select Committee has a task much more difficult and complex than dealing with intrusions of one branch of the government upon the powers of the others. It must probe into assertions that the very system itself has been subverted and its foundation shaken. To safeguard the structural scheme of our governmental system, the Founding Fathers provided for an electoral process by which the elected officials of this nation should be chosen. The Constitution later adopted amendments, and more specifically, statutory law, provide that the electoral processes shall be conducted by the people outside the confines of the formal branches of the government, and through a political process that must operate under the strictures of law and ethical guidelines, but independent of the overwhelming power of the government itself. Only then can we be sure that each election truly reflects the will of the people, and that the electoral process cannot be made to serve as a mere handmaiden of a particular administration and power. If the allegations that have been made in the wake of the Watergate affair are substantiated, There has been a very serious subversion of the integrity of the electoral process, and the committee will be obliged to consider the matter in which such a subversion affects the continued existence of this nation as a representative democracy, and how, if we are to survive, such subversions may be prevented in the future. It has been asserted that the 1972 campaign was influenced by a wide variety of illegal or unethical activities, including the widespread wiretapping of the telephones, political headquarters, and even the residences of candidates and their campaign staffs, and of members of the press, by the publication of forged documents designed to defame certain candidates or enhance others through fraudulent means. The infiltration and disruption of opponents' political organizations and gatherings. The raising and handling of campaign contributions through means designed to circumvent, either in letter or in spirit, the provisions of campaign disclosure acts, and even the acceptance of campaign contributions based upon promises of illegal interference in government processes on behalf of the contributors. Finally, and perhaps most disturbingly, it has been alleged that, following the Watergate break-in, there has been a massive attempt to cover up all improper activities, extending even so far as to pay off potential witnesses, and in particular, the 7 defendants in the Watergate trial in exchange for their promise to remain silent. Activities which, if true, represent interference in the integrity of the prosecutorial and judicial processes of this nation. Moreover, there has been evidence of the use of governmental instrumentalities in efforts to exercise political surveillance over candidates in the 1972 campaign. Let me emphasize at the outset that our judicial process thus far has convicted only the 7 persons accused of burglarizing and wiretapping the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex on June 17. The hearings which we initiate today are not designed to intensify or reiterate unfounded accusations or to poison further the political climate of our nation. On the contrary, it is my conviction and that of the other committee members that the accusations that have been leveled and the evidence of wrongdoing that has surfaced has cast a black cloud of distrust over our entire society. Our citizens do not know whom to believe, and many of them have concluded that all the processes of government have become so compromised that honest governance has been rendered impossible. We believe that the health, if not the survival of our social structure and of our form of government, requires the most candid and public investigation of all the evidence, of all the accusations that have been leveled at any persons at whatever level who were engaged in the 1972 campaign. My colleagues on the committee and I are determined to uncover all the relevant facts surrounding these matters and to spare no one, whatever his station in life may be, in our efforts to accomplish that goal. At the same time, I want to emphasize that the purpose of these hearings is not prosecutorial or judicial, but rather investigative and informative. No one is more cognizant than I of the separation of powers issues that hover over these hearings. The committee is fully aware of the ongoing grand jury proceedings that are taking place in several areas of the country, and of the fact that criminal indictments have been returned already by one of these grand juries. Like all Americans, the members of this committee are vitally interested in seeing that the judicial processes operate effectively and fairly, and without interference from any other branch of the government. The investigation of this select committee was born of crisis, unabated as of this very time. The crisis of a mounting loss of confidence by American citizens in the integrity of our electoral process, which is the bedrock of our democracy. The American people are looking to this committee as a representative of all the Congress for enlightenment and guidance regarding the details of the allegations regarding the subversion of our electoral and political processes. As the elected representatives of the people, we would be derelict in our duty to them if we failed to pursue our mission expeditiously, fully, and with the utmost fairness. The aim of the committee is to provide full and open public testimony in order that the nation can proceed towards the healing of the wounds that now afflict the body politic. It is that aim that we are here to pursue today within the terms of the mandate imposed upon us by our colleagues and in full compliance with all applicable rules of law. The nation and history itself are watching us. We cannot fail our mission. I think after we get through there.
I'd like to put in the record at this time the rules of procedure and a copy of the resolution and a copy of the guidelines that the committees adopted. And also, I'd like to recognize this time the other senators so they may present their statements. And first, I recognize the vice chairman of the committee, Senator Howard Baker, who has been most alert and most cooperative in the work of the committee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I believe there is no need for me to further emphasize the gravity of the matters that we begin to explore publicly here this morning. Suffice it to say that there are most serious charges and allegations made against individuals and against institutions. The very integrity of our political process itself has been called into question. Commensurate with the gravity of the subject matter under review and the responsibility of this committee and the witnesses who come before it, we have a great burden to discharge and carry. This committee is not a court, nor is it a jury. We do not sit to pass judgment on the guilt or innocence of anyone. The greatest service that this committee can perform for the Senate, for the Congress, and for the people of this nation is to achieve a full discovery of all of the facts that bear on the subject of this inquiry. This committee was created by the Senate to do exactly that. To find as many of the facts, the circumstances, and the relationships as we can. To assemble those facts into a coherent and intelligible presentation and to make recommendations to the Congress for any changes in statute law or the basic charter document of the United States that may seem indicated. But this committee can serve another quite important function that neither a grand jury investigation nor a judicial proceeding is equipped to serve. And that is to develop the facts in full view of all of the people of America. Although juries will eventually determine the guilt or the innocence of persons who have been and may be indicted for specific violations of the law, it is the American people who must be the final judge of Watergate. It is the American people who must decide, based on the evidence spread before them, what Watergate means and how we all should conduct our public business in the future. When the resolution which created this committee was being debated on the floor of the Senate in February of this year, I and other Republican senators expressed concern that the inquiry might become a partisan effort by one party to exploit the temporary vulnerability of another. Other congressional inquiries in the past had been conducted by committees made up of equal numbers of members from each party. I offered an amendment to the resolution which would have given the Republican members equal representation on this committee, and that amendment did not pass. But any doubts that I might have had about the fairness and impartiality of this investigation have been swept away during the last few weeks. Virtually every action taken by this committee, its members and staff, since its inception have been taken with complete unanimity of purpose and procedure. The integrity and fairness of each member of this committee and of its fine professional staff have been made manifest to me, and I know they will be made manifest to the American people during the course of these proceedings. This is not in any way a partisan undertaking, but rather it is a bipartisan search for the unvarnished truth. I would like to close, Mr. Chairman, with a few thoughts on the political process itself in this country. There's been a great deal of discussion in the nation in recent weeks about the impact that Watergate might have on the President, the office of the presidency, the Congress, on our ability to carry on relations with other countries, and so on. The constitutional institutions of this republic are so strong and are so resilient that I have never doubted for a moment their ability to function without interruption. On the contrary, it seems clear to me the very fact that we are now involved in the public process of cleaning our own house before the eyes of the world is a mark of the greatest political strength. I do not believe that any other political system could endure the thoroughness and the ferocity of the various inquiries now underway within the branches of government and in our courageous, tenacious, free press. No mention is made in our Constitution of political parties. But the two-party system, in my judgment, is an integral and an important part of our form of government, and as important as the three formal branches of the central government themselves. Millions of Americans participated actively on one level or another and with great enthusiasm in the presidential and other elections in 1972. Their involvement in the political process across the land is essential to participatory democracy. If one of the effects of Watergate is public disillusionment with partisan politics, if people are turned off and drop out of the political system, that would be the greatest Watergate casualty of all. If, on the other hand, this national catharsis in which we are now engaged would result in a new and better way of doing political business, if Watergate produces changes in laws and campaign procedures, then Watergate may prove to be a great national opportunity to revitalize the political process and to involve even more Americans in the day-to-day work of our great political parties. I'm deeply encouraged by the fact that I find no evidence at this point in time to indicate that either the Democratic National Committee nor the Republican National Committee played any role in whatever may have gone wrong in 1972. The hundreds of seasoned professional politicians across the country and the millions of people who devoted their time and energies to the campaign should not feel implicated or let down by what has taken place. With these thoughts in mind, I intend to pursue, as I know each member of this committee intends to pursue, an objective and even-handed, but thorough, complete, and energetic inquiry into the facts. We will inquire into every fact and follow every lead, unrestrained by any fear of where that lead might ultimately take us. Mr. Chairman, my thanks to you for the great leadership you brought to this committee in its preparatory phases. My thanks to Mr. Dash, who has served with distinction as Chief Counsel for the committee, and to Mr. Thompson, who serves as Minority Counsel to the committee. I believe we are fully prepared to proceed with the business of discovering the facts. Thank you very much.
Senator Thomas, you have a statement.
Mr. Chairman, this committee was created by the United States Senate by unanimous vote for the purpose of investigating any election irregularities during the 1972 campaign. The vote of the Senate was nonpartisan, being unanimous. This committee has been organized on a nonpartisan basis. Its staff is operating on a nonpartisan basis. Every vote that this committee has cast to date has been nonpartisan. In my judgment, this committee must get the facts, the full facts, all of the facts, on a totally objective, nonpartisan basis, and let the chips fall where they may. And I'm confident that this committee will do so.
Senator Kehrli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee begins today historic hearings. They may well turn out to be the most significant hearings ever conducted by any committee of the Congress. This fact should weigh heavily upon the work of both the senators and the staff. The eyes and ears of the citizens of this nation are watching and listening, and so too are people around the world. Here at home, there is desire that the wrongdoing be thoroughly exposed and the wrongdoers brought to justice. This is being done now. Already in recent weeks, 15 key people have left this administration because of Watergate and allied scandals. Several have been indicted, 2 of these are former high cabinet officers. We can all take heart that our system of government is working and working well. and rapidly now, even though a slow and faltering start was made in the beginning. Between the work of prosecutors, grand juries, excellent investigative reporting, and this committee, Watergate is going to be cleaned up. However, there is another great overriding issue which will be present with us in these hearings, an issue which is troubling people not only all over this nation, but also people and leaders of other nations around the world. What will Watergate do? And what will these hearings do to the office and institution of the presidency? That is the question that is uppermost in people's minds and gnawing away in the pits of their stomachs. What is of great concern is the effect that Watergate may have on the American presidency. I see this concern in daily mail I receive. I hear this concern in my conversations with people. It is evident in the media reaction at home and abroad. The signs are in the stock market, in the price of gold and dollars. This concern is part and parcel of foreign policy in NATO, Southeast Asia, Middle East and its oil, and in the trade and the salt talks. The absence of comment from seats of government and power throughout the world brings to mind the old saying, don't rock the boat lest it capsize. And I think this is indicative of the international concern. Why is this? The world is intertwined today, interdependent. No one nation can go it alone. Indeed, to a more or less degree, we are in the same boat. Thus, the rocking of the boat by Watergate, its catastrophic effect upon the institution of the presidency, is indeed the object of serious concern of everyone, at home and abroad. What then must we do here in this committee room in the ensuing weeks? Someone once said, and I quote, "The present is great with the future," close quote, and so it will be in these hearings. The future cannot be unaffected by what we say and do in this room. It becomes imperative that this committee and the committee staff and the press and public alike be continually aware that the committee's task is to investigate and to present the facts of the investigation fairly. This committee was not created to try any individual. It was not created to pass judgment on any individual. Our purpose is to seek the truth, and our methods and motives must never be suspect, or we will fail in our task. A sense of history certainly rides with these hearings, and this thought should guide our work to the end that it be thorough, yes, completely thorough, but always careful, deliberate, responsible, statesmanlike to the end that the system of government and justice of a free and a democrat society, these United States, will work its will in a fair, impartial, and objective manner. By doing that, the committee hopefully can make its greatest contribution, and that is, regardless of the consequences, to reaffirm, to reassure, to reestablish the faith of the people in their government and its leaders.
Mr. Chairman, the hearings which we begin today may be the most important held in this century. At stake is the very integrity of the election process. Unless we can safeguard that process from fraud, manipulation, deception, and other illegal or unethical activities, one of our most precious rights, the right to vote, will be without meaning. Democracy will have been subverted. Mr. Chairman, as I see it, our mission is twofold. First, to thoroughly investigate all allegations of improper activities in the 1972 presidential election so that the full truth will be known. And second, to take steps to prevent future occurrences of such activities. Our effort should not be directed towards punishing the guilty. Judicial processes with that aim are underway in at least 4 cities, but to initiate a nationwide public debate on our elections and how they work or fail to work. Like most Americans, I've been truly shocked by the revelations and allegations of this scandal, which is unparalleled in our country's history. the sins of the spies and the saboteurs, the manipulators and the moneymen, the burglars and the buggers, must be purged from the very heart and soul of our election processes. But, Mr. Chairman, I must add a word of caution. We have heard many sensational charges in the past several months, and undoubtedly we will hear many more in the weeks and months ahead. It is vital that hasty judgments not be made before we have all the facts. This country will be ill-served by another period of McCarthyism. These hearings should serve to enlighten and to reform. They should lay the groundwork for reaffirmation of faith in our American system.
Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, the gut question before this committee is not one of individual guilt or innocence. The gut question for committee and country alike is and was, how much truth do we want? A few men gambled that Americans wanted the quiet of efficiency rather than the turbulence of truth. And they were stopped a yard short of the goal by another few who believed in America as advertised. So the story to come has its significance, not in the acts of men breaking, entering, and bugging the Watergate, but in the acts of men who almost stole America.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, I want to say that we bear a heavy responsibility to conduct this inquiry fairly, justly, and most judiciously. I am confident that we will pass this test and assume this challenge. While a legislative inquiry is different from a court proceeding, I know that we will be respectful of the rights of individuals, but at the same time we will be intent on searching out the truth of all evidentiary components which ostensibly have posed a threat to our constitutional processes, in particular our concept of freedom and our electoral process. With these facts, we hope to alert the conscience and the vigilance of our citizenry and restore their faith in our electoral process. We hope that this concern of all Americans will hover over all of us as a mandate for legislation and other remedies to ensure against any future sinister invasions of the sanctity of our democratic institutions.
Counsel, will call the first witness.
Will Mr. Robert Odle please come to the witness table?
That the evidence you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God. Mr. Odle, I understand you have a brief statement which you wish to read to the committee. Would you please read it?
Thank you. I would like to use this opportunity to make just one brief point. I joined the staff of the Committee for the Re-election of the President more than 2 years ago,
because I believed in President Nixon and in his hopes and dreams for America. I still do. During my association with the committee, I came into contact with more than 400 members of its national staff, salaried and volunteer. It now appears tragically that some of those people have acted unethically and illegally. Indeed, 2 former members of the staff have been convicted of crimes, and if others are guilty, I hope that they will be exposed and prosecuted. These hearings will help in that purpose. The point I want to make is this, that when we discuss the committee, we should remember that in addition to those who did wrong and who did act unethically, there were 1 million volunteers across the nation and 400 people at national headquarters who did nothing unethical or illegal. They joined in the campaign because they believed in the president, a president who opened a door to China, all too long closed, a president who traveled to Russia and signed substantive agreements while there, a president who brought an end to the longest war in our history. I found those hundreds of people with whom I worked for 2 years, most of them, to be among the finest, most decent, hard-working Americans I have ever met, and I was proud to be associated with them in the cause of re-electing a man who I feel will ultimately be regarded as one of the greatest presidents this nation has ever known. I want to associate myself with the spirit and the substance of the opening statements of the senators, which I just heard. I have been and want to continue to be of assistance to the Senate Select Committee in any way I can, and I appreciate the opportunity to make this statement. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Odle, for the record, would you please state your name and address?
Robert C. Odle, Jr., 309 North St. Asaph Street, Alexandria, Virginia.
And what is your present occupation?
I'm presently a consultant at the Committee for the Re-election of the President.
Prior to that time, what position did you hold at the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
I was Director of Administration of the Committee from May 1, 1971, until approximately May 1, 1973.
Could you tell us when the Committee for the Re-election of the President was set up?
Yes, sir. It was set up and announced, I believe, on May 1, 1971.
And could you state briefly, to your knowledge, for what purpose the Committee for the Re-election of the President was set up?
Yes, sir. In early 1971, a number of people began to look at the 1972 campaign. There was the thought that people would have to begin to work full-time on the President's campaign. They did not want those people to remain on a government payroll or on a White House payroll. They did not want that activity at the Republican National Committee because at that point it appeared the President might have competition in the primaries from 2 congressmen, and it would be technically inappropriate for the RNC to house presidential campaign activities. So therefore, the Committee for the Re-election of the President was set up in May of 1971.
Now Mr. Odle, who were the initial persons who came over and formed the Committee for the Re-election of the President when it was started?
There was Mr. Jeb Magruder, Mr. Harry S. Fleming, Mr. Hugh W. Sloan, Jr., myself, Dr. Robert Merrick, Mr. Herbert Porter, and a number of secretaries who went there to assist us.
Now, of those persons, could you identify which of those had positions in the White House before they came over to the committee?
Yes, sir. Mr. Porter, Mr. Magruder, Mr. Fleming had been at the White House. He left the White House and went into private business and then came to the committee, but he had been there before, and Mr. Sloan, myself.
Now, Mr. Odle, would you please go to the chart? Now, Mr. Odle, would you first state what that chart purports to be?
Yes, this is a chart of the Committee for the Re-election of the President after the in 1972, in the initial part of 1972.
Up until what time?
Up until July 1, 1972.
Now, had you seen that chart prior to this hearing?
Yes, sir. It was part of the campaign records that the staff had asked for.
And did you help prepare that chart?
Yes, sir, I did.
And does that chart accurately reflect the structure of the committee?
Yes, sir, it does.
Yes. Now, could you please point out the particular persons on the chart and the roles that they played for the
Yes, sir.
committee?
Mr. Dice, the other point I was going to make is this also shows the Finance Committee to re-elect the President in addition to the committee and the Budget Committee, which was between the two of them.
What was the difference between the committee to re-elect the President and the Finance Committee to re-elect the President?
The essential function of the Finance Committee to re-elect the President was to raise the necessary funds for the campaign, to account for them, to keep records, and to disperse the funds. The job of the Committee for the re-election of the President was to conduct the national campaign programs, campaign activities. The Budget Committee, between the two committees, was made up of representatives of each, and the function of the Budget Committee, in effect, was to decide how campaign dollars ought to be allocated. In other words, how the pie was sliced.
Now, would you point out principally the key persons on that chart and just very briefly state what their position was in the committee?
Mr. Francis Dale was president and publisher of the Cincinnati Enquirer. He was chairman of the committee for the re-election of the President. Mr. Mitchell, formerly Attorney General, was campaign director. Mr. LaRue was special assistant to the campaign director. There were 8 co-chairmen under Mr. Dale who served distinguished citizens from around the country. There were 3 principal divisions. The political division, 5 political coordinators. Their job was to divide the 50 states among them and to organize state re-election committees in each state. The various other national programs under Mr. Magruder. Mr. Reisner was his administrative assistant. Do you want me to go through all of them?
No, not the name. Just
Right.
on that chart where you have Mr. Magruder and Mr. Reisner as his appointment secretary and assistant, what was the role of Mr. McCord that appears on that chart? Does he in fact appear on that chart?
Yes, sir, he does. He appears here under me. Mr. McCord was one of about 5 assistants who worked for me. His job was office security.
Now, do you have...
That's what he was hired for, is office security.
Now, do you have Mr. Liddy appearing on that chart?
Yes, sir. Actually, what was done here is an asterisk was used. Mr. Liddy was general counsel of the Committee for the Re-election of the President from December 1 to April 1, 1972. About the time that the new campaign legislation was taking effect, Mr. Liddy moved from here, to the Finance Committee, where he became general counsel of that. And he was replaced here on April 1.
Now, do you have Mr. Sloan appearing on that chart?
Yes, Mr. Sloan was treasurer of the Finance Committee.
And do you have Mr. Stans appearing on that chart?
Mr. Stans was chairman of the Finance Committee.
And I see Mr. Kalmbach above a little box for Mr. Stans. Could you please explain what Mr. Kalmbach's relationship was on that chart?
Mr. Kalmbach was associate chairman of the Finance Committee's predecessor committee, the Finance Committee for the Re-election of the President, which was in existence from February until April. I do not believe he had an official role in the campaign after April, although I believe he assisted Mr. Stans.
Now, could we have the chart number 3, the Finance Committee chart number 3? The Finance Committee chart number 3. Next one. Now, do you find Mr. Liddy on that chart?
Yes, here is counsel.
Now, for what period does that chart represent the role of the Finance Committee?
I would say basically from April to November. Now, within that time period, various changes were made in individuals, but that is the basic structure of the Finance Committee, as I understand it, from April 7 until November.
Now, who was Sally Harmony that appears in that chart?
Mrs. Harmony was Mr. Liddy's secretary.
And would you just go back now to the first chart for the moment? Does Mr. LaRue appear on that chart?
Yes, Mr. LaRue was right here, special assistant to the campaign director.
And does Mr. Mardian appear on that chart?
At that time, Mr. Mardian was a political coordinator, one of the 5 in the political division.
Does Mr. Malik appear on that chart?
No, Mr. Malik was not a full-time member of the staff at that point.
Right. Now, you, of your own knowledge or opinion, and if it's of your opinion, we express how you have that opinion, know on the original shift from White House to this committee, how Mr. Magruder came over to the committee. You know who appointed the various persons who came over to the committee for the election of the president?
My understanding at that point in time was that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Mitchell had asked Mr. Magruder to assume that position.
Who appointed Mr. Sloan, to your knowledge?
I believe at that point Mr. Haldeman asked Mr. Sloan to come over. I can't say, sir, that I know that he appointed him, but my best knowledge at that point was that Mr. Haldeman had asked Mr. Sloan to come to the committee.
Well, is it your opinion that Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman were playing principal roles in selecting the key people for the committee?
Yes.
We've been listening to Robert Odle, the Director of Administration for the Committee to Re-elect the President, discussing his work. In a moment, the committee will continue its probe into how decisions were made inside the campaign committee. While we take a brief pause in our videotape playback, a question to viewers. Is this type of unabridged programming the kind of programming public television ought to be doing? We'd like to hear from you about that. If you care to write to this address, NPACT, P.O. Box 300, Washington, D.C. 20024. NPACT's coverage of the hearings will continue after we take a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service.
We go back to the first day of the Senate hearings now, and as we resume, Robert Odle continues to explain how the committee to re-elect the president functioned.
For example, sir, as I do so. Odle, referring back to your first chart, the chart which picks the organization when Mr. Mitchell was director of the committee. Your budget committee there, I believe you said your budget committee was comprised of members, both the finance committee and the committee to re-elect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
What about Mr. Malik at that present time? Where was he employed?
Mr. Malik came to the committee on a full-time basis July 1 as a deputy campaign director. He, in addition to that, before exercised some supervisory function over some of the citizens groups and also sat in on budget committee meetings.
Was he at the White House during this time? Did he sit in on budget committee meetings at some time when he was at the White House?
I believe so.
Your name is not on within this box here, but did you, in fact,
Yes,
attend
I
some of
did.
the budget committee meetings? Who presided over those meetings?
I would say the campaign director and the finance chairman jointly. That would have been Mr. Mitchell up until July 1, Mr. McGregor thereafter, and the finance chairman, Mr. Stans.
With regard to Mr. Stans, was his role limited to raising money, or did Mr. Stans also participate in the decisions as to how money would be allocated?
Well, I think that Mr. Stans, in the budget meetings, certainly kept an eye on where the money was going. He would sometimes challenge expenditures. He would say, for example, do we really need to spend this amount of money on television advertising this next week? Yes, he was an active participant in the budget committee meetings.
He voiced his opinion and took some participation in how the money was being spent as well as raising the money.
Yes, generally he tried to put a brake on the spending, questioning whether expenditures in the various categories were needed.
Were all expenditures approved by him, or all major expenditures approved by him?
Well, I would say that in the budget committee sessions that his agreement was necessary before we could allocate a great deal of money, say, for television advertising the following week, yes. Those kinds of major decisions.
How large a sum of money would we have to be talking about before he would normally concern himself?
Sir, I couldn't put a number on it. It would be difficult to do that. It would depend on the kind of thing we were talking about.
Mr. Odle, and looking at your chart when Mr. Mitchell was director and one when Mr. McGregor was director, you say that when Mr. Mitchell was director, is it fair to assume from this organization chart that he had more, say, direct control or day-to-day control over the operations of the committee than when Mr. McGregor was director?
From all the outward appearances that there were, I think that Mr. McGregor shared equally in the role as campaign director as Mr. Mitchell did.
Well, you have when Mr. McGregor took over, it appears that the Citizens Division and the Political Division were then answerable to Mr. Malik, as deputy campaign director. That was not present. Mr. Mitchell's situation, was it?
No, it was not. What happened there was to take the two groups of national programs, the two kinds of field programs, the citizens programs, which we might term horizontal field programs, and the political programs, the state-by-state re-elect committees, which we might call vertical programs, and they were merged under a second deputy campaign director.
Well, would it be accurate to say that all department heads reported directly to Mr. Mitchell?
I would say that they reported to Mr. Mitchell through one of the two deputy campaign directors generally. In other words, the director of the political division reported to the campaign director through the deputy. The director of the polling operation reported to the campaign director through the deputy.
But the deputies are part of the division themselves, aren't they? So would not the division heads themselves, in effect, report directly to Mr. Mitchell on substantive matters?
Sir, can we clarify who we've got here as division heads? If you mean that Mr. Magruder and Mr. Malik are division heads, yes, sir.
All right, what about Mr. Marty? What about your political division? Mr. Fleming?
Now, which chart are we looking at right now?
I'm looking at the first chart, Mr. Mitchell's chart.
On the first chart, yes, at that point in time, those 5 men reported to the campaign director directly. Those 5 political coordinators. That was before there was the second deputy.
And that situation was not present when Mr. McGregor was campaign director.
That's correct.
So, in effect, there was more direct control or relationship between the division heads when Mr. Mitchell was director, according to the chart.
In that sense, yes.
Normally, did all decision memoranda ultimately go to Mr. Mitchell when he was campaign director?
Yes.
I assume that, of course, this chart does not reflect any informal relationships that might have been present between members on the committee.
No, it's an organizational chart.
Mr. Liddy here is under the Finance Committee. He was at the committee to re-elect, I believe, previous, December 10?
From sometime in December until approximately April 1st, correct.
Do you know the reason for his transfer from the committee to re-elect to the Finance Committee?
I think there were two reasons principally. The first was that the Finance Committee found itself a great deal busier in March and April because of this new federal campaign legislation. The record keeping and the work that had to be done in an administrative nature became very great. And Mr. Stans felt that full-time counsel was needed at that point in the Finance Committee. Mr. Liddy found an office on the second floor, and he was down there working, and it was just kind of a natural thing for him to become this new counsel. In addition to that, I don't think that he and Mr. Magruder were exactly on the best of terms at that point.
Was the Finance Committee physically separated from the committee to re-elect?
Initially, everyone occupied one suite. Later on, the Finance Committee remained in that suite, and everybody else moved to different floors. And so, at that point in time, the Finance Committee did occupy a separate suite.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Can you tell me, I think you stated it, but I didn't quite get it all. How many men who came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president?
Initially, sir?
Yes.
Initially, in May of 1971, there would have been Mr. Magruder, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Sloan, Mr. Porter, myself, and two secretaries.
And who subsequently came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president?
Well, sir, a number of the people that we see on those two charts did. I could point them out for you if...
Suppose you go to the chart and identify the numbers the ones who subsequently came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president.
We probably should use this chart because it's the larger one. Mr. McGregor had been counsel to the... I'm sorry, this is the July 1 chart. Is that the chart you'd like me to use, Senator? The second chart? Mr. McGregor was counsel to the President for Congressional Relations. Mr. Fleming, we mentioned before. Mr. LaRue had been a consultant. I had been at the White House. Mr. Faust had been in the scheduling office at the White House. Mr. Timmons was still there. He was never a member of the staff, but just exercised sort of supervisory responsibility for the convention. Mr. Shumway had come from the White House, and as we said earlier, Mr. Porter had come from the White House. Mr. Malik had come from the White House. Mr. Chotner had come from the White House.
Where does his name appear on the chart?
Pardon?
The last person.
Mr. Chotner, he was Director of Ballot Security.
President says yes. Knowing that in all decision memoranda, ultimately go to Mr. Mitchell when he was campaign ready. Yes. I assume that, of course, this chart does not reflect any informal relationships that now been present between members of the whole committee. No, it's an organizational chart, and Mr. Liddy here is under the Finance Committee. He was the committee-elect, I believe, previously on December 10, from sometime in December to approximately April 1st. You know the reason for his transfer from the committee-elected Finance Committee. I think there were two reasons principally. The first was that the Finance Committee found itself a great deal busier in March and April because of this new federal campaign legislation. The record-keeping and the work that had to be done in administrative nature became very great. And Mr. Stans felt that full-time counsel was needed at that point in the Finance Committee. Mr. Liddy had found an office on the second floor, and he was down there working, and it was just kind of a natural thing for him to become this new counsel. In addition to that, I don't think that he and Mr. McGruder were exactly on the best of terms at that point. Was the Finance Committee physically separated from the committee-elect? Initially, everyone occupied one suite. Later on, the Finance Committee remained in that suite, and everybody else moved to different floors. And so, at that point in time, the Finance Committee did occupy a second suite. That was a question.
You've done that. Thank you for stating it, but I didn't quite get to it. How many men came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president?
Usually, sir.
Yes.
Initially, in May of 1971, there would have been Mr. McGruder, Mr. Fleming, Mr. Stone, Mr. Porter, myself, and two secretaries.
And who subsequently came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president?
Well, sir, a number of people that we see on those two charts tonight, I could point them out for you if
ones who subsequently came from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president.
Publishing is this chart. Mr. McGruder had been counsel. I'm sorry, this is the July 1 chart. Is that the chart you'd like to use, Senator? The second chart? Mr. McGruder was counsel to the President for Congressional Relations. Mr. Fleming, who we mentioned before. Mr. LaRue had been a consultant. I had been at the White House. Mr. Faust had been in the scheduling office at the White House. Mr. Tibbs was still there. He was never a member of the staff, just exercised sort of supervisory responsibility for the convention. Mr. Shumway had come from the White House, and as we said earlier, Mr. Porter had come from the White House. Mr. Ballard had come from the White House. Mr. Chopner had come from the White House. Mr. Chopner, he was Director of Ballot Security. Mr. Copeland, one of our political regional directors, came from the White House. I believe that. So,
I have to say that most of the people in positions of authority in the highest authority in the committee to re-elect the president came originally from the White House staff.
Well, the campaign director and his two deputies certainly did. Most of the people from the Finance Committee did not.
And I would say that among those divisions which reported to the two deputy campaign directors, that it's about evenly split.
Occupied the office for a very young, about 1970.
Yes, sir.
We came to the head of the chairman of the division to elect the president.
Yes, sir.
And you know when he actually assumed the position of the committee?
He, I believe, resigned as Attorney General in February and came to the committee in March, but he took a long vacation in Florida. I don't believe it was until around April that he really got directly involved in the campaign.
Did he have anything to do with the committee prior to the time of his resignation this time?
Major decision memorandums were sent to him for decision.
The decision memorandum was sent to his group?
Yes.
Before he left the person?
Yes.
Now, what relationship, if any, did Mr. Bob Hoffman have with the committee for the president?
No official relationship, of course. Mr. Hoffman was assistant to the president. He, I know, was interested in what the committee was doing, what its programs were, and how it was helping in the re-election of the president.
Did he have to give instructions to anyone else in the committee?
Well, he did not become involved directly, and he had an assistant who worked for him who, from time to time, was in touch with members of the committee about things. Yes. Mr. Gordon Strawn. Yes, sir. I believe that he did.
Have authority to direct the expenditure of money on the committee to elect the president?
Basically, it was the budget committee. And then various divisional managers could, within the confines of that which had been approved by the budget committee, authorize things. I authorized, for most of the staff members, reimbursement for travel expenses and that sort of thing. Ultimately, it would have been the deputy campaign directors, the campaign director, and the finance chairman.
Now, to understand your testimony, Mr. Conway was on the finance committee to re-elect the president prior to the formation of the committee to re-elect the president.
So there were two finance committees. When Mr. Stans first came to Mr. Stans resigned as Secretary of Commerce and came to the committee, there was a finance committee for the re-election of the president. Mr. Conrad was associate chairman of that committee. Then, as the April 7 deadline approached, the time at which the new legislation went into effect, Mr. Stans, I believe, was anxious that a new committee began with a fresh start. And I don't believe that Mr. Conrad served as an officer of that new committee, which was known as the Finance Committee, to re-elect the president.
How did the whole association re-elect the president and become the financial committee?
Well, technically, legally, no, in advance of the convention. But most everybody at the Republican National Committee was anxious that the president be reelected, and obviously there was a great deal of work back and forth. Oh, yes, sir.
Now, did Mr. Odle have any authority to direct anyone to this person?
Yes.
Can you tell me which members of the committee to re-elect the president had such authority?
Well, you have the, let me start explaining it this way. Any one of the directors of any of these various divisions had the responsibility to initiate requests for expenditures of funds, and they would pass up through the deputies and up to the campaign director.
And the actual authorization for the expenditure did not come from the actual divisions. They really made the request of recommendations.
I would say, Senator, a little of each, quite honestly. Let us say, for example, that the director of one of these various divisions wanted to purchase 100 briefcases for his 50 state and chairman and vice chairman to put materials into for their program. He would theoretically fill out a check request form, and that would go to his divisional head, and then possibly to me if I was involved, and then to the treasurer's office, and the check would be written.
Who have authority to direct the outlay of substantial sums of money?
Well, I really can't answer that. I really don't know, Senator.
Mr. Hugh Sloan was the treasurer of the finance committee, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he was the man who actually dispersed sums when substantial sums were called for.
As I understand it.
Mr. Stans had over the disbursement of funds.
Mr. Stans was the finance chairman.
But finance staff would be concerned with the collection of campaign contributions. Do you have authority in respect to the disbursement of?
Ultimately, I think that authority would be his. If I were to speculate on how much he used the authority, that would be just purely speculation on my part.
What about Mr. Mitchell?
Well, Mr. Mitchell wouldn't have dispersed any money because he had no money. I mean, he had no custody of any money.
Did he have authority, or did he exercise authority to direct them?
He would have, I think. Yes, I think that working with Mr. Stans, he would have had authority to direct the disbursements of funds. Whether or not he exercised it, again, would be speculation on my part.
Yeah. Well, that was an example of certainly correct.
I would think that in his capacity as deputy campaign director, he would have.
How many employees you say that committed to re-elect the president had most of the time?
Well, over 400.
Well, I would like to state that so far as I know, the committee has no evidence to contradict the assertion that the overwhelming majority of the men and women who work on the committee to re-elect the president were qualified conscientious citizens. And also, I'd like to say, as far as I know, that the statement of Senator Bailey to the effect that we have no information thus far that either the Democratic National Committee or the Republican National Committee had any personnel basically in relation to any wrongs or any unethical acts in connection with the matters that made us investigate. I think fairness demands that statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I think the council has done a very thorough job of inquiring of the witness details of the organization's work to relevant times in the 1972 presidential campaign. I won't burden these proceedings by trying to elaborate on them or to extend them to other areas, but there are other areas, Mr. Odle, that I'd like to talk to you about. And I understand that you are agreeable to return to this committee so that we might discuss other aspects of your knowledge and with that understanding, then, and without implying any sinister purpose, but rather with the full understanding that you will return, there are other questions on other matters that I want to discuss with you later, but I'll forego that so that we can continue with the description of the organization of the committee.
Mr. Odle, you may be seated. I have only 2 or 3 very brief questions. Are you aware of any actual political campaign experience in Mr. Magruder's background?
Yes, sir. I believe he was involved in the 1968 campaign in Southern California.
Mr. Sloan's?
Yes, sir. He was involved in the National Finance Committee in 1968 in New York.
Mr. Marion?
Pardon?
Mr. Marion?
Marion? Yes, he was I cannot remember his exact title. He was very actively involved, I believe, in the 1968 campaign.
Mr. Fleming.
Yes, Mr. Fleming was too. He was one of the regional directors of the 1968 campaign. He also has been active in Virginia politics and was elected in Virginia.
Mr. Odle.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Was that political activity of the gentleman that you mentioned similar to the committee organization that you had the committee to re-elect the president?
Did they do similar things?
Yes. Some of the experiences in previous campaigns similar to what you had.
Some of them were in the case, for example, of Mr. Fleming and Mr. Marion, yes. The case of Mr. Magruder, I don't think so.
Now, you testified in response to a question that there was little relationship, if any, between the committee to re-elect the president and the Republican National Committee. In view of that fact, would it be fair to say that the committee to re-elect the president was in fact a campaign instrument solely under the control of the president, his top White House staff?
I would say that the committee for the re-election of the president was formed exclusively to re-elect the president. That it had that as its one concern and its one goal. To the extent
no cooperation between the
there was close cooperation between
them. You stated in response to a previous question that there was very little cooperation.
What I think I said and what I hope to say is that there was no technical or legal relationship between the two. In advance of the convention, it would have been improper. But I also said I think that everybody at the National Committee was doing everything they could for the president, and that in fact there were relationships between the two.
Why was it necessary to have two committees?
Because the president was not a candidate for the nomination prior to the convention. Now, I don't think there was very much doubt that the president would triumph. There was a distinct possibility of a challenge from Congressman Pulaski and a challenge from Congressman Ashbrook. They're Republicans too. And it would have been improper for the Republican National Committee to be working actively as a body and officially for President Nixon, candidate Nixon, and to ignore two other Republican challengers.
Was any doubt as to his re-nomination?
We were working so that there would not be, but if you recall, we were faced with it. We were looking back at a situation. We were looking back at Senator McCarthy's challenge to President Johnson in 1968 New Hampshire, and how effective that challenge was.
In my experience, it's difficult enough to keep one campaign committee straight. They have two in the field, it only complicates the problem. I repeat the question. You have testified that the multiplicity of people who came to the White House directed the committee for the re-election of the president. It's fair to say that committee was set up, organized, and directed from the White House.
I would say this, that I would say that those people who were at the White House had influence over the committee. They gave it direction. They assisted it. But the campaign director, of course, was not at the White House. He came from the Justice Department. And so, I don't mean to try to get around the question, Senator. I'm just saying that it was not just exclusively a White House vehicle. I don't believe.
There's no doubt as to where the ultimate authority lay in that committee was.
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Odle, pursuing the line of questioning that Senator Talmadge was engaged in, do you know whether at any time the committee to re-elect ever received any instructions from Robert Dole, the chairman of the Republican National Committee?
Well, Senator Dole was actively involved, of course, in the campaign, and I know he worked very closely with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. McGregor. I know that Senator Dole would instruct Mr. Mitchell, or Mr. Mitchell would instruct Senator Dole, so they worked together.
But he was not actively involved in the committee to re-elect the president.
I'm serious, chairman of the Republican National Committee.
Do you know whether any Republican National Committee people were brought over to the committee to re-elect?
Yes, sir. There were people from the National Committee working at the committee in later stages.
Do you recall how many?
I don't think a great number. I'd say less than 10.
Do you positions they had?
To the best of my knowledge, they were working in a political position.
Do you recall whether any people who were key people in the committee to re-elect the president have ever been in one of those homes before?
Well, Mr. McGregor, of course, was. He was a congressman from Minnesota.
Aside from him.
Mr. Fleming was, I think, the first Republican ever elected to the Alexandria Council. Mr. Mardian has been active in Arizona and California politics. I don't know that he's been elected. Copy of the script here. I don't see any other names that recognize this.
Was the committee to re-elect the president involved in any other political campaigns in 1972? Re-election of Republicans or when they campaigned to re-elect the president?
It certainly did what it could, I believe, to be of assistance.
Well, could you amplify on that? So he took involved himself in any other Republican campaigns?
Well, I know that Mr. Fleming became special assistant to the campaign director after July. He actively worked with the Senate and the House campaign committees, I believe, and supported by Republican candidates for high office.
What did he do?
I'm not familiar with the
Can you describe the policy meetings the committee to re-elect the president where decisions were made about what to do in the campaign, discussions were had about the progress of the campaign?
Sir, there was a strategy board. I did not attend those meetings.
Who served on the strategy board?
Well, there was Mr. Magruder. There was, I believe, Mr. Miller from California. Mr. Daly, our advertising director. I didn't go to the meetings, and I can't remember all the people that did.
Wasn't Mr. Mitchell involved in policy?
I don't believe he went to those sessions. I believe those were brought to him in the forms of memoranda.
These are the only people that you know engaged in any policy meetings.
Well, those are the ones I can remember right now off the tip of my tongue who went to those. I think they were in the evening strategy meetings.
How was strategy disseminated from this policy committee?
Sir, that just was not my area. I'm sorry, I really can't answer that.
Did you ever receive any instructions from anybody in the White House during your service on the committee?
I talked from time to time with Mr. Strong, who was the White House liaison. He made suggestions and ideas. I remember one time he said that the switchboard in our committee headquarters was overloaded and overburdened, and he had a hard time getting in, and would I please hire another telephone number. That's the only instruction I remember.
What were the nature of your discussions on the switchboard?
Well, just general things relating to my own activities. I was in charge of personnel, I was in charge of volunteers, and things like that.
Were your conversations on the nature of a report to him?
No, not really. We provided, on some occasions, reports and copies of memorandums to Mr. Strong, so he would know what's going on.
Did you ever say in the course of your duties as White House personnel in the committee to re-elect office?
Yes.
Who were they?
Well, various people from the White House would come over to the committee from time to time. The committee was there for 2 years. The president came over one day and shook hands. There were a number of White House officials that came through the committee from time to time.
Who made frequent visits? There
was a convention strategy group that was looking at the convention. that met in the committee. It was made up of representatives of the Republican National Committee, the committee, and a couple of general White House. One husband was what I was going to get. Mr. Timmons came over from time to time.
Anybody else in connection with the convention?
Mr. Kehrli, Mr. Glenn.
What other people came over from time to time?
I just can't remember right now, so I know exactly who it was that came to the committee. For the White House, it was a very busy time.
Well, did you ever see Mr. Holman in the office during our lecture?
Only once, and that was when the president came to shake hands with the staff members.
And what about Mr. Earl?
I saw him there once.
Do you know what his mission was at that time?
No, I
Did you just see him?
Yes, sir, I just saw him.
Mr. Dean, did you ever see him?
Yes, I saw Mr. Dean a couple of times.
Do you know what his purposes were when he visited?
No, I did not.
Do you know anything about the surveillance operations that may have been conducted by the committee during the president?
Absolutely not.
Do you know anything about any of the sabotage operations that may have been conducted by the committee during the president?
Only what I've read in the newspapers.
This morning's Washington Post suggests that Mr. Charles Colson organized at least 30 groups of supporters of President Nixon to quote, attack, end quote, network news correspondents to write-in telephone and telegram campaigns to the local stations. I know that all of your committee charts list an E failure, and it shows that this area of responsibility is designated as, quote, attack, end quote. Now, who is Mr. E. Thaler, and what were his duties?
Mr. Edward Thaler is basically, as there's just in charge of the attack operation. The idea there was, as I understand it, and was not constant, the idea was to see what the opposition candidate was saying that day or that week, to get an idea of what his line was, what his pitch was that day, and then to mobilize some of the other campaign activities against that, to criticize him, in effect, to say, no, you're wrong, Senator, it ought to be this way. That was the basic idea. For example, he would maybe talk to a couple of the surrogates who were members of the cabinet and others who were speaking up for the president around the country. He would say, maybe we have to use this line this week in attacking Senator McMillan. And then he might go to the press office and say, maybe we should put out a press release doing this. And so that generally is my idea of what he was involved in. Not to my knowledge.
Mr. Odle, police reports have indicated that you participated in the destruction of committee records following the June 17th break-in at the Democratic headquarters. What was your part, if any, in the destruction of these records?
I'm glad you brought that up, sir, because I appreciate the chance to respond to that. There was a story in the newspapers that I shredded documents the Sunday after the Watergate. When in fact, I was not even in the District of Columbia the Sunday after the Watergate. How that story got there, I don't know. But I did not even enter Washington, D.C. that day. Now, there was another report later on, and that report said that I made a file search and then shredded documents. Again, point of fact, as an administrative officer of the re-election committee, the agents from the FBI would come to me from time to time, and they would ask me for various documents. Initially, they wanted Mr. McClure's W-4 forms and all sorts of documents that the committee had. And I did search files in response to those legitimate requests from the U.S. Attorney and the FBI. And I then handed over those documents to the FBI. I did not shred one document in relation to this camp, in relation to any of these things.
Did you have a shredding machine in your office?
No, sir.
Where was the shredding machine?
There were shredding machines located on most of the floors. convenient point.
And as the administrative officer, you were not involved in any shredding?
I did not shred, no, sir. I did not go around after the Watergate break-in and participate in what was termed house cleaning. I did not do that.
Mr. Alfred Baldwin stated that he delivered copies of bug conversations to the committee officers. Were you ever the recipient of reports of bug conversations?
Absolutely not. And if you look back at that, what happened was Mr. Baldwin testified that he, at one point, had seen memorandums from Mr. McCord, the security director, to me about office security. And that's quite true. And I've turned all of those over to the grand jury, to the Democratic National Committee, and the Common Cause, and anybody else that asked for them. He also testified that he turned over convention memos that Mr. Baldwin saw at convention memos. But somehow that got garbled, and when it came out in the press that for some reason Mr. Baldwin had turned over logs to me and two other individuals. That is absolutely untrue, and as Mr. McCord's deposition shows, what really happened was that he wrote Mr. Liddy's name on that log and brought it to the building.
Were you in any other way involved in logging activities?
Absolutely not.
Is it true that you hired Mr. McCord?
Yes, it is.
Were you aware of his activities on June the 17th?
I was not. I first heard that there was a burglary Saturday afternoon after I finished a meeting about, afternoon. And somebody came by the door and they said, "Have you heard there's been a burglary at the Democratic National Committee?" And I said to some people who were in that meeting who were not from the committee, I said, "That could never happen here because I have this guy working for me named Jim McCord." And he's got this place really tight. And all I can say is I'm glad McCord works for me. And then of course, it became apparent what had happened, but no, sir, I did not.
Then you were not aware of his associations with Mr. Liddy?
No, sir, I was not.
I know there's also listed, is it John Caulfield? John J. Caulfield?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. He was the security director of the 1968 campaign. He recommended Mr. McCord.
Press reports indicate that Mr. Caulfield tried to pressure Mr. McCord to remain silent on the Watergate break-in. My question is, during what period was Mr. Caulfield employed by your committee?
Very briefly, perhaps a month. And it was in the summer of 1972, I believe. Perhaps in May. Perhaps in April it was.
Did he, to your knowledge, try to pressure Mr. McCord on behalf of your committee?
Pressure him? You mean with
Pressure to remain silent?
No, I just have no knowledge of that. Not to my knowledge at all. I haven't seen Mr. Caulfield since last summer.
Could you describe the functions of your, quote, political, end quote, division?
Yes, sir. The function of the political division was to divide the states among the various political coordinators, or as they became known later, the regional directors, and to set up state re-elect committees in each state, and to monitor the success of those committees.
We hear much about, quote, dirty tricks and sabotage. Where did it come in your chart, or did it come in your chart?
Sir, unfortunately, the chart maker, when he made those charts, wasn't aware of those things.
Were you aware of those things?
No, sir, I was not.
Mr. Chairman, I request Mr. Odle to place in evidence a complete list of all employees of the Committee to re-elect the President and the Finance Committee and the dates of their service and their prior employment.
You folks would maybe like
Yes, sir, Senator. I think that the staff may have already requested it. I think it may have been turned over, but if it hasn't, I'll be glad to do that.
Maybe like that. I'm not sure. I understand that you haven't supplied it to the committee that you will.
If we haven't, we will, yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Odle, you refer to the fact that you were not in Washington, D.C. on June 18th. Correct? Did you participate in the emptying of Mr. Magruder's desk with Robert Reisner on June 17th?
Yes, sir. Mr. Magruder asked Mr. Reisner and myself to take certain things home over the weekend, because at the time, it appeared that he was concerned for the security of them. My best recollection is that I took home a file folder and he took home some other file folders throughout the back of the following Monday.
Maybe if you'd be good enough to describe to the committee and as to how you were alerted on June 17th, exactly what you did in responding to the alert and your activities within the offices themselves and what you did afterwards.
Well, on June 17th, yes. My greatest concern, first of all, when we found out, that the court was involved in this thing, I was extremely concerned. I mean, here was our security director in jail because he goes into somebody's office in the middle of the night. My first thought was that I was suddenly in charge of the guard force. I was suddenly in charge directly and personally in charge of all of the office security. And I remember one of the things I did that day was to call the security supervisor to make certain that we would have a guard come in that night to relieve the day guard. I was very concerned about that. I remember thinking about what we could do to replace Mr. McCord. We always needed somebody in that capacity. It was a very serious day. I mean, when you find everything that you trust and respect is in jail for doing something that may work for you, it's quite a serious thing. So some other area that you're about, first of all, who requested that you come over to the committee on June 17th? I was with there, Senator. I was at a meeting that morning and started about 9 in the afternoon. I've been there.
Now, who made the suggestion that Mr. Magruder's desk be in?
Well, I don't. First of all, I'm not exactly sure of the chronology of events. I don't believe that anybody made the suggestion that his desk be empty. I believe he expressed concern over the telephone from California.
Who is he, Magruder? And at what time did he express concern?
It would have been sometime late that afternoon.
Can you give me, did you talk personally with Mr. Magruder? Could you please give to the committee your best recollection of that?
My best recollection is that he was extremely concerned that we might be subject for similar activities, that there might be retaliation, that he was concerned for the security of the office building and files and papers, and he wanted certain things to be taken home over the weekend. As I remember it, Mr. Reisner took home a lot of advertising matters, I believe.
If we can stop there for a minute, was Mr. Reisner on the phone also?
For a time he was, and for a time I was. My best recollection of it, I went out of the room for a while, I think.
Well, now, did Mr. Magruder say, clean out my whole desk?
No, sir, I don't believe he did, because I don't believe that was done.
All right, now, then he must have specified what it was that was to be cleaned out.
I believe he did. I don't believe he did that to me. I believe that he may have. I just don't remember the exact chronology of that, all the things that happened that day. All I know is that the way it ended up was that I had a file, and Mr. Reisner had some files, and we brought them back next week.
But did you know what was in the file?
Sir, I did not.
So, in other words, it was a general, not a specific order that was given to clean out the whole desk. Is that correct? I mean, how did you know that you cleaned out the right thing?
I didn't take it, sir. I believe Mr. Reisner took it and then he gave it to me.
You did not clean out the file. No, I did not. Your participation in this matter was to receive files, a file from Mr. Reisner.
I believe, yes.
And then what did you do with that file?
I put it in my briefcase. I took some files from my own desk that I was concerned about there. All the safety, in fact, what kind of files did you consider? Budget committee files. The various minutes of these sessions that I described earlier. I was concerned for their security, and I took them with me over the weekend.
Now, what did you do when you took this file home?
Just left it at home. I put it anywhere. I think I may have put it in the closet or something. I'm not exactly certain. And the files, I think I put in the closet. I think I put the briefcase in the closet.
Briefcase with the file in the closet. And then what happened to the file?
Then on Monday I returned it.
Returned the file. To who? Mr. Magruder. To Mr. Magruder himself.
Yes. That's my best recollection, yes.
Now, Mr. Odle, a few more questions. You mentioned the fact that you came into contact with Mr. Strong from time to time.
Yes.
Could you give me an elaboration of what from time to time means?
I talked to Mr. Strong probably 2 or 3 times a week. Maybe 2 times a week. It's hard to say, sir.
Mr. Strong participate rather actively in matters over at the committee to reelect the president?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me why or what his specific mission was?
Mr. Haldeman obviously was worried a lot about a lot of other things besides the campaign. He was the chief of staff at the White House. He was a very busy man working on government substantive policies, and he assisting the president. Mr. Strong was there to devote himself more to what was going on politically, so that Mr. Haldeman wanted to be aware of what was going on politically. And so he asked Mr. Strong, and so Mr. Strong sort of the eyes and ears, I suppose you might say. I suppose you might say he was his eyes and ears at the committee.
He was the eye, Mr. Strong was the eyes and ears of who?
Mr. Haldeman. He was the liaison to the committee.
So that any matters that went on in the committee to re-elect the president, it would be fair to say that they were reported back to Mr. Haldeman by Mr. Strong.
Well, that was Mr. Strong's role, was to try and find out all of the things that were going on at the committee and make other people, and make Mr. Haldeman aware of them.
Did he attend Mr. Strong attend the strategy session?
I think that he may have, yes. I did not attend those meetings. It's hard for me to say exactly who did.
Now, Mr. Odle, did you ever see in the hallways of the committee to re-elect the president electronic equipment? This would be electronic equipment for either bugging or debugging.
Mr. McCord leased a machine for a while, which was a defensive measure, as I understand it, that went around and checked for electronic eavesdropping in our building. I have seen that.
Yes, you did see this equipment, which you were on the belief it was debugging equipment, is that correct?
I'm pretty positive that it was debugging.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't debugging, it was checking for countermeasures.
And this equipment was quite visible and out there in the hall.
I don't believe sure it was in the hall, so it was a portable unit that I believe was in his office at one point.
Now, with respect to the Citizens Division, it's not true that Fred and I came to the head of that division between March and June.
He exercised a supervisory control over the Citizens Division. It was by no means a full-time occupation.
When you say full-time occupation, do you use as a criteria his appearance on the payroll? Is this what causes you to...
No, I would use the criteria of hours spent.
An hour spent, he was in a part-time capacity.
Very much so.
Would you say that he spent part of his time in the committee to re-elect the president and part
part of his time in the White House. There was a guest office of the committee that he used from time to time when he was at the committee. I would say he spent it until July 1st when he resigned from the White House and came to the committee most of his time at the White House.
Most of his time at the White House, but also time
Yes, sir.
at the committee. Total were Gene Roberts and Vicki Sherman secretaries to February.
Yes, sir.
And was Sylvia Panarites a secretary for both Bob Reasoner and yourself?
She was a receptionist and she worked for both of us. That's correct.
Yes, she did. Now, under the advertising section, isn't that true that the November Group was a New York corporation operating out of the committee to re-elect the president, with Peter Dave and Paul Muller as treasurer and Glenn Sedan as secretary? Is that correct?
I can justify that the first two I didn't realize that Mr. Sedan was secretary.
Now, just two more questions. In Ken Reese's function here, which I believe is listed as youth, was Tom Bell one of his assistants? Do you know his table of organization, the people that work for him?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bell was one of Mr. Reed's assistants, and he was one of the first men to join the staff.
Was Bob Podesta one of the assistants? Or Marilyn Johnson and Connie Cudd as secretaries?
Yes, sir.
Did Ken Smith and Eve Lockencost work for each in the Speaker's Bureau?
I'm not sure of the Speaker's Bureau. They worked for Mr. Reed's.
Was George Morton college coordinator of the Reeds?
He was a college friend.
Angela Miller in charge of the Nixon ads?
Yes.
And Angela Harris worked on press for Reeds?
She was in the press office, but she spent most of her time working on youth activities.
Now, in conclusion, I prepared a chart, Mr. Odle, which fills in some additional slots. I wonder if you might not go ahead and take a look at this chart and tell me whether it is accurate. And if it takes time to do that, Mr. Chairman, if it doesn't be done, go ahead and have we'll go look at it and for the record report back to the committee.
Would you like to go with the right now?
Sorry, I don't want to rush you. I want to stay here.
Should we start to go through it? Mr. Mitchell was campaign director. Mr. LaRue was special assistant. You had 5 political coordinators here, and that's correct. All right.
I would be further Mr. Chairman, to have Mr. Odle do this at his leisure so that he makes sure of each person out here does have that way, unless Mr. Odle does.
I have hesitation. Yes, I have hesitation to remember with you tonight. Senator, obviously, okay, we have Mr. Mitchell here as campaign director and Mr. LaRue as his assistant. That's correct. We had the 5 political coordinators at that time. That's correct. I believe that Diane Copperman did work for Don Rosman. Same with Barbara Fierce. She did work for Mr. Copperman. Paul Caprio, sir, I don't believe related to Mr. Copperman. I thought that he was in the Illinois campaign. And Mr. Compton was the regional director, and he did have Illinois as one of his states, so possibly Mr. Caprio did, but he wasn't at the national headquarters to the best of my knowledge. Summer was Mr. Fleming's secretary, Neil Mellon and McAuliffe, did work for Mr. Marmion, and Tom Reed was from California. Dick Richards, I believe, was from Utah rather than Idaho, but he did report to you. He was one of the political coordinators. David Allen, Mark Littlefield, Bob Milligan were all on that staff. Bob Reisner was administrative assistant to Mr. Magruder. Vicki Chern was really more his secretary than Mr. Magruder's, although she did work for both. Gene Roberts, St. Sylvia. Matthew Tower was in charge of women's volunteers, John Faust. This is correct. Maggie Weisman was the secretary. Mark Porter was in charge of scheduling. Van Shumway, public relations and media. Paul Moore, Ann Dorr, Joan Donnelly. Yes, they all worked for him. Mr. Hirsch did work for Mr. Porter. Peter had these two assistants, Ted Parrish and Dan Evans, and Nancy Coach was the name of the secretary, as was Mary Beth Cousy. Bob Merrick was in charge of research and planning and written for, initially was his administrative assistant. He later went to the political division. Bob Morgan was in charge of direct mail and Nancy Brettis telephone. David Allen moved from here to here, but to both places, so that's correct. No, it may not be correct. I don't know that he did work there. I think that may be incorrect. These people all did report to Nancy Brettis. Mr. Senator was the counsel. Glenn Senator was counsel. Peter Daly was in charge of advertising. Mr. Phil Joanna and Mr. Mike Scott were two people who reported to Mr. Daly. I was in charge of administration and personnel, and these two people did report to me. Sylvia Panaritas. James McCord. Over in the Citizens and Border Block group, Ken Reeves was in charge of youth. He was assisted by Tom Bell, Barbara McVeigh, Bob Podesta, Marilyn Johnson, Connie Cutt, Ken Smith, Ian Hotchencloth, George Gordon, Angela Miller. As I said before, Angela Harris technically was in the press office, but she did spend the majority of her time on youth activities. David Shue, Frank Netherland, veterans, Dick McAdoo, transient, Joe Stower, physicians, Dan Claro, lawyers, Larry Goldberg, Jewish, Dan Todd Elderly, Paul Jones Black, Clayton Yater, agriculture, Paul Kaiser was head of the business operation. Mr. Kimball was the national chairman. Mr. DeFalco had first nationalities, and then he later left the staff. Mr. Andreas Spanish, and assisted by Frank L. McGarrett, John Lozano, Marta Carlisle, Florence. Don't remember that name, but that's probably correct. Betty Jean Gonzalez. You, of course, there was Mr. Shearer was over here too as well at the time of the Citizens operation.
Thank you, Mr. Odle. Last question. And the subject advertising. Mr. Bailey. The approving of advertisements. Was this done at the committee to re-elect the president, or was the final say-so given at the White House?
I think that Mr. Haldeman had an interest in advertising without any question, and I think that in that case, that both the campaign director, Mr. Mitchell or Mr. McGregor, and Mr. Haldeman jointly made decisions on advertising. I would say that that was the one area where he had an interest more than others.
Would you also say that in the area of polling,
yes,
it was a joint matter between Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Haldeman?
I would think Mr. Mitchell was the campaign director, and he exercised full authority. I would say that was the second area in which Mr. Haldeman was most interested. That is my guess, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Since the nominations happened in a while in the field. And I would guess to do that, we'll get something back and I'll take this time to ask questions, but if you intend to ask in the subsequent hearing, I'm sorry, I haven't got this hearing yet. I guess this part I'll wait till after that. That's one part.
Mr. Odle, by way of preliminary foundation, will you give us your entire job classification and duties which you performed as head of administration and personnel?
Yes, sir. I was basically in charge of office management. That would include procurement of office space, assignment of office space, procurement and assignment of office supplies, installations of office equipment to desks, furniture, telephones, switchboards, all of the kinds of things that you would expect when you do in the capacity of office manager. In terms of personnel, I was partially responsible for hiring and firing, particularly at the lower levels. Secretarial recruitment is one of my key jobs, finding secretaries.
The hiring secretaries for the directors?
If they requested a secretary, yes.
Did you hire any secretaries for any of the directors?
What do you need to do?
For instance, Mr. Liddy.
Yeah, I did not. Somebody in our operation found, I believe, Mrs. Harmony, and she was hired as Mr. Liddy's secretary after Mr. Liddy interviewed her.
Did you arrange for the interview?
No.
What about Jeb Magruder's secretary?
No, they came with it from the White House.
Right. Did you arrange for the allocation of space?
Yes.
Now, please explain how much space you had at that particular building. And was the entire operation under the roof of one building?
At what point in time, Senator? Say the length of the campaign?
Well, let's say from the time that Mr. Mitchell went on board as a campaign director.
We had a suite on the second floor. We had a suite on the fourth floor. The campaign director had a suite on the fourth floor. We later, after Mr. Mitchell came aboard, with the entire third floor, we took the suite on the fifth floor, a suite on the eighth, a suite on the ninth, and a suite on the 11th.
Suites, do you mean the entire floor?
No, sir. We only had one entire floor on that building, and that was the third. We had suites from as many as 5 private offices, say, to 25. That's what I mean when I say a suite.
Where did you have the file room?
What?
Where did you have the file room?
I don't believe we had a file room, sir.
Did you have files in different offices?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you speak of files that you made available to the FBI, why were you called upon to make these files available?
The subpoenas from the FBI were directed to Clark McGregor, who was authorized representative, and Maurice Stanzer, his authorized representative. I turned out to be the authorized representative. In addition to that, I was the administrative person at the committee, the administrative officer, and it was sort of natural since I knew the building fairly well and knew the people fairly well, and I would be asked to assume that role.
Did you have keys to all these files?
No.
Did you have keys to the files which you opened for the FBI?
No.
How did you get those keys?
I didn't necessarily open all the files. What I would do is they would ask for certain kinds of information, and I would go to the people who had custody of that information and with them try to find it.
Who had custody on that occasion?
Well, many of the files they wanted were financial in nature, so the custody was maintained by the Finance Committee, and I went to the people in the Finance Committee to get those files.
Well, let's go to Mr. Magruder's desk. You stated that you opened his desk pursuant to telephone law.
No, sir, I did not. I never had a key to Mr. Magruder's desk. No, I did not open his desk.
Whose files did you take from whose desk and took from whom?
Mr. Magruder's. That file drawer, that desk drawer in his desk had been opened by Mr. Reisner, I assume.
So, was that desk open most of the time?
No, I don't believe it was. It probably was when he was there.
Well, how do you know that it was opened by Mr. Reason?
I don't, I said I suppose. I didn't open it because I don't have a key.
Did you have keys on some of the file cabinets?
I had keys to my own file cabinets.
Did the others?
Other people would have keys to their file cabinets, yes.
Where were the secret documents filed, and in whose office?
Sorry, I didn't know that there were secret documents.
Well, you did procure a secret document for the FBI, didn't you?
No, they wanted things
there were certain documents, stated documents, and you were told where those documents were.
Well, they asked me to produce certain documents, as the Senate committee has done, and I went around and tried to find them for them.
Well, then you had availability to most of the files if you went around.
I went to the people who had custody of the files and asked them if I might have, if they did have this.
Now, what kind of arrangement did you have with Mr. McCord, and what was his job classification?
Mr. McCord was hired as the security consultant to the committee beginning in October of 1971. He was part-time, and he was to be the part-time security consultant. He then became...
What did you conceive to be his duty as a security consultant?
In the broad range, from the time that he began until he would have, of course, stayed on a number of areas to go through them. The physical security of the building. We were concerned.
Was that his prime duty?
No, it was his only duty. The physical security of the building and the people in it.
And did you ever pay him any money for a way of reimbursement for travel out of Washington?
Once he went to New York to inspect the offices of November Group, and once I believe he went to Chicago to look at our direct mail warehouse. When he came back, I believe he submitted expense vouchers, a weekly expense form. I initialed those, signed them to reimburse him for his plane fare, and then he would have been paid, yes. That was customary.
Did you authorize him to go to those places for that specific purpose?
Yes, sir. I authorized him to go to New York to inspect the offices of November Group, to Chicago to inspect our direct mail warehouse.
Did he go anywhere else for which he received reimbursement from the committee?
He went to Miami to look at the Hotel Doral, and I suspected he would receive reimbursement from that, yes.
You had to pay all his reimbursements, did you not?
Theoretically.
Was he paid in cash by some other individual who had a bit of cash for that purpose? Did anyone have such cash available?
Not that I knew of.
Are you aware that any of them, any employee of the CRB could have dispersed funds for Mr. McCord's travel to other places other than the ones that you have named?
No, I was not. And when I read in the newspapers that he had cash, I was very surprised because the way the system was set up, those things were to go through me.
What kind of work or consultation transpired when Mr. Colson would visit the particular offices? And on how many occasions did he visit?
I don't remember seeing Mr. Colson at the committee, sir.
Are you aware that anyone was in touch with him at the White House at any time?
Yes, sir. People from our committee met with him.
Did you ever see Mr. Howard Hunt in that particular building?
Sir, I've never seen Mr. Howard Hunt to this day.
You're aware that he was in touch with any individuals in the building or employees of the committee?
I never heard his name even until after June 17.
How long did you keep Mr. McCord on the payroll after the Watergate bugging?
About 1 minute.
How were you employed to go to
desk had been opened by Mr. Reisner, I assume.
So, was that desk open most of the time?
No, I don't believe it was. It probably was when he was there.
Well, how do you know that it was opened by Mr. Reisner?
I don't. I said I suppose. I know I didn't open it because I don't have a key.
Did you have keys on some of the file cabinets?
I had keys to my own file cabinets.
Did the others?
Other people would have keys to their file cabinets, yes.
Where were the secret documents filed and in whose office?
Sir, I didn't know that there were secret documents.
Well, you did procure a secret document for the FBI, didn't you?
No, they wanted things.
There were certain documents, stated documents, and you were told where those documents were.
Well, they asked me to produce certain documents, as the Senate committee has done, and I went around and tried to find them for them.
Well, then you had availability to most of the files if you went around.
Well, I went to the people who had custody of the files and asked them if I might have, if they did have this. And
Now, what kind of arrangement did you have with Mr. McCord, and what was his job classification?
Mr. McCord was hired as the security consultant to the committee beginning in October of 1971. He was part-time, and he was to be a part-time security consultant. He then became...
What did you perceive to be his duty as a security consultant?
In the broad range, from the time that he began until, well, he would have, of course, stayed on, a number of areas to go through them. The physical security of the building. We were concerned.
Was that his prime duty?
Oh, it was his only duty. Physical security of the building and the people in it.
And did you ever pay him any money for, by way of reimbursement for travel out of Washington?
Once he went to New York to inspect the offices of November Group, and once I believe he went to Chicago to look at our direct mail warehouse. When he came back, I believe he submitted expense vouchers, a weekly expense form. I initialed those, signed them to reimburse it for his plane fare, and then he would have been paid, yes. That was customary.
Did you authorize him to go to those places for that specific purpose?
Yes, sir. I authorized him to go to New York to inspect the offices of November Group, to Chicago to inspect our direct mail warehouse.
Did he go anywhere else for which he received reimbursement from the committee?
He went to Miami to look at the Hotel Doral, and I suspect that he would receive reimbursement from that, yes.
You had to okay all his reimbursements, did you not?
Theoretically.
Unless he was paid in cash by some other individual who had available cash for that purpose. Did anyone have such cash available?
Not that I knew of. Never.
Are you aware that any of them, any employee of the CRC or CRP could have dispersed funds for Mr. McCord's travel to other places other than the ones which you have named?
No, I was not. And when I read in the newspapers that he had cash, I was very surprised because the way the system was set up, those things were to go through me.
What kind of work or consultation transpired when Mr. Colson would visit the particular offices? And on how many occasions did he visit?
I don't remember seeing Mr. Colson at the committee, sir.
Are you aware that anyone was in touch with him at the White House at any time?
Yes, sir. People from our committee met with him.
Did you ever see Mr. Howard Hunt in that particular building?
Sir, I've never seen Mr. Howard Hunt to this day.
Are you aware that he was in touch with any individuals in the building or employees of the committee?
I never heard his name even until after June 17.
How long did you keep Mr. McCord on the payroll after the Watergate bugging?
About 1 minute. was asked by Mr. Magruder.
What were you doing at that time?
I was a staff assistant at the White House.
And where are you now employed?
I'm a consultant at the committee.
Were you employed in any other position after the election?
Yes, from May 1 until May 7, I was a consultant at the Department of Agriculture.
Who recommended you for this job?
People at the White House.
Who specifically?
I'm not exactly certain who initiated the call over there. I suspect the White House Personnel Office, which would have done it.
Did you receive any communications tapes or any other memoranda which were taken as a result of the bugging of Watergate and the Democratic National Committee?
Never.
Were you aware that any of this might have been stored in the building over which you were the administrator?
No, sir, I was not.
Did you ever discuss with Sally Harmony any of the memos which you typed for Mr. Liddy relating directly from the wiretaps?
No, sir, I did not. I have not.
Now, you mentioned a few minutes ago that there was communication between the CRP and the Republican National Committee.
Yes, sir, there was cooperation and communication.
What kind of liaison went on between the two committees?
Well, sir, I would say, for example, that the people in our political division would work with the people in the RNC's field operations division. The people in our press office would work with people with their communications office, that sort of thing. I worked with the administrative guy there.
Did you have people going back and forth between the two?
You mean back and forth between payrolls or visiting?
No, not on payrolls. Communication between people. Did you have people going back and forth between the Republican National Committee and the CRP?
Yes.
How close were you to each other?
They're here on Capitol Hill, and we're at 17th in Pennsylvania.
You mentioned also that some of the major decisions were made by Attorney General Mitchell while he was at the Justice Department.
I presume they were. Decision memorandums were sent to Mr. Mitchell from time to time.
What kind of memorandum was sent to Mr. Mitchell, and what kind of major decisions did you have in mind that he made?
Well, it was not I who had them in mind, sir, because I wasn't at that level of the campaign. But, for example, we were involved at that point in staffing, and some of the decisions were who should we bring aboard to do this job or that job, and things like that. It's hard to think back. That's almost 2 years ago. But I would say the major campaign decisions.
I'll read you this memorandum and ask you if you know anything about it. It's from the Citizens for the Re-election of the President, Washington, July 3rd, 1971. Style confidential. Memorandum for the Attorney General. Subject, glancemanship.
Subject what?
Glancemanship. Do you know what that means?
I'm not certain.
That means the business of making grants in government for political consideration and for political credit.
All right.
And it reads as follows. Enclosed is a copy of a proposal to ensure that the President and his congressional supporters get proper credit for federal government programs. This proposal was written by Bill Horton in Fred Malek's office with the assistance of Bill Gifford, OMB, and Peter Millspaugh in Harry Dent's office. If implemented, this should be an effective method of ensuring that political considerations are taken into account. Signed, Jeb S. Magruder, with his initials. And the enclosure is the memorandum. You will now be presented with the memorandum.
I recognize the form, sir, of the memorandum. Our stationery, of course, I don't recognize this exact memorandum. I don't believe I've seen this one, but this is. I don't mean the subject matter is a similar subject matter, but this is the kind of way in which memorandums might have been transmitted to Mr. Mitchell.
Did you send or did you see similar memoranda going out of the office for which you were in charge of administration?
My memorandums, for example, would have asked Mr. Mitchell if it would have been proper to take more office space. Remember one time when we found that none of our people could find cabs very easily in the streets, if it would be all right if we leased a car or something like that. Yes.
Well, how far back was the committee or its administrator sending memoranda or memorandums to Mr. Mitchell at the Department of Justice?
I believe after it was there for a while, had been staffed up, I would say May of 1971.
And you still presume that he was making some major decisions in the Department of Justice prior to the time he resigned as Attorney General?
Of course, yes.
That is all.
Have it entered for the record.
While they take a look at that campaign document, we'll pause briefly. By the way, we'd like to hear what you think about this unabridged coverage, and here's an address for your postcards and letters. It's Post Office Box 300, Washington, D.C., 20044. Impact's coverage of the hearings will continue after we take a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
At this point, Robert Odle is being questioned about a strategy memo from the White House to the Re-Election Committee as the hearings continue.
For the record. Good evening with the reporter, please.
We finished. I recognize something mic at this time so he can ask questions which he refrain from asking when you originally declared the witness. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I at first understood that we were going to cover only the organization chart with this witness and the various interrelationships from that standpoint. I must say I'm delighted that we've gone further into the substance of the subject matter and we've covered a great deal of testimony that might have been covered in a later appearance by this witness. But in view of that, it seems to me that it's appropriate at this time to pursue some of the things that I otherwise might have asked earlier on. Mr. Odle, I am particularly interested in June 17th. If you don't mind, and without at great length, tell us where you were on June 17th.
At the committee offices.
Did you come there at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Approximately, yes.
Did you stay there all day?
I stayed there most of the day, yes.
Was there any irregularity in the procedure of the office or anything that caused you concern at that time with reference to the activities of the office?
Oh, yes. I mean, obviously.
Would you begin to describe in your own way what happened on June 17th?
Let me give you some examples. The security office telephoned me, and the security office, one of the guards in the security office. I'm sorry, I don't.
Tell me what happened.
He said, Mrs. McCord is on the telephone. She's looking for a lawyer. We don't know who she's looking for. Can you help her? And I said that I didn't think that I could, but put her up to me. She said something to the effect that Jim has been involved in a project that has failed. He's in jail. This Watergate thing.
Jim has been involved in
a project which has failed.
Wait a minute. Which has failed. And what else?
And he's in jail. And it's this. He's been in the Watergate or something. I can't remember the exact words.
It's very important that you try.
I know it's important, Senator, because it was reported in newspapers as having said your project has failed. And Senator, she did not say that.
You know who she is?
She is Mrs. McCord.
All right. And the statement by Mrs. McCord, as you recall, it was that Jim's project has failed.
Jim has been involved, something along those lines.
What was your reaction to that?
Well, one of real shock.
Did you ask her what project?
No, I didn't go into it because I'd been down. I heard earlier from someone in the press office that there was a possibility that McCord was involved.
Step back a step and tell me what you heard in the press office.
Well, I heard from the press officer that day that it appeared that McCord was somehow involved in this thing.
In what thing?
In the Watergate thing.
In the Watergate break-in?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me any more detail and can you identify who told you that?
It was Mr. Paul Moore, who was the press officer that day.
And what did he tell you?
He just kind of insinuated and didn't say a great deal more that Mr. McCord had been involved in that activity.
Did he tell you he was in jail?
He suggested it.
What do you mean he suggested it?
Senator, I can't remember the exact. I really cannot remember the exact.
No, fairness, let's do it this way. Did you come away from that interview with the impression that Mr. McCord was in jail?
With a suspicion, yes, I would say. Yes.
You asked that press officer what happened or why McCord was in jail?
Later on, after I had talked to Mrs. McCord, I believe that I did.
But you didn't on the first
I don't believe that I did, Senator. I have a very hard time reconstructing the chronology of that day.
You left the press office and you went to your office.
Yes, well, yes. I received the call from Mrs. McCord in my office.
Was that the first call you received?
I'm sorry?
Was that the first call you received?
I only talked to Mrs. McCord once, Al.
Was that the first call you received after you arrived at your office on June 17th?
Sir, I just can't answer that. I don't know.
All right. You have no recollection of any other call?
That's correct.
And the switchboard operator put you through to Mrs. McCord, and Mrs. McCord said Jim's project has failed and he's in jail. Now, what else did you say?
That's when it hit, Senator, I guess. What I'm saying is, that's when I realized that a man I felt very strongly about was in prison. I mean, that's, I guess, when it hit.
What happened next?
Well, she wanted to know if he was employed by the committee as a paid full-time member of the staff or if he was a consultant, because I think a bail bondsman was asking. So I checked and found that it was full-time member of the staff. And told her that. Then she wanted to know about the lawyer, and I just didn't know anything. I didn't know who the lawyer was.
What do you mean about a lawyer?
She wanted to know if she could reach a certain lawyer. She gave me a name, and I said that I couldn't help her because I didn't recognize the name.
Can you tell us the name of the lawyer?
It started with an R, it could be Raftery or something like that.
Do you have any idea why she asked about that?
No, sir, except that that name appeared in print a few days later. It was the first time I had heard that name.
Have you since learned who that lawyer is?
No, I don't believe that I have.
Did she ask you to recommend a lawyer
No,
when you
sir.
couldn't identify that name?
No, sir.
Did she ask you for money?
No, sir.
Did she ask you for any assistance?
No, sir.
Did she ask you for anything?
Only the information as to whether or not he was employed or a consultant.
That she was at a bail bondsman's office, or that the bail bondsman wanted to know if he was a full-time salaried employee in the committee to re-elect the president.
Something along the latter lines of exactly what she should say.
And you indicated that he was. She mentioned the lawyer's name.
On the paper.
That was the end of the conversation.
That's right.
All right, what next happened on June 17th?
Again, I have a hard time with the chronology. One of the things that happened, and I very honestly don't know if it happened before or after the phone call, was I saw Mr. Liddy as I testified at the trial.
Did he call you or
No,
did
sir.
he call you?
I didn't. Nobody called anybody. I saw him in the hall.
I see.
And he asked me where the paper shredder was.
What?
The paper shredder.
All right.
Paper shredder, which is the very famous big paper shredder.
Was there a big paper shredder?
Yes, sir.
A little baby paper shredder too?
Pardon?
Was there more than one?
Yes, sir.
All right. He asked where the big paper shredder is.
Right. There was a big
You asked him why he wanted to know.
No, sir, I didn't. I said it's in there.
Did he have anything with him?
Not at that time. He later came out and said, "How do you work it?" And I said, "You press the button." And then later on, I saw him with a pile of papers, perhaps a foot high.
And what was he doing?
He was on his way into the shredding room.
Did you see him shredding the papers?
No, but I assumed that he was going to shred them.
Do you shred papers of that sort in that quantity regularly?
No, sir, I don't.
Does anyone?
Well, I would say this, that there was a concern for security and people, let me put it this way, Senator, it didn't seem that highly unusual at that point, but seemed, in retrospect, I recognize the importance of it. I see what was going on, it appears.
But at that time, you didn't inquire why he wanted to know where the big shredder was. You didn't inquire what that foot-high stack of documents were.
Pardon?
You did not inquire what that foot-high stack of documents was.
No, sir, I did not.
But he shredded them.
Yes, sir.
Did you help him shred them?
No, sir.
But you did tell him how to operate
Yes,
the
sir.
machine. What happened next on June 17th?
Well, let me work backwards from the time I left.
Before you do, you made a statement just now that you were not overly concerned at the moment about this destruction of documents, but now in retrospect you see their importance, but you are concerned for security. I think that's the paraphrase of paraphrasing your testimony. Why were you concerned about security? What sort of security? Against what?
Sir, I wasn't concerned about, I didn't mean to say that I was concerned about security at that time. With respect to Mr. Liddy, I said I was concerned about security in the context of the campaign. That's why we had a big paper shredder. We were concerned about that. That was my job.
Was that security concern heightened by the events that far on June 17th?
For a time it was. I was concerned personally that I found myself in a position where I was directly and personally responsible for running a guard force and protecting the offices and people in those offices, and I didn't have a background in security, and I didn't quite know, I didn't have the guy to rely on that I've had in the past.
The general atmosphere in the office at that time were lots of people running around shredding papers.
No, sir.
Phone calls. What?
No, sir. I only saw, the one occurrence.
Now, what happened next on June 17th?
Well, later on in the day, there was there was a man that visited the committee. He asked to speak to somebody in authority, and I was around there, and I talked to him. He identified himself as a plainclothesman from the police department and said that he just wanted us to know that Mr. McCord was in jail.
What did you say?
I said, I know Mr. McCord is in jail.
Was there any further conversation?
No, I don't believe that there was.
You know,
He felt badly about it. I don't. It was brought up to me a while ago in an interview.
You say he felt badly about it?
He felt badly about it. Yes, he did. I guess that he perhaps demonstrations or potential acts of violence were going to occur. He was Mr. McCord's contact at the police department.
All right, go ahead with the sequence of events on the 17th.
I think that was about it. I think that after that, we removed the files, put them in the briefcase, and then I went to
what files did you remove?
the ones we described previously. Mr. Reisner took some files, and I took the one file.
Now let's examine that just for a moment. Was there a telephone conversation between you, Reisner, on that day, a three-way phone call?
Yes, sir, there was.
And can you tell us firsthand of your own knowledge the substance of that conversation? And first, what time was it?
Late afternoon.
On the 17th?
Yes.
Tell us as best you can the substance of that telephone conversation.
I really...
Did it involve the file?
Yes, it did. I was trying to think of something else involved to give you a feel for the conversation. I really can't do that. All I remember is at the conclusion of the conversation, it was decided that I should take a file and Bob Reisner should take some other files.
Mr. Odle, I don't mean to prolong the examination, and I obviously don't mean to try to intimidate you.
I understand, Senator.
This is an extremely important point.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a few questions about the conversation itself. Did someone refer to the McCord arrest?
I think that we probably discussed it on the phone, yes, sir.
You know who initiated that topic? Was it you, or was it Reisner, or was it McGruder?
I'm sorry, I don't.
But there was a conversation about the fact that McCord had been arrested.
Oh, yes, sir. By that time, I believe it was, being discussed through the committee. I mean, it was a very serious thing.
Did you discuss that others were also arrested and in jail?
Well, we knew that there were a group of them.
Did you discuss what the relationship of these people was to the committee for the re-election of the president?
Well, we knew that Mr. McCord was security director.
I know you knew it, but I'm asking you whether or not there was any conversation about it.
Others, no, I don't believe that there was.
What I'm saying to you, Mr. Odle, to short circuit the thing a little is, was there any conversation like, McCord's in jail, he's our security director, and what are we going to do about it? Was there anything like that?
Well, that was what I said. I said something effective, my God, I got to find a new guy. Mr. McGruder said something effective, you sure do, or something like that.
Did you say anything about paper shredding?
No, sir.
Did you say anything about getting McCord out of jail?
No, sir.
Did you say anything about getting a lawyer?
No, sir.
Did you relay the conversation that you had with Mrs. McCord?
I may have.
But you're not sure.
But I'm not sure.
Now, were there instructions given, or was there agreement reached on what you were going to do about removing material from any place in the committee to re-elect the president?
Sir, to the best of my knowledge, the only material that was removed were the things that Bob Reisner and I took. We brought them back on Monday.
Well, who told you to?
I guess Mr. McGruder did. I mean, that was pretty obvious from the way in which the conversation, as I reconstruct the conversation.
Who initiated that idea?
It must have been Mr. McGruder.
Are you sure?
Yes, I would think I would be.
Can you remember what Mr. McGruder told you to do?
No, I can't remember his words.
But can you remember the substance of his language?
Well, the substance of the instruction was that file, which I had for some reason called a strategy file.
Called a strategy file?
Strategy file.
That file, which you called a strategy file.
Which I later referred to, I guess, possibly as a strategy file. And the advertising files.
Now, wait a minute. Did McGruder or Reisner mention a file by name, by category, or classification? A strategy file or any other file?
I thought that the word strategy was used, yes.
Did you know what he was talking about?
No.
Did you know where it was?
No.
All right, what further information was imparted by Magruder or gained from this conversation?
Just that file and that the advertising files were to be removed and brought back on Monday. There was a concern, I believe, on his part and certainly on my own for the security of that building.
Removed and brought back on Monday?
Yes.
By who?
Well, by me and by Mr. Reisner.
Well, obviously somebody had to describe, as Senator Widener indicated earlier, somebody had to describe what was removed.
Mr. Reisner, I believe, did that because Mr. Reisner was Mr. Magruder's administrative assistant, and it would have, reconstructing it in my own mind, he would have done that. I did not know how Mr. Magruder's desk was organized, where his files were kept. I did not have a key to it.
All right, now, you did not then participate in the gathering together of the files that were to be removed from the office over the weekend?
Technically, no.
What do you mean, technically?
Well, technically, I didn't participate in the gathering of the files because I didn't gather the file. I didn't take the file. It was given to me, in effect.
Yeah, but what I'm driving at is, did you go pick them out?
No.
Were they gathered together in one place?
I'm not totally certain. I'm not totally certain where the advertising files were kept.
Well, at some point, I take it that you mean these files that were to be taken out over the weekend were gathered up and parceled out, and you took one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know in advance which one you were going to take?
No, sir.
Who gave it to you?
I believe Mr. Reisner did.
Did he do it with any particular emphasis, or was it a random choice of files?
No, I don't think it was a random choice. I think it was
he gave it to you as a specific file he wanted you to keep.
That Mr. Magruder wanted me to keep, yes.
Would you describe the file?
It was a gray file folder. It was much like the one I have here.
Hold it up so we can see it. You're describing what I would call a letter-size, light gray file folder.
Legal size.
Legal size, light gray file folder.
That's correct.
Was it sealed or tied in any
No,
way?
it was much like this.
What was its thickness?
I would say possibly, gosh, I don't know, an inch and a half.
All right, what did you do with it when it was given to you?
It was in my briefcase, and I'm not just sure whether I put it in my briefcase or whether Mr. Reisner put it in my briefcase, but it was put in my briefcase.
What time was it?
Late afternoon now. We're talking maybe probably 6 o'clock, maybe around in there. It's hard to say. Then I took some files from my desk, which were important files to me, and files I was very concerned about. And those were our budget files.
Why were you concerned about that?
Because those were the most important files I maintained. And if there was a problem with our own office, or if there was any security problem, I certainly didn't want those to be published in the newspaper.
Back to the file that was placed or that you put in your briefcase. Did you put anything else in your briefcase?
Those budget files and the other file, just those.
All right, was that 2 or 3 files?
I believe there would have been 2 budget files. There were 3 ultimately. I think there were just 2 at that time.
Are they all gray? Was the blue one in the bunch?
No, sir, there was not.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Ask about the blue one.
Yes, sir.
What am I talking about?
Well, from what I've gathered and read, that's
a bad time to run out.
There was a blue file, and it contained the things that Mr. Liddy had given Mr. Magruder.
When did you find that out?
When I read the newspapers.
Did you look in that file?
No, sir, I did not.
Are you certain?
I am absolutely certain.
You open the cover?
No, sir.
You count the pages?
No, sir.
Did you sign a receipt for it?
No, sir.
You took it home. Where did you put it?
I believe that I put my briefcase in the closet.
It's locked.
Closet?
Or the briefcase?
I might have locked the briefcase.
Did you inquire of anyone why you should take it home, that particular one?
No. I gathered that it was an important file. Just like the budget files were very important to me, I guess that file was very important to Mr. Magruder.
Did anybody mention to you the word gemstone?
No, sir.
You know what gemstone means?
I don't know what it means. I've seen the word in the newspapers lately.
Have you ever seen a document like this?
No, sir, I have not.
I'm showing you a letter-sized document. It's bordered approximately 8 by 10 that says gemstone on the top, source, date, exodus, no descent. In other words, at the bottom. No, have you ever seen a document?
No, sir.
This, like a clear candy.
No, sir.
Mr. Chairman, was the record noted in this exhibit? Yes. Have you later learned what that is?
Well, speculation, sir.
Well, I don't want your speculation. But did you have any information at that time? Did you have any information at that time about the contents of that file that might relate to that document?
No, sir.
Did you ever later learn what was in that file?
No, not until very recently.
Well, do you know now what was in it?
Well, I can speculate what was in it.
You suspected that the gemstone material was in it?
I suspect that things which have no place in a political campaign were in it, yes, sir.
Right. Now, once again, Mr. Odle, I'm not trying to entrap you. I'm trying to establish the contents of that file. You've told us you don't, on June 17th, you did not know, that the weekend following June 17th, you did not look. My question is, did you later learn of your own knowledge what was in that file?
Oh, no. Never of my own knowledge, no, sir.
Were you ever told by a responsible official of the committee to re-elect the president?
No.
Or by anyone else?
No.
Was Reasoner ever requested to take that particular file home?
I don't know. I don't know how it happened. Maybe it...
Of course, that three-way conversation, was there a suggestion that Reasoner take it, and did he decline?
I'm not certain that could... Well...
What's your best recollection?
I don't think he declined, no. No, I don't think he declined. I think he said that his briefcase was full of the advertising files and that I should take this one or something like that.
Did you ask how come you were the one that was going to take that?
No, sir. I didn't. I would have if I had known it was in it.
I'm about through, Mr. Odle. I have a few other questions. In a Washington Post story on January 11th, 1973, it's alleged that as personnel director for CRP, you spent the weekend, I assume the weekend following the Watergate incident, moving from office to office inside the headquarters, inventorying files, perhaps removing some. According to one source, whenever Odle would go into a court's office, he would order everyone else out of the area. No files or records are destroyed, reportedly, prior to LaRue and Mardian's return to the West Coast on June 19th. That's the Washington Post on 9/2072. Do you have any knowledge of that newspaper account? Can you confirm it or deny it?
I can certainly deny it, and I believe that the reporters that wrote it would deny it today, too, if they were asked. I don't know how that all came to be. I destroyed no piece of paper, not one shred of paper in connection with the Watergate. Now let me make a couple of things perfectly clear. I didn't enter the District of Columbia on that Sunday, and I didn't shred any papers that Saturday, and I didn't conduct a file search and shred anything the next week. What I did was to be as helpful to agents of the FBI and the grand jury, and since then Common Cause, the Democratic National Committee, the Senate Select Committee, and a lot of other committees, to go through the committee and provide documents. Now, last night, for example, one of the staff members of this committee said, Mr. Odle, I know you're going to be busy tomorrow. You have to go to the Senate. Before you do at 10, could you go through the files and get us floor plans of 10 different committee floors and bring them to us because we need it for some function? That is an example of the kind of thing I've been doing since last June. Now, sure, well, I'm glad to be cooperative. I've become a professional witness lately and a bit of a professional file provider, and that's fine. But when one goes through offices and finds files, that does not necessarily mean that he takes those files and shreds them. It could mean that he turns them over to the grand jury, which is precisely what I was doing. Now, in terms of going into Mr. McCord's office, Mr. McCord didn't have a private office. It was a security office, and it was an area where there were a lot of guards sitting around drinking coffee and smoking and talking with one another. There came a time with FBI agents where we wanted to go into that office, and the FBI wanted to meet one of the men in there and talk to him. And then the FBI wanted to go through the files. And sure, we asked all of the people to leave the room.
I think that's enough. I have one.
But Senator, it's just incredible the number of times those kinds of things have been in the newspapers. If I could just mention one example, which is kind of typical, and this is not the fault of anybody here or anyone else, and I don't even think it's the fault of reporters because I don't think that they've been malicious. But there was a story in the Post, and it was a column, and it said that a diary was found, a diary belonging to Eugene Martinez. And that diary belonging to Eugene Martinez had in it initials, R-O-H-P and J-M. It said this could be coincidence, but those are probably the initials of Robert Odle, Jim McCord, and Herbert Porter. What later turned out to happen was that diary was captured by FBI agents on June 26, a week after the burglary. Those were the initials of the FBI agents. Those were the initials of the FBI agents who had initialed it for their own purposes of evidence. But yet the retraction that appeared in Washington was not one that I saw. And as we go through this thing, we find time and time again where people who have been trying to be helpful have found themselves in the newspapers for just totally innocent acts, and acts which we undertook to be of assistance.
Mr. Odle, I think you've been extremely cooperative, and I might say that the reason I'm asking you about these newspaper accounts is precisely for the reason that you speak up, because so far, people of the United States have based their judgment, if they have a judgment, on newspaper accounts, television, and radio reporting, as they properly should. Right. The press has done us $1 billion worth of staff work investigation, but the legitimate function of this committee, it seems to me, is to find out what witnesses say about particular allegations made in the press. I have only one other that I'd like to ask in that respect. I refer to an article in the Washington Post on December 23rd, 1972. The synopsis of it is, Robert C. Odle reportedly gave to Jeb Magruder a confidential, eyes-only memorandum purporting to set out all payments made by CRP to McCord. The memorandum reportedly lists 18 payments to McCord, the largest being $1,091.56 for security services.
Sir, that memorandum is a copy of a memorandum that I prepared for the FBI, that I turned over to the U.S. Attorney, and that I testified to at the grand jury. It's merely a copy for information. One of the first requests of the Bureau was for a complete listing of every check that had gone to McCord or McCord Associates. I went down to the Finance Committee, went through the files, we found all the checks, and we made a list. We put a list together, and I sent that to the United States Attorney, and I sent a copy to Mr. Magruder saying this is a copy of what I've given to the U.S. Attorney. Again, there's an example of where we've tried to be helpful, and we find ourselves getting in print as a result of that.
I think you've been a forthcoming witness. I'm grateful for your help. It's been a long time, and you've been now under inquiry, and I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Odle, as chief counsel, I do want to state that you've been very cooperative with this committee. But since certain of these questions come out, which would have come out at another time, we would have actually come back before this committee, I think it's appropriate that we complete this line of question. And following up on Senator Baker's questioning concerning the telephone conversation, which you had together with Mr. Reisner and Mr. Magruder shortly after the break-in, were you on an extension line with Mr. Reisner and Mr. Magruder? And did you hear Mr. Magruder's telephone conversation?
As I reconstructed, yes, there were two telephone instruments in Mr. Magruder's office, and I believe that I was on one and Mr. Reisner was on the other.
And I know you're trying to recall back a certain period of time now, but you used the term, the instruction to get a strategic file. Put in the conversation and get the sensitive file. Could that have been the term used?
I don't believe that term was used. And I also sort of believe that strategy file was my term. I think that I was applying it to that.
And if you were on the line with Mr. Reisner,
Yes.
Listening to Mr. Magruder.
Yes.
Is it then your testimony that you did not hear Mr. Magruder say to Mr. Reisner, with you on the line, get the gemstone full?
Oh, no, sir.
Now, did you have a conversation with Mr. Robert Houston around this time concerning the files that Mr. McCord kept in the security room?
Yes. Not at that time, I don't believe. I believe the following week.
And could you tell us what that conversation was?
I was curious as to what was in the files and what was down there.
Had you asked Mr. Houston or discussed with Mr. Houston removal of anything from that file?
Mr. Houston indicated that there were some personal effects belonging to Mr. McCord, pictures and the like that he was going to return. He mentioned that to me. I don't remember any other discussion of removal of anything else. As I say, I did sort of go through there to see what was in it. Mr. McCord no longer being with us, it was sort of my responsibility to do that. And then I also went through the files at some length with the FBI agents, I believe.
And when you went through Mr. McCord's file, was this a file that was open, or was this a locked file?
It would have been kept locked at night, probably. It was open when I went through it, I believe.
Could you just briefly describe what was in the file when you went through it?
Security reports, things like that, the ID system that we maintained. When people left papers out on their desk or forgot to lock the file cabinets, there were security reports written up, the normal kinds of things.
Did you notice any electronic equipment?
Yes, there was electronic equipment there, but it was basically the kind of stuff, as I remember, that we used at the committee, for example, the alarm system. The various doors of the committee offices were alarmed, and there was a central alarm system there, so if one of them was open in the middle of the night, it would ring, and that sort of thing, and the closed-circuit television. And it's possible that machine which he leased to check for countermeasures would have been there.
Were you aware of any tapes that were in the file?
No.
Did you see any tapes?
You know, that's an interesting question. I don't think so. There might have been, but I don't remember.
Now, do you recall Mr. Houston ever discussing with you or telling you that he removed that material from Mr. McCord's file?
Well, the things he talked about were Mr. McCord's pictures and his personal diplomas and certificates and memorabilia.
And you do not know of your own knowledge that whether or not he did remove that, the materials you discussed, the electronic equipment or any other materials from that file?
There may have been some things that belonged to Mr. McCord personally, which he removed. You know,
what kinds of things are you talking about?
Well, again, I don't know. He just said that he was going to return Mr. McCord's personal possessions to him, and I said I saw no problem with that. I assumed that they included these, things I was referring to.
As the administrator, did he ever give you a report, an inventory or something of what he took out of that file to return to Mr. McCord?
No, there was a 2-page listing of things that were in the room that I saw at one point, but those were not the things that were removed.
Now, do you know the name Gary Bittenbender?
That's the policeman that came by that day.
Yes. And had you ever known him before?
No, I never met him.
And did he ever come again?
No, I've never seen him since.
Now, the chart that you have described shows Mr. McCord actually working under you. Is that not true?
Pardon?
The chart that you have described on this committee
yes,
shows Mr. McCord working under your supervision.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, did there ever come a time when Mr. McCord was assigned to work under Mr. Liddy's supervision?
No, sir.
Did you have any knowledge that he was working under Mr. Liddy's
Absolutely
supervision?
not.
Did you ever see Mr. McCord and Mr. Liddy together at the committee?
Not really. I may have seen him in the hall a couple of times.
Now, you have mentioned, and I think you've already identified a memorandum from the committee on committee stationery to the Attorney General back in 1971. I think you've also indicated that Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Strawn kept a fairly constant liaison with the committee.
Yes.
Are you aware of memorandum
right, Mr. Dash.
Well, let me show you. Let me show you a particular memorandum in 1972 from the White House and see if. Could you just read not the material, but what that memorandum is captioned, who it's from, and to whom it is?
It's from Mr. Fred Malik to Mr. Magruder. That's coordinating functions for the campaign organization.
And on what stationery is that?
White House stationery.
And what date is that?
February 9.
And you were at the committee at that time, were you?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that kind of memorandum that would come over from the White House?
Well, I have not read this memorandum, but I would not think it unusual for somebody at the White House to say to somebody at the committee what their thoughts were with respect to campaign structure organization. People at the White House wanted to see the president reelected. I don't know that there were hundreds of such memorandums, but they wouldn't, without reading it, it wouldn't.
Would you want to briefly read that memorandum to yourself?
Yeah, it's a memorandum from describing, it's titled Coordinating Functions for the Campaign Organization. I think that's an accurate description of what it discusses.
And does it relate to the role of the Attorney General in the strategy?
Yes, it does.
And would you say that memorandum is merely a suggestion, or does it go further than that?
I would say it's a strong suggestion. I think that Mr. Malik and Mr. Magruder at that time were, I don't think either one of them was in a position to instruct the other.
I think so that we now know what's in that memorandum. Would you please read it into the record, please?
I saw a copy of that. I read that myself.
Neither the record nor the committee presumably have seen this rather lengthy memorandum. I wonder if council will supply a copy to us so we get the full burden and thrust of what you're talking about. And if we want to break for lunch or some such, we can take up this question later. But I'm sure I can't follow what the witness is talking about at this point. And I'd like to see a copy of this or any other exhibit that's handed that has content before we proceed.
Senator Mackey will make copies and provide that and follow that procedure. Now, by the way, in going over the chart, what was the role of Mr. Bart Porter?
Mr. Porter was Director of Scheduling.
Mr. Powell Moore?
Mr. Powell Moore was Assistant Director of Public Affairs.
And now, at the time, have you met or do you know or did you ever work with Mr. Krogh in the White House?
I knew Mr. Krogh at the White House, yes.
And while you were at the White House, did you ever attend a Justice Department task force meeting with Mr. Krogh, Mr. Marty, and the FBI?
No, sir.
Chairman, for the time being, that's the questions I have. Could Mr. Odle, could you briefly come back prior after the lunch just so that we can, the members of the committee can see this memorandum and we can perhaps inquire into it?
What time would that be, Mr. Davis?
I might state this gavel was given to me by the chief of the Eastern Band of Cherokees to sign over this meeting. The committee must take a recess till 2 o'clock. Very good.
So after more than 2 hours of questioning, former campaign aide Robert Odle has dissected the operations of the committee to re-elect the president. He's informed the senators that John Mitchell was making key decisions for the committee, even while still Attorney General. And he discussed his actions following the arrest of the man he hired to protect committee headquarters. Following the senator's lunch break, he'll return to the stand to testify about White House involvement in the campaign. While we pause here, a question for viewers. Do you approve or disapprove of this type of unabridged coverage of important events by public television? We'd like to hear from you at Impact, P.O. Box 300, Washington, D.C. 20044. Impact's coverage of the hearings will continue after we take a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, Impact continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
As the hearings resume, campaign aide Robert Odle returns to the witness stand.
Committee will come to order. Council was preparing for asking questions of Mr. Odle when we recess.
Mr. Odle. Now, Mr. Odle, I think all members of the committee have received a copy of the memorandum. And if there's no objection, I would like you, if you would read that into the record. I did not have anything for us.
Indicated my desire to have a copy which council has now supplied. I understand, Mr. Nash, that this material was supplied in response to subpoena due Ms. Teacom on the committee to re-elect the president.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, it was received last night, and that particular memorandum was given to me by my staff just prior to my asking the question.
Well, I have no objection. I'm sure we'll have copies in advance.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Dash.
Now, Mr. Odle, would you please read it, and in reading it, would you please indicate the classification that apparently appears on that memorandum?
Okay. It It says confidential eyes only, memorandum for Jeb Magruder from Fred Malik, subject to coordinating functions for the campaign organization, stated February 9th, 1972. I have given further thought to our conversation of last night and to your February 7th memorandum to the Attorney General. Since I do not yet have an in-depth knowledge of the campaign operation, it is difficult for my observations to be precise. Nevertheless, I do have some reservations about the recommendations contained in that memorandum which can best be expressed in writing. Planning. My reservations on your recommendations pertain mainly to the suggested planning process, but also to the responsibility for implementation. Mr. Dash, you want me to read the entire memorandum here? You want me to read the substance of the entire memorandum? Is that
yes, please. It's not that long.
Planning process. As you know, the Attorney General has asked me to devise a management audit system by which it can track overall progress and identify major problem areas for corrective action. Naturally, an integral part of such a system is the establishment of benchmarks by which progress is to be judged or ensured a plan. Based upon my preliminary thinking on this, I have tentatively concluded that the planning system should incorporate the following characteristics. The principal focal point of the planning should be the states, with the emphasis given to key states, rather than the functional areas such as voter block activities, telephone, direct mail, etc. Planning by state will help to highlight and direct management attention to progress on building voter support to carry individual states, the key to victory. Planning of the functional activities within a state should be based upon a clearly defined strategy for obtaining the needed votes for carrying that state, spelling out, for example, the needed vote margin by distinctive geographical areas, and the organizing and persuasion tactics which will be utilized. As is implicit in the above 2 points, the planning should provide a sound basis for tracking progress and identifying problem areas for corrective action. The line officials who will be held accountable for results, principally the state chairman, should feel as though they have the lead in developing the plans affecting their areas of responsibility. Naturally, exercising quality control, the National Campaign Organization must ensure the plans fit the overall re-election strategy and capitalize on polling information. From our conversation, I would say you generally agree with this. However, from reading your memorandum, your position on these principles is not clear. I believe they should be clarified prior to proceeding with development of the planning system. Responsibility for implementation. I believe there is a strong argument for having Bob Merrick perform this function in view of his sound knowledge of the campaign operations and his access to research information. However, it is important for the controller to be intimately involved, since these plans will provide the basis for tracking progress and identifying problems. To do this effectively, the controller must ensure that the plans provide a sound basis for monitoring campaign effectiveness. Also, he must be thoroughly familiar with their content. Perhaps we can meet the needs and capitalize on the strengths of both individuals by also giving the controller a definite part of this responsibility. Formal decision-making process. I really wonder whether the sort of staff secretariat operation which you suggest is necessary. Since the procedure has undoubtedly been helpful up to now, since the Attorney General is not yet present and his responsibilities have been shifting with the growth of this organization. However, with the Attorney General coming on board full-time soon, with him taking a more direct supervisory role over the field operations, and with the division of responsibilities between the principals being clarified, I question the need for a staff secretariat system. In fact, it may be counterproductive. Such systems are inevitably cumbersome and therefore not conducive to the need for fast decisions as the campaign heats up. Also, due to the sensitivity of the information and the need for speedy action, many of the decisions will undoubtedly be handled verbally, particularly toward the end of the campaign. This would undermine the staff secretariat's ability to coordinate effectively. I recognize the abuse which can be perpetrated without such a system. However, given the nature of campaign management, the answer lies in appointing competent division managers and making sure they have a clear understanding of their respective responsibilities rather than creating a cumbersome staff secretariat system. Of course, the Attorney General should and will decide this matter. I believe it would be a disservice, however, to try to persuade him to lean on a staff secretariat system rather than bringing in the most competent managers possible. Clearly, It says confidential, eyes only, memorandum for Jeb Magruder from Fred Malik, subject coordinating functions for the campaign organization, stated February 9th, 1972. I have given further thought to our conversation of last night and to your February 7 memorandum to the Attorney General. Since I do not yet have an in-depth knowledge of the campaign operation, it is difficult for my observations to be precise. Nevertheless, I do have some reservations about the recommendations contained in that memorandum, which can best be expressed in writing. Planning. My reservations on your recommendations pertain mainly to the suggested planning process, but also to the responsibility for implementation. Mr. Dash, you want me to read the entire memorandum here? You want me to read the substance in the entire memorandum? Is that?
I think yes, please. It's not that long.
Planning process. As you know, the Attorney General has asked me to devise a management audit system by which he can track overall progress and identify major problem areas for corrective action. Naturally, an integral part of such a system is the establishment of benchmarks by which progress is to be judged, or in short, a plan. Based upon my preliminary thinking on this, I have tentatively concluded that the planning system should incorporate the following characteristics. The principal focal point of the planning should be the states, with the emphasis given to key states, rather than the functional areas such as voter block activities, telephone, direct mail, etc. Planning by state will help to highlight and direct management attention to progress on building voter support to carry individual states, the key to victory. Planning of the functional activities within a state should be based upon a clearly defined strategy for obtaining the needed votes for carrying that state, spelling out, for example, the needed vote margin by distinctive geographical areas and the organizing and persuasion tactics which will be utilized. As is implicit in the above 2 points, the planning should provide a sound basis for tracking progress and identifying problem areas for corrective action. The line officials who will be held accountable for results, principally the state chairman, should feel as though they have the lead in developing the plans affecting their areas of responsibility. Naturally, exercising quality control, the National Campaign Organization must ensure the plans fit the overall re-election strategy and capitalize on polling information. From our conversation, I would say you generally agree with this. However, from reading your memorandum, your position on these principles is not clear. I believe they should be clarified prior to proceeding with development of a planning system. Responsibility for implementation. I believe there is a strong argument for having Bob Merrick perform this function in view of his sound knowledge of the campaign operations and his access to research information. However, it is important for the controller to be intimately involved, since these plans will provide the basis for tracking progress and identifying problems. To do this effectively, the controller must ensure that the plans provide a sound basis for monitoring campaign effectiveness. Also, he must be thoroughly familiar with their content. Perhaps we can meet the needs and capitalize on the strengths of both individuals by also giving the controller a definite part of this responsibility. Formal decision-making process. I really wonder whether the sort of staff secretariat operation which you suggest is necessary. Since the procedure has undoubtedly been helpful up to now, since the Attorney General is not yet present and his responsibilities have been shifting with the growth of this organization. However, with the Attorney General coming on board full-time soon, with him taking a more direct supervisory role over the field operations, and with the division of responsibilities between the principals being clarified, I question the need for a staff secretariat system. In fact, it may be counterproductive. Such systems are inevitably cumbersome and therefore not conducive to the need for fast decisions as the campaign heats up. Also, due to the sensitivity of the information and the need for speedy action, many of the decisions will undoubtedly be handled verbally, particularly toward the end of the campaign. This would undermine the staff secretariat's ability to coordinate effectively. I recognize the abuse which can be perpetrated without such a system. However, given the nature of campaign management, the answer lies in appointing competent division managers and making sure they have a clear understanding of their respective responsibilities rather than creating a cumbersome staff secretariat system. Of course, the Attorney General should and will decide this matter. I believe it would be a disservice, however, to try to persuade him to lean on a staff secretariat system rather than bringing in the most competent managers possible, clearly laying out the responsibilities and then holding them fully accountable for results. These are, of course, my initial reactions based on quite limited knowledge. Please note I am not now stating how it should be done, but merely laying out possible problems that need to be addressed before we get locked in. Because of the above reservations, I recommend you either pull back the memorandum or ask the Attorney General to delay acting on it pending a further coordination with me. Another option would be for me to inform the Attorney General of my reservations and ask him to defer the decision. However, I do not think this is desirable and would prefer that you and I work it out in the spirit of cooperation that must become our trademark. Frankly, I was taken by surprise last night. After a discussion on Friday about the need for teamwork and my openly discussing my role, I was surprised that you unilaterally submitted to the Attorney General recommendations having a profound impact on my area of responsibility and my working relationships with him. This was the reason for my rather vigorous reaction. In any case, we covered that ground fairly thoroughly last night, and I'm confident that in the future we can work together on matters of this sort and resolve or spell out any differences prior to submitting recommendations.
All right. I won't ask you any further questions of that memorandum, Mr. Odle. It wasn't your memorandum, but I'll just put to you on the question of the memorandum that come from the White House and the format. And could that memorandum be submitted and identified as an exhibit? Now, could we have I needed somebody to pick up the memorandum.
Mark, exhibit and then we'll sign the number.
Would you pick up the memorandum?
Drop the number to it.
Yeah, and will the reporter assign the appropriate number to it? To the reporter? Would you give it to the reporter, please? Now, would you give this? I only have one further memorandum and question for you. No. Would you give that to the witness, please? Now, Mr. Odle, you have before you a copy of a memorandum that has the word sample above it.
Yes.
With the letterhead of Committee for the Election of the President. Have you seen this sample memorandum prior to today?
Yes. This is we had at the committee a staff manual. And it told about everything from how to make coffee to how to write memos to how to use the telephones and Watts lines and things like that. It was very...
All right, now this being a sample and part of the staff manual, this was showing how would it be fair to say that this was a part of the staff manual and a sample of directing a memorandum for Mr. Haldeman, how one would direct that?
That's correct. This was just showing that if one at the committee were going to write a memorandum to Mr. Haldeman or someone else at the White House, that this would be the form that one would use.
And does it show at the bottom that a copy would be also sent to Mr. Ehrlichman?
Well, it does, but only as a sample. This whole memorandum is a sample. No, it wouldn't have been that all memorandums to Mr. Haldeman wouldn't have.
Right, but would it indicate that that memorandum from the Committee for the Re-election of President to the White House at least went in sufficient number that you required a sample of a form to use so that you would have a routine method?
Yes, we did want to have a routine method, and because of all the new secretaries who were coming on board and all of the various new people on the campaign staff, we did want to have some sort of standard memorandum format which everyone used.
I wanted to pick it up again. All right. Now, would you pick up the memorandum? And that's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Odle.
One or two questions. As I understand the significance of this first memorandum, the February 9 memorandum, first of all, it's a memorandum which came from the White House to the committee. And secondly, it refers the fact that the Attorney General asked Mr. Malik to devise a management audit system at a time when he was still Attorney General on February the 9th. As I understand, he resigned March the 1st as Attorney General. And it does reflect those two facts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It would seem to be my impression that the Senate's interest in the memorandum was not in the substance of the memorandum, but rather the fact that
something was sent
went back and forth, which is a perfectly natural thing for.
That's all. That's all the questions I have, Mr.
Chairman. Yes, Chairman, I have no further questions, but I can't resist the temptation to say to Mr. Odle that he's been a very good witness. He's been very forthcoming. He's testified at great length, and it was brought to my attention a few minutes ago that when his testimony was interrupted for us to go to lunch, that one of the networks played To Tell the Truth.
Well, Senator, I appreciate that comment very much. I would say this: if I said I was happy to be here completely, I'd be committing perjury.
Mr. Odle, I have a question or two. You stated this morning that G. Gordon Liddy and Jeb Stuart Magruder went out on the best of terms.
Yes, sir. That was my impression.
Do you know what was the cause of their lack of goodwill?
Well, I can give you one reason, and probably not that important, but I moved Mr. Liddy's office at one point from the 4th floor to the 8th floor, and Mr. Liddy very vigorously objected to that and tried to get me to change it, and I said, I'm just not going to do that. I can't. I need the space. And he appealed that to Mr. Magruder, and Mr. Magruder said, I don't want to get involved in office space. Whatever Odle says about office space is what I'm going to do. And they had a number of serious battles about the location of Mr. Liddy's office. I mean, that's just one example. I think that Mr. Liddy was a little bit older than Mr. Magruder and possibly didn't like working for a younger man, but that's speculation on my part.
Now, you spoke this morning of a shredder.
Yes, sir.
A shredder is a machine that's used to destroy documentary matters in such a way that they can, like Humpty Dumpty, they can't be put together again. Isn't that so?
Yes, sir, it is.
And it's used to destroy useless papers, and it's also used to destroy papers which the destroyer wishes to have concealed from identification and reading, isn't it?
Well, I would suppose so. It was used primarily during the campaign so that people wouldn't come into our offices and maybe co-opt the cleaning crew. You know, that happened in the '68 campaign to the Nixon campaign in that very same building. A columnist in Washington came in and talked to the cleaning people and said, we would like your waste paper. And so that was just one way of seeing that that columnist didn't get our waste paper.
Yes. In other words, you didn't want the general public. The purpose of a shredder is to make it certain that the documents cannot come to the attention, the contents of the document cannot come to the attention of anyone who might be interested outside of the organization in reading those documents.
I would think that would be a fair statement, especially those people who, at that time, we were running against.
Now, ordinarily, the purpose of a document is to preserve a record of what the document records, isn't it?
I would suppose so.
And what is the purpose of making a record and then destroying that record?
Well, sir, I don't know that there was. I would think that the basic purpose of that shredding machine we were talking about was to pick up the waste paper in the evening and not the documents. You know, let me just say one thing. We tried from the beginning to save documents because we thought that this campaign was, despite these other situations, was a fairly organized, well-run, fairly efficient campaign. That seems funny now, I know, but we did think that, and we wanted to save the documents because we thought it might be interesting for a scholar to look back at 100 years and I can only tell you about our intention. In light of recent events, that may appear funny, but I think the point I'm making you'll find interesting. So we did save documents, Senator. We saved many of them, and you know right now there are 1,500 cubic feet of committee documents that have been available at various times to the United States Attorney, the FBI, the Grand Jury, Common Cause, the Democratic National Committee, and the Senate Select Committee. And we've been working with all of those committees and panels and making those documents available. So, you know, the thing that did not happen after the election was that we took all of those documents and shredded them. We took them all and we put them all together, and they're housed in one location right now pretty much, and they're there. And they were not shredded, and they were not destroyed.
Well, in the normal course of events, a man who, or an organization which is proud of its good deeds and wants them recorded in history, preserves documents, doesn't it?
Yes,
sir. Has no use for a shredder.
Well, I don't know that I could agree with that. For example, let's say I was preparing a document for the Budget Committee's review and analysis, and in the course of preparing that document, I made a lot of notes, and then those notes went into the thing, and I threw the notes away. Senator, in the middle of that campaign, I would not have wanted those notes on the front page of the Washington Post, because that would have given away some of our campaign strategy.
Well, you could have locked them in a filing cabinet, couldn't you?
Waste paper? You could have. I know a Senate campaign that did that. They rented a warehouse, and they stored all of the waste paper in the warehouse.
Well, if you're not going to do anything with the record except throw it in a waste paper basket or put in a shredder, why do you make it?
These were notes. I was talking about a case where I might have where I might be writing a memorandum or making up something that I would be sending to the Budget Committee, and I would be having all of these notes and taking things from the notes and putting them in. I throw the notes away. I'm talking now about the waste paper. The basic purpose of the shredder, Senator, was not to dispose of documents or records. It was to dispose of waste paper.
And to destroy waste paper in such a manner that its contents could not be resurrected.
Yes, sir.
Now, I believe you said on the 17th that G. Gordon Liddy came into the offices of the committee to re-elect the president and asked whether there was shredder.
Yes, he asked where the large shredding machine was located. Yes, he did.
Was he the man ordinarily charged with the duty of disposing of waste paper?
No, sir.
Well, you told him where the shredder was,
yes,
you say, and he took the shredder and he shredded some documents, didn't he?
Yes.
Do you know where the documents came from that
no.
He shredded? Did he shred any documents that were in your custody?
Absolutely not.
Now, he was a man that was supposed to be in charge of intelligence operations, wasn't he?
That is what it appears to be.
Do you think it's reasonable to draw the inference that the documents he was shredding were documents related to intelligence activities?
I do now, sir, today.
Yeah.
I did not then.
Now, who else was present at that time?
Who else?
Who else heard him ask for the shredder or saw him use the shredder?
I don't think anybody was there.
Were there any papers after that shredded by anybody else?
I didn't see any shredding that day besides that.
Yes, subsequent, there was some papers shredded. Was Robert Martin present at that time?
No, sir. I believe he was in California.
And how long after this event was it before he returned from California?
I believe he returned the following week.
Do you know anything about any shredding of papers after his return?
No, sir, I do not. I have read in the newspapers, as you have, that he and one other individual shredded papers. I had no knowledge of that, and I did not see them shred papers. And there was something referred to as a house cleaning. If that existed, I did not see it.
Did you know nothing of any other papers being shredded after the break-in?
That's exactly correct.
Do you know whether there was anybody kept a record in the committee as to amounts of money that was disbursed for intelligence work?
No, sir, I don't. I assume the Finance Committee people whose job it was to keep records kept records. I was not involved in that area.
Have you found, in your searches in assisting the FBI and the various committees you mentioned, have you found any papers which disclosed how much money was paid to G. Gordon Liddy?
No, sir.
To E. Howard Hunt?
No, sir, I have not.
Well, is any further questions?
I have one.
Okay. Senator Garney, do you have any?
Mr. Odle, we worried the meat off the bone of that phone call at quite some length this morning, but there are one or two other questions I would like to ask you about it. I'm referring to the phone call between Mr. Magruder and you and Mr. Reisner. Who initiated the phone call?
I don't know. I can't remember. It could have been me. It could have been Mr. Reisner.
Or was it initiated from Washington?
I believe it was.
And why was it initiated?
I guess just to discuss the state of the situation at that point, sir.
You mean to discuss the Watergate break-in? With
Yes,
Mr.
I
Magruder?
guess, and the fact that our security officer was involved in it.
I understand the phone call was made from Mr. Magruder's office, is that
Yes,
correct?
that's right.
Well, now, how far is that from your office?
It's about 20 feet from door to door.
How was it that you and Mr. Reasoner happened to be together at the time that this phone call was made?
Sir, I can't reconstruct that. It certainly wasn't unusual for us. Mr. Reasoner's office, Mr. Magruder's office, and my office all opened onto a common area, hall.
Well, but it was a very unusual phone call, and of course, it is the most important piece of testimony you have given today, and that's why I'm...
Yes, I know that, Senator, and I'm trying to be helpful. But, you know, to reconstruct events that didn't seem at that point that important is a difficult thing. I mean, at that point, the most important concern that I had was, you know, what are we going to do about this guard force, and do we have men coming on in the morning, and what are we to do to replace Mr. McCord? Those were my concerns. That was my problem at that point. That was what seemed very significant to me. I suddenly found myself very personally in charge of something that I didn't know a great deal about.
Is that why you called Mr. Magruder, to discuss those matters with him?
We probably have discussed that. I think I said to him, well, I think I'll have to hire somebody, and he said, yes, you will.
And you say the phone call was made late in the afternoon.
I believe so.
Had Mr. Reasoner been with you all of the day? And
No,
when did he join you?
I saw him for the first time late in the afternoon on that Saturday.
Did he come to see you, or did you go to see him?
Sir, our offices were just in an area almost the size of that conference table.
But you didn't discuss any matters with him until late in the afternoon?
I don't believe so.
Well, was the matter that you saw him about late in the afternoon, let us make a phone call to Mr. Magruder?
At some point, it seemed appropriate to call Mr. Magruder. I just can't reconstruct, Senator, exactly why.
But that, as I understand it, is the reason why you and Mr. Reasoner got together late in the afternoon.
Well, that suggests that we decided in advance of that we must get together to call Mr. Magruder, and I mean, on the scale of important things that day, that was pretty low, and I can see in retrospect what you're driving at, and I do appreciate, sir, the importance of it.
How long was the phone call? Well, was it a short phone call or
maybe
a long
5-10 minutes?
And the discussion initiated was a recount to Mr. Magruder about the Watergate break-in and Mr. McCord and all of the events that you knew at that time.
We probably read him the wire stories, possibly. I mean, that might have been one thing that could have happened.
How did the discussion about the files come up? Who brought that up in the phone conversation?
I can't remember, but I assume that it was probably Mr. Magruder. I believe I was out of the office for a time and then came back in.
You mean you were out of the office during the time the phone call?
Part of the phone call, as I said before, yes.
You were not on the phone all the time?
That's correct.
And you feel it's after you came back into the office that the files were mentioned?
I don't know when the files were mentioned. The message I got from the phone call was, as I said, that one file was to be removed and that the advertising files were to be removed.
Well, now then, you received that information, you and Mr. Reason, and you were in Mr. Magruder's office. Then what happened? Was an immediate search made for the files?
No, I don't think so. I think that probably what happened was that Mr. Reasoner, who was more familiar with the way in which Mr. Magruder's desk was organized, would have taken the file. He either gave it to me, put it in my briefcase, something like that.
Well, now, is it your testimony that after... Well, let's go back a little. How did Mr. Magruder posed this question about the files. Did this seem to be a matter of urgency or a routine matter, or how did it appear to you?
He was concerned about it.
Why was he concerned?
He was concerned about it because he feared for the security, he said, of our building.
Well, now, of course, the break-in was done by one of your people. I say your people, one who was working for the committee to re-elect the president. Was there some feeling of apprehension that more of your people would raid your own files?
Sir, I don't know. I was possibly concerned about retribution. I was just concerned about general security. We had nobody any longer to handle it for us. I guess his feeling was that it would just be best if that file was out of the office until he returned.
But why? He must have had some reason.
We were concerned. I mean, you know, I took as I said, my budget files home for the weekend.
Was any mention made by Mr. Magruder about perhaps the issuance of a search warrant by anybody?
Not that I recall.
Aimed at these files?
No.
Had files ever been taken home before in this fashion that you...
Oh, I always used to take some files home to work on over a Sunday.
Well, but I'm talking about security reasons.
No, not his. No.
All right, now the phone conversation is finished. And an important part of that was these files, the security of them, obviously a very important point. What happened after the phone conversation was over?
Well, I assume that either Mr. Reasoner gave me the file or put it on my desk or something like that.
Well, I know, but there you are. You got a phone, and Reasoner's got a phone, and you put them down, and then something happens. What happened?
Senator, I am trying to be as cooperative as I can, but to answer that question is to try to invent something.
Well, was a search made for the files immediately?
I don't think a search that was necessary. Mr. Reasoner was pretty familiar with the way in which Mr. Magruder's desk was organized.
Well, did he go to the desk and open a drawer or something?
Senator, if I could remember that, I would tell you. It's very hard to reconstruct a day that's almost a year ago. I've told you, everything I can think of that relates to that activity.
Well, let me ask this then. You have no recollection about the search for the files. That is your testimony?
Yes. I have no recollection of that, right. I didn't go through his desk or search his file cabinets.
Well, were you in... How long did you stay in the room after the phone call?
Sir, I just don't know.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think it was 5 minutes or an hour?
Well, it was probably a lot closer to 5 minutes than it was to an hour.
Now then, did you come back later and receive the file that you were going to take home from Mr. Reasoner?
That's possible, and another possibility is that Mr. Reasoner brought it into my office.
Well, can't we pin it down better than possibilities?
Well, I just, can't quite exactly recollect how it happened. I think that he gave it to me standing there, he gave it to me in my office, something like that, or he set it in my office.
Is it your testimony then that you had left the office, Magruder's office, and returned to your own after the phone call? And that the file was brought to you there by Mr. Reasoner?
I'm not sure, Senator. I'm just not sure.
When did you go home that day?
I went to with my wife to a play that night, to dinner afterwards.
Well, I say when. When did you leave the office?
7 o'clock, I think.
And the phone call was when?
Late afternoon.
Now, what about the size? I understand there were two files, one that you took and one that Mr. Reasoner took. Is that correct?
I believe he took more than one. I think he took a number of advertising files. I believe that They filled up his briefcase, and he also...
Well, why is that? Why do you have that recollection? Did he have these files in his hand at the same time he had the file that you were going to take? And
no,
I
think that what happened is he had mentioned at one point that his briefcase was full of these files.
Was this when he was in your office?
Or when I was in Mr. Magruder's office with him.
When you were in Mr. Magruder's office with him?
It could have been. Probably it was then.
That he said what now?
I think his indication was that I was asked to take another file home because his files were filling up his briefcase.
But wasn't there a discussion about these files being taken home earlier in the phone conversation with Mr. Magruder?
Yes, and I think that that's the reason, because when he had these advertising files, they were filling up his briefcase.
But was it your understanding at the phone call that you were going to take part of the files too? Is that right?
Well, I think that they had been discussing that, and that when...
You all had been.
Yeah, that's right. And then I had gone out of the office, I believe, and come back in.
So it really wasn't a matter of a lot of files in one briefcase. It was a matter of both of you were going to take some files home.
Yes, but I think that perhaps the reason for that was that he had all the files he could carry, or he felt he could carry.
What did he say to you when he handed you the file that you were going to take home? Do you recall? Did he say anything? Well, did he say, guard this carefully, or what?
I don't have a recollection of that.
Well, did you understand that you were to guard it carefully, or
I felt it was an important file.
And my recollection is that you carried the file home and put it in a closet with a briefcase and
yes.
Stayed there during the weekend.
Yes.
And then you brought it back Monday morning?
Yes.
Well, describe that now. What happened when you
I brought it back, and Mr. Magruder was there, and I gave it to Mr. Magruder.
Mr. Magruder was where?
Well, I gave it to Mr. Magruder in his office.
This is first thing Monday morning?
I don't know. It was sometime Monday. I don't know that he was back first thing Monday morning.
But it was sometime Monday morning?
I believe it was sometime Monday.
You don't know whether it was morning or afternoon?
No, I don't. Whenever he got back and asked for it.
Well, now, can you describe the circumstances surrounding the return of the file? Here's a file that you're protecting over the weekend because this is important. You bring it back Monday morning. It seems to me that you would be concerned about what to do with it, so tell us about it.
Well, I believe he, in the course of being in his office with him, he asked me for the file, and I went and got the file and gave it to him.
In other words, you had it in your office and did not return it to his office until he asked for it. Is that correct?
I believe that's what happened.
What did he say when he asked you for the file?
The file you took home, may I have it? I said yes.
Did he go to your office and ask you?
No, I believe I've been trying to see him that day, and I believe he'd seen a couple other people before he had seen me. And then when I got to see him about some other matters, that subject came up.
And then, can you tell us anything further about what happened when you handed over the file to him? Did he make any comment, remark, or anything?
No, I don't believe so.
Did he seem relieved or elated or depressed or otherwise?
I don't recollect that. I think he felt it was I think he felt it was a serious file.
Did he look at the file?
No.
Put it on the desk, was that it?
I suppose.
You don't recall?
No.
You mentioned that you were a consultant now at the Committee to Re-elect. What is that job?
I'm working on the winding down of committee offices, working on some of the bills that are to be paid, selling furniture, that sort of thing, attempting to wind it down. I've also been spending a great deal of time, as I say, the various committees looking into these matters and providing documents and things.
Does your job consultant mean that you're no longer a paid employee?
No, I am salaried on a daily basis.
Just one other question. Did you handle any cash payments at all during your time with the committee to re-elect the president?
Yes. At one point in time, during the time after the president had mined the harbors at Haiphong, and the campaign committee was organizing in support of that activity, totally incidentally, I received $3,000 to $4,000 from Herbert Porter, which the money that I transferred to a couple of people.
Who were they?
Well, I remember one of them was Paul Jones, the director of our Black Vote Division, I think. One of the problems during the Haiphong thing was that we were spending money for things like buses and box lunches and other things like that.
What were the buses being used for?
The buses were being used to bring people to Washington to support, to rally in support of the president's mining of Haiphong, which, as you know, at that point was a very major issue.
What did these people do after they came to Washington?
Well, I assume they rallied and then they went home.
Where did they rally?
There was a rally on the Capitol steps, and there were some other activities in the metropolitan area. There was a vigil, I remember, at the Capitol building in support of that Haiphong thing.
And who was in charge of that?
Well, everybody was working on it, sir. The entire campaign apparatus that week went to work in support of what had happened. It was a very crucial time in the campaign. That policy was a very important and crucial policy, and everybody was working on it.
Well, you mean all 400 people?
Oh, yes, sir, absolutely. We did it publicly, and we did it overtly, and we did it honestly, and we were, incidentally, that is one thing. There's been some suggestion that what was done there in support of the president's mining at Haiphong was a dirty trick, or was something that we tried to hide, or was something like Watergate. It certainly didn't seem that way to us. We did it openly, publicly. We sent out memos to the staff about it. We called people on the telephone and asked them if they felt the way we did to send a telegram. We didn't order anybody to do it. I don't think there was anything wrong about it. The campaign committee kind of came together that week. Everybody pulled hard, worked hard. We didn't have that many presidential primaries, and we didn't have that much of an opportunity to test our state organizations out in the field, and that event gave us an opportunity to do that.
But wasn't some one person in overall charge of this operation?
Well, I think the campaign director probably was at that point.
No other person than that?
At the campaign committee?
Yes.
No.
And the campaign director?
I'm sorry. I would say that since the entire campaign was involved with this activity, that the campaign director, Mr. Mitchell, would have been in ultimate charge of that. Jeb Magruder, of course, was working on it. I worked on it full time.
What did you do?
I had the meetings. I organized different things. I went around to different people to check up and see how they were doing. I helped to write the reports on what we were doing, that sort of thing.
Well, now back to the cash payments that we started out on. You mentioned one cash payment was made to Paul Jones. And as I understand, that was in connection with this Haiphong operation?
Yes, it was.
Now, who was the other cash payment to?
Well, there could have been other cash payments. In other words, it could have been that Mr. Jones got all of it or part of it. I can't remember anybody else that I actually gave the cash to. We were only talking about $3,000 to $4,000. And I know that I believe, and I could be, giving Mr. Jones a problem he doesn't deserve, because it could have been somebody else than I gave Mr. Jones a check that I would have obtained from the finance committee. But my best recollection is that I did give him some cash, and he used that cash to charter buses.
Did you get a receipt for it?
No.
Why, all other disbursements were made, that is, by you, as I understand it, by check, is that correct?
I never signed checks. The finance committee was a dispersing office. They signed the checks and they made the cash disbursements we had the power of authorization.
You would authorize payments to be made?
Yes.
You actually did not make payments?
Correct.
And you cannot remember to whom else you may have made a cash payment?
Of that $4,000?
Yes.
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Odle, I recall your testimony this morning to the effect that prior to the Watergate break-in, you had never heard of E. Howard Hunt?
Yes, sir.
Am I to presume from that he was not on the payroll of your committee?
Yes, sir. We were asked about that, and we checked and found that he was not.
And you had no official relationship with him?
I've never seen him, met him, talked to him, or had any other kind of conversation with him.
Since that date?
Never.
You've never met him?
Never met him.
It's been reported that a former secretary of the White House Domestic Council has indicated that you're an occasional visitor to Mr. Hunt after the break-in.
What? I'm not aware of that it even has been reported, but it's not true.
You have never seen...
Are you referring, there was a story in the Post a long time ago about a secretary who worked for Mr. Liddy and Mr. Hunt at the White House, and that she was trying to describe telephone conversations between the White House and between that office. And I think she may have mentioned my name. That was a story. She was also the secretary just before that to one of my best friends who worked at the White House, and perhaps that's what she's thinking of. I am saying, sir, categorically, I have never talked to Howard Hunt, met him, seen him, written a memo to him, received a memorandum from him.
So to this date, you've never seen Mr. Hunt?
To this date, I have never seen Mr. Hunt. And in terms of Mr. Liddy, I met him for the first time in December at the campaign committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few questions, Mr. Odle. I know you've been very patient and very good on trying to refresh your recollections of the 17th. But let me see whether or not I might not be of some assistance in that regard. Is it true that on that particular evening, you and other members of the staff were in Magruder's office watching news on television?
We did watch, yes, we watched the evening news.
And just so that I'm trying to be helpful in placing the phone call. Is it true that the phone call took place after the television news? Do you recall that?
It could have, sir. I thought it took place before, but it could have taken place afterwards.
Well, who was present when the call was made?
I think just Mr. Reisner and myself.
When you were watching the television show, was anybody else in the room with you?
I think that one of the secretaries who was working that day, yes.
And so when the call was made, was Mrs. Odle present in the room while you were watching the television show?
She may have been. I don't believe she was. She arrived a little later.
In any event, when the call was made, there was just you and Mr. Reisner in Mr. Magruder's office. Now, did you ask Mr. Reisner what he was doing there at that time? It's rather late in the evening.
I don't remember that I did, no.
I know that you don't recall the reference to gemstone, but do the words sensitive material, does that ring a bell?
Sensitive material does not. Sometimes we used, the word sensitive does. I mean, sometimes you might label a memorandum in government or at the committee, I suppose, confidential, sensitive, possibly, but not sensitive material.
Now, did Mr. Magruder make the request that these particular files be searched for at the time that you were on the phone with them?
In other words, at the same moment in time that you and Mr. Reasoner were in this call with Mr. Magruder, was that the point in time I don't think
the request was made to search for the files, and did a search go on while Mr. Magruder was on the line?
I don't think so, no. But that recollection is pretty hazy.
Is there any recollection that you have that you indicated to Mr. Magruder during that phone conversation that the files which he referred to, in fact, were now in hand, that they'd been found?
Sir, I don't think that they were lost. I think that Mr. Reasoner was fairly familiar with the way in which Mr. Magruder's office was organized. I don't think that they had been misplaced or anything. I don't think it would have been difficult for him to locate the files he was referring to.
So that you have no recollection whatsoever, then, that, of searching for particular files while you were on the phone with Mr. Magruder?
I don't have a recollection of that.
You have no recollection as to the fact that there was a question as to what sensitive material was being referred to by Mr. Magruder?
No, I don't remember that term sensitive material being used.
All right, then one last question. In the hiring, excuse me, in the hiring of high-level personnel at the committee to re-elect the president, who was involved in the clearances?
Could you name an example? Because that would, there wasn't any great strategy or set of circumstances by which people were hired. I think it would depend on the person, as to how it went. Let us say, for example, that it was in the political division. The process would be much different than if it was in some other division.
All high-level personnel, would you say that they were interviewed or cleared by either Mr. Malik or Mr. Strawn?
No, not necessarily. I think Mr. Strawn may have interviewed a number of them, yes. But I don't think that that would have applied in all situations. For example, in the political division, I don't think that Mr. Strawn would have interviewed those people that were brought on as regional directors. He could have, but I don't.
That's an example, Mr. Reasoner?
Yes, no, that's another area that's very possible.
What's possible?
It's very possible that Mr. Reasoner might have been interviewed by Mr. Strawn.
Who was in overall charge of the hiring of personnel at the committee to re-elect the president?
At what point in time?
At the period, let's say March, April, May, June.
72.
Right.
I would say Mr. Magruder, Mr. Mitchell, and I would say in many cases those people would be cleared by Mr. Strawn.
And under the chain of command which you referred to before, could one make the assumption that clearance by Mr. Strawn did involve Mr. Haldeman? Or was this an independent function of Mr. Strawn's?
I would say that Mr. Strawn would be looking out for Mr. Haldeman's interests in the clearance process, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
How are you?
Just one or two questions, Mr. Chairman. In view of the testimony which you have adduced with respect to the meeting that you had with Mr. Reasoner to try to get the files that were in Mr. Magruder's desk, let us reconstruct that scene again. As I understand it, from this morning's testimony, you and Mr. Reasoner went to Mr. Magruder's desk. Is that correct?
We were in Mr. Magruder's office, and we were each on a telephone. I don't have a recollection of going to Mr. Magruder's desk, although I could have been sitting at his desk on the telephone.
When I questioned you this morning, you didn't recall who had the key to Mr. Magruder's desk or whether it was locked. Is that correct?
No. Mr. Reasoner would have had a key to Mr. Magruder's desk.
Well, was it locked?
I don't...
Or did Mr. Reasoner open it
I don't know.
in that instant?
I don't know.
All right, now, you had been told during the conversation that these files were very important and that you should get them out of his desk. Is that correct?
No, not that I should get them out of his desk. That they should be taken out, and Mr. Reasoner, who knew how the desk was organized.
Well, who gave the instructions or who vocalized the expression that the files were important and they had to be taken away from there for security reasons?
Mr. Magruder, I suppose, would have.
Well, did he do this in the telephone conversation?
I suppose that he did, yes.
Well, weren't you engaged in that telephone conversation on another phone with him?
For part of the time, yes.
Well, did you hear him say that?
I don't have a recollection of him using specific words to say that, Senator. What I do remember was
would that be the connotation of what he said?
I think that's a fair statement.
All right. Now, when you and Mr. Reasoner decided to divide the files, he decided, or did you both decide, that you should take the file which was styled strategy?
That was my style. I mean, that was my word. Excuse me.
Why did you call it the strategy file?
I don't know. I assumed because it was very important. No, sir, I did not read it.
You didn't read it at that moment?
No, sir, I did not.
Well, why did you call it the strategy file?
Because something must have been said in the course of the telephone conversation that made it appear to me that it was a very important strategic kind of file.
Well, what did you recall was said during the conversation to lead you to believe that it was a strategy file?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Maybe Mr. Magruder said it was a strategy file. We did have strategy meetings, and maybe it was the file that contained the minutes of the strategy meetings.
Did it turn out to be a strategy file?
Sir, I don't know what it turned out to be because I never looked at it.
Give me a description of that file, and give me a description of the briefcase in which you transported it to your home.
Well, I would say it was a file similar to the one I have here. It was legal size, was gray, color, light gray. Briefcase was a standard large briefcase.
And all you knew about this file was that there was something of strategic importance in it.
Yes, sir.
And that it was important.
Yes, sir.
And that it had to be guarded.
I wouldn't, well, not guarded in a sense, but Mr. Magruder was concerned for the security of it.
All right. And you took it home in your briefcase, and it was an open file, and you didn't read it?
No, sir, I did not. I didn't even read my budget files that weekend.
Are you a very curious man, Mr. Odle?
I wasn't curious enough to read it that weekend. I was more interested in reading the Washington Post and finding out what was going on down at the committee.
Well, didn't you want to know what was in the file in view of the extreme interest manifested by Mr. Magruder?
I don't know that the interest was extreme. I did not read the file. I don't know why I didn't. Maybe I should have.
And you never found out what was in it?
Well, no, but I can speculate.
Well, tell me what was in it from your speculation.
Well, from what I don't know that would be fair to other people. Senator, I will if you ask me to. I've been reading the newspapers.
All right, I'll withdraw the question. I'll be fair with you.
It's just...
I'll be fair with you. Now, you say that you disbursed $4,000 in cash.
Yes.
And that for only part of it can you account at the present time.
Well, my best recollection is giving cash to Mr. Jones. I can't remember if I gave him $2,000 or $4,000.
All right. That's fine. Now,
if I gave him a $4,000 or the 3 to 4, then that accounts for it all.
Who gave you the cash?
Mr. Herbert Porter.
And had you requested this cash, or was it given to you for a specific purpose without your request?
I requested it.
What did you request it for?
To charter buses to bring people to Washington to participate in the rally.
Were you paying these people to
No.
come to Washington?
I did not disperse the funds beyond to the one person or the two people. But I don't believe the money went to the people, sir. I believe it went to the cost of the buses and things.
To your knowledge, they were not paid to come to Washington?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, they were not.
So therefore, on the matter of the Haiphong supporters, is this all you gave them, a box lunch and a ride on the bus?
To the best of my knowledge, sir, yes. I was not the one that actually did the...
That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Were identified by the witness, made exhibits, and also if Senator Weicker has no objection, to make his chart also an exhibit, and the reporter will mark them appropriately. Mr. Odle, I want to thank you on behalf of the committee for the very total cooperation you've given the committee in its investigation. And I also wish to commend you for the forthrightness of your testimony, and to say that in my judgment, I know of nothing and have heard of nothing that occurred that reflects anything, any way whatsoever upon you.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Robert Odle now leaves the witness stand after telling the committee that he was unaware of any of the hanky-panky that led to the arrest of 5 men inside Democratic headquarters. He also said he had not destroyed any documents relating to those clandestine activities. He was not expected to be implicated. Rather, he was on the stand to explain how the committee worked. Next up is White House staff member Bruce Kehrli. While we pause in our tape playback, a question for you, the viewer. We'd like to know what you think about all this, not only about tonight's programming, but about the practice of complete coverage of important events by public television. Write us at Impact, Post Office Box 300, Washington, D.C. 20044. Impact's coverage of the hearings will continue after we take a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, NPACT continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Jim Lehrer.
Taking the stand now is Bruce Kehrli of the White House staff, who will be giving us another chart talk, among other things.
We have one witness this afternoon who has an engagement to be in a golf tournament tomorrow. It's Sergeant Leeper, And since he is to testify only to the actual apprehension of the people who were caught at the Watergate, I'm going to suggest that we be as restrained as possible in our questioning, so that since that proposition has been well established, not first. We have a short witness before Mr. Leeper, but I just wanted to say I want us to do all we can to facilitate his getting to the golf tournament tomorrow, and that would necessitate us finishing with him today. And call the next witness.
The next witness is Mr. Bruce Kehrli. If you would please come to the table. You want to swear the witness?
Yeah, we can. Yes, hold up your right hand. You swear that the evidence you shall give to the Senate Select Committee on presidential campaign activities shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. Kehrli, do you have any statement first to make to this committee?
I have no opening statement, but I do have a statement which I may want to give later on in the testimony.
Yes. All right. Well, you first then, for the record, give your name and your address.
My name is Bruce Arnold Kehrli, and my address is 736 South Lee Street in Alexandria.
And what is your present employment, Mr. Kehrli?
I'm employed at the White House.
And what is your position?
My title is Special Assistant to the President.
Now, how long have you had such a position?
I've had the title since January of this year. My position is actually that of Staff Secretary, which I've had since January 1 of 1972.
And to whom do you report, Mr. Kehrli?
Right now to General Alexander Haig.
And prior to that time, to whom did you report?
H.R. Haldeman.
Now, a chart has been placed on the easel to my left. And have you seen that chart before, or something like it?
Yes, I have.
And did you assist our staff in the preparation of that chart?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Did you want to make some comment concerning the chart?
Yes, I'd like to make a statement now about the chart itself. The organization chart was prepared by the committee and checked with me for accuracy. It is accurate as far as it goes, but it could be misleading in two ways. First, it shows only those people about whom information was requested. It does not give an idea of the many hundreds of people who work on or around various White House staffs, some of which, like the Domestic Council and the National Security Council, are themselves administratively separate and independent entities. There are also the working relationships with members of the Cabinet and with other people in the various departments and agencies of the executive branch. In other words, the chain of command is not nearly so small or so closely integrated as the few dozen boxes and names on this chart might indicate. Second, there are often rearrangements within the White House staff, which is, in fact, a fairly dynamic organization. This is partly a function of the nature of the work, which involves not only long-range responsibilities, but also literally scores of short-term projects and informal ad hoc relationships. Since many individual staff members have a wide range of responsibilities, and each area of responsibility could conceivably have a different reporting relationship, some common denominator had to be chosen as the basis for the chart. The criterion chosen was the formal administrative chain of command. This chart describes then the fundamental relationships which existed in the White House during the months it covers, and the dates in parentheses on which the individuals left the White House payroll. I shall be glad, to the extent of my knowledge, to answer any questions the committee may have about it.
All right, now, would you please go to the chart and take the pointer? Sure. Now, Mr. Kehrli, taking your statement into consideration, if at any time in an explanation that you make you feel that it is important to describe any other function or any other role of a White House personnel, please feel free to do so, because the purpose of the chart
is to relate to the resolution of our committee, but please do not feel constrained to the chart if you feel a full explanation requires you to do otherwise.
Fine.
Now, on that chart, do you find Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, Mr. Haldeman is right here. He's in charge of White House operations. Now, you'll notice that
South Lee Street in Alexandria. And what is your present employment, Mr. Kehrli? I'm employed at the White House. And what is your position? My title is Special Assistant to the President. Now, how long have you had such a position? I've had the title since January of this year. My position is actually that of Staff Secretary, which I've had since January 1 of 1972. And to whom do you report, Mr. Kehrli? Right now to General Alexander Kehrli. And prior to that time, to whom did you report? H.R. Odle. Now, a chart has been placed on the easel to my left. Have you seen that chart before or something like it? Yes, I have. And did you assist our staff in the preparation of that chart? Yes, I did. Do you want to make some comment? Yes, I'd like to make a statement now about the chart itself. The organization chart was prepared by the committee and checked with me for accuracy. It is accurate as far as it goes, but it could be misleading in two ways. First, it shows only those people about whom information was requested. It does not give an idea of the many hundreds of people who work on or around various White House staffs, some of which, like the Domestic Council and the National Security Council, are themselves administratively separate and independent entities. There are also the working relationships with members of the Cabinet and with other people in the various departments and agencies of the executive branch. In other words, the chain of command is not nearly so small or so closely integrated as the few dozen boxes and names on this chart might indicate. Second, there are often rearrangements within the White House staff, which is, in fact, a fairly dynamic organization. This is partly a function of the nature of the work, which involves not only long-range responsibilities, but also literally scores of short-term projects and informal ad hoc relationships. Since many individual staff members have a wide range of responsibilities, and each area of responsibility could conceivably have a different reporting relationship, some common denominator had to be chosen as the basis for the chart. The criterion chosen was a formal administrative chain of command. This chart describes then the fundamental relationships which existed in the White House during the months it covers, and the dates in parentheses on which the individuals left the White House payroll. I shall be glad, to the extent of my knowledge, to answer any questions the committee may have about it. Please go to the chart and take the order.
Mr. Kehrli, taking your statement into consideration, if at any time in an explanation that you make you feel that it is important to describe any other function or any other role of a White House personnel, please feel free to do so, because the purpose of the chart is to relate to the resolution of our committee. But please do not feel constrained to the chart if you feel a full explanation requires you to do otherwise. Now, on that chart, do you find Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, Mr. Haldeman is right here. He's in charge of White House operations. And you'll notice that under Mr. Haldeman you find a number of other sub-organizations. And as I said, because this chart was based on administrative relationships, this may be deceiving that any number of these people at any point in time may have had a different reporting relationship depending on what project or what subject area they happen to be working in.
Basically, under the organization you have, and to the extent that that chart is relevant, the people who are shown under Mr. Haldeman were reporting to Mr. Haldeman.
Right. Let me give you an example. For instance, we have the speechwriters here with Mr. Ray Price as the head of that group. At any point in time, the president may have called Mr. Price with a specific request, not one which went through Mr. Haldeman, and Mr. Price may have responded to that request without ever going through Mr. Haldeman. Say it may have or would have. On occasions he would respond to Mr. Haldeman, on other occasions he wouldn't.
Under the direct on Mr. Haldeman, on the net chart, would be reporting based on that chart? What's from Mr. Haldeman?
Any of these people at some point in time would report through Mr. Odle. But as I said before, there is, on occasion, these people may have reported through another staff member, for instance, Mr. Dean, who was the counsel of the president, on a lot of legal matters reported through Mr. Ehrlichman.
Now, Mr. Hunt is listed there as a consultant. You sit on that chart.
Yes, he is.
For what period of time do you know that he served in that role?
I'm sorry, I don't have his starting date. I was only asked to put the dates on which he left the payroll. Before one. That was April 1st, 1972.
And Mr. Colson, what was Mr. Colson's position? I don't think it's indicated on the chart.
Mr. Colson was in charge of liaison with outside organizations. Mr. Mallett's role at this time was he had charge of the White House Personnel Office, which was recruiting and placing people within the administration.
Now, Mr. Dean, as you said, would either be reporting directly from Mr. Haldeman, as indicated. He also would perhaps be doing quite a bit of his work with Mr. Haldeman.
That's right.
That's true. And so that Mr. Dean's primary responsibilities were through Mr. Haldeman and Mr. Ehrlichman. Would that be true?
Yes, it would.
Mr. Chapin, what was his particular capacity role?
Mr. Chapin was in charge of scheduling the president, which included any meetings within the White House, any trips, any meetings outside of the White House, generally on a long-range planning basis.
Now, going to Mr. Ehrlichman, Mr. Ehrlichman's, I see, is there on the line right to the left of Mr. Ehrlichman. Is that true?
Yes, he is.
Yes, and who was his official role?
Mr. Ehrlichman was an advisor to the president as well as head of the domestic council.
Now, Mr. Crow, what was his relationship with Mr. Ehrlichman?
Mr. Crow was a member of the domestic council staff. I might add at this point, as I said in my opening statement, I can only speak out of first-hand knowledge on the White House organization itself. The domestic council is a separate entity, has its own administrative procedures and its own administrative personnel.
Were you aware at a point in time that Mr. Liddy worked in the White House staff under Mr. Crow?
I was aware only because I had heard his name mentioned. I can't verify that for a moment. I couldn't at that point. I have since then checked and found that he was on the domestic council and left on December 10, 1970.
Based on your check, there
Yes. Do you know what time that shift of relationship occurred? The National Security Council records indicate that David Young was detailed to the Domestic Council in July of 1971. They don't have a specific date. Mr. Chenau was on the Domestic Council staff at that point. Now, the chart is not shown. Are you aware of any time that Mr. Hunt worked with that group later, I understand these become known as the Parks? No, I am not. I was aware of that term. Yes, I am aware of the term because I read it in the papers. And you only aware of it because I read the papers, right? Now, Mr. Strong, who was Mr. Strong? And we're going to get here in the chart. Mr. Strong was on Mr. Haldeman's personal staff. It appears right here. What was his particular function with Mr. Haldeman? His particular function was liaison with the Republican National Committee and with the Committee to Re-elect the President. Now, are you aware of your own knowledge as to how frequently Mr. Strong was in touch as liaison with the Committee to Re-election the President? No, I am not. But that was a main function. Yes, it was. And therefore, he would be carried back and forth with Mr. Haldeman, between Mr. Haldeman and the committee. Whatever messages Mr. Haldeman had to the committee would play for Mr. Haldeman. Apparently, I think that he may or may not have committed them, that they would probably come through them at one point. Now, Mr. McGregor, at one point, was a head of the White House staff, as I see in the chart. Yes, he was. And I think you have him on the chart as leaving July 1, 1972. You know where he went from there? He went to the Committee to Re-elect the President. And Mr. McGregor is shown on that chart on the right-hand side on the communication on Mr. Klein, staying until May 1, 1971. You know where he went after that time? He went to the Committee to Re-elect the President. And I think that Mr. Odle and Mr. Porter worked with Mr. McGregor, and they left approximately one on Mr. Odle, May 1, 1971, Mr. Porter, April 29, 1971. And you know where they went when they left? They went to the Committee to Re-elect the President. Now, down towards the bottom, you have Mr. Hugh Stone under scheduling, under Mr. Dwight Kehrli. And it appears in his chart that he left the White House on March 6, 1971. You know where he left when he left the White House? He went either to the Committee to Re-elect the President or the Finance Committee. I would have to check that one. And I see on the chart, also at the bottom, I guess a line down from Mr. Haldeman to a box on political H10, and under that Mr. LaRue, and the date of leaving February 15, 1972. Do you know where Mr. LaRue went when he left the White House? I assume he went to the Committee to Re-elect the President. I don't have that. If the facts would show that, yes, I think it. Now, you have your own knowledge, and I know that we've asked you to come here to assist us in reconstructing a White House staff relationships around the time relevant to the 1971-1972 period that would cover the resolution in which we're engaged in dealing with Watergate matter, and that this was the purpose of developing this chart. Beyond being able to describe the various relationships with these people and their roles on the chart, do you have any further knowledge as to their relationship with the Committee to Re-elect the President? No, I don't. Do you know anything about the duties of Captain Kehrli? No, I don't. Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Mr. Kehrli, if you'd like to be seated, I think absolutely better. I'd like to ask you a few questions about Mr. John Lee, counsel to the President. According to the chart, Mr. Dean is immediately responsible to Mr. Haldeman. Is that correct? That's correct. And according to the chart, he did not have direct
situations would normally arise that would draw his attention and require his work?
Basically, he was responsible for seeing that anything that the President sent out in terms of an official document of proclamation, executive order, things of this nature, was correct legally. He also was an advisor to the President on legal matters, things like executive privilege. He also dealt with conflict of interest in terms of bringing people on board the staff, and that was his responsibility.
You say that his primary responsibility would be for providing legal opinions and approving legal documents?
Yes, sir.
Notice you have here Mr. Finch and Mr. Rumsfeld as counselors to the President. I think we can draw a strict distinction between the counselor to the President, Mr. Dean, and counselors to the President, Mr. Finch and Mr. Rumsfeld.
Yes, Mr. Finch and Mr. Rumsfeld, as counselors to the President, performed a role that included being spokesman, it included a number of special projects. They didn't have any set substantive responsibilities, but were free to move into whatever area the President may determine.
Question that area of executive privilege a minute ago, would Mr. Dean aid the President in formulating his legal position on executive privilege?
He would advise him on it, yes.
Mr. President made a statement on March the 2nd pertaining to executive privilege when he stated that White House aides would not come down and testify before the committee normally. And another statement on March the 15th of this year when he stated that Mr. Dean specifically had what might be referred to as a double privilege. Do you know whether or not Mr. Dean had any input with regard to the President's legal position on those two statements?
I can't say that for a fact.
Leaving that subject, Mr. Kehrli, I'd like to ask you this. You mentioned the so-called plumbers, Mr. Clark, Mr. Lady, who had the White House at one time. As I understand, at one time they were working on the so-called Pentagon Papers, leaks pertaining to the Pentagon Papers situation. Is that your understanding?
My understanding is that they were working on a project related to leaks, and the timing of it was such that I assumed it had to do with the Pentagon Papers. I know that David Young also worked on a commission on declassification that was set up.
Those reports have been that these papers concern matters of national security. And you know why Hunt and Lee and this particular President would operate out of the domestic council under Mr. Ehrlichman in this particular area if there were primarily national security problems.
No, I didn't.
Does it seem like a logical situation for you or an unusual situation for you, considering the nature of the domestic council and considering the nature of the work that they were doing?
Well, knowing the background of Mr. Ehrlichman, and at one point he was counsel of the President and did have, in fact, legal responsibilities, and there were legal relationships involved here, and we were dealing with the law. I wouldn't say that it was that unusual to have an organization set up like that.
Mr. John Caulfield is no longer in charge. I don't believe that.
Yes, he is.
So no longer in charge. So Mr. Dean, would it also be accurate to state that did you mention in your testimony previously his relationship to Mr. Ehrlichman? Mr. Caulfield, yes. No, I didn't. Would it be accurate to state that often he dealt with Mr. Ehrlichman on matters?
I don't know.
You don't know that? I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
What was his son? He was a writer. He came to London with Mr. Price. One of the writers from London was Mr. R. Price, Mr. Cameron.
Yes, sir.
That's all the question. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Once again, I understand that our operating format is to utilize this witness's testimony for the purpose of establishing an organizational chart for the White House. I have a number of questions that I wish to put to the witnesses that are not related to the organizational chart as such. In the interest of trying to conserve time and stick to that operating format, I would ask instead if the witness would agree to return at a later date so that I might ask him other questions that are not related to his testimony today. I might also ask Mr. Kehrli if, as an assistant to the President, you are appearing voluntarily or under subpoena.
I'm appearing voluntarily.
As
or any intervention of a claim of executive privilege on her behalf? No, there was none. Was there any instruction from the White House or anyone in it as to how you should conduct yourself with this committee, especially with respect to whether you should cooperate or not cooperate? I was encouraged to cooperate. Mr. Kehrli, so that you have some understanding of what I intend to ask you later, and once again, I do not intend to pursue it today. When you return as a witness, testify in a later sequence of hearings, I want to know particularly about the drilling and opening of Mr. Spunk's safe. I want to know what you found in it. I want to know what happened to it. I want to know a number of other things related to it. But just so that you understand that I am not asking you those questions now. There's some time and orderliness. I hope you'll be prepared to respond when you return. Thank you.
Who determined which people in the White House organization went to the committee to re-elect the president?
I don't think there was any one person who determined. I think it was probably a joint decision that was made based on the needs of the White House and of the committee. If the committee had a need and there was someone at the White House who was not in a position or was in a position that they could leave and they felt that they could do a better job at the committee, then they were able to go to the committee. I don't think there was any one being that said, you will go.
There was more than one person who made the determination. Who was it?
I would say that, I don't know for a fact, but I would imagine that it was probably made based on discussions between the head of the campaign committee and Mr. Holloman, Mr. Holloman, I think he said.
Mr. Holloman, Mr. Mitchell, and who else?
Mr. Ehrlichman.
Mr. Ehrlichman. Now, did you see the memorandums from the committee to re-elect the president circulating in the White House?
The only one that I saw that I can remember is one that came over with the committee's list of telephone numbers on it. And it was that we didn't circulate it.
That was the only one?
Yes.
Did you ever see or have knowledge of any communication, either written or oral, between Mr. Mitchell and the White House staff prior to the time he resigned as Attorney General concerning campaign activities?
No.
Did you see any after July the 1st, the date Mr. Mitchell resigned as campaign chairman?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever receive funds from the committee or the finance committee for campaign activities?
No. Personally, the one point I was in contact on the White House staff for payment of bills that were incurred by the president during the campaign. We went out of our way to a great degree to make sure that any travel, any events, anything whatsoever that the president did that could in the least way be construed as political were paid for by committee funds rather than appropriated funds.
The only funds you received then were for the president's political activities and solely for that purpose.
That's right.
And they were dispensed for that purpose. Were there ever any regular meetings held between the White House staff and committee officials?
Not that I know of.
Not at all?
No. Not that I know of, but as I said, I was not in the mainstream of communication.
Your knowledge never at any time on the new commission.
That's right.
That's your answer?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Mr. Kehrli, I want to talk a little bit about the White House organization, especially those people closest around the president. Who saw the president most of the time, more frequently than others?
Mr.
Who else?
Mr. Ehrlichman.
Who else? Mr. Ziegler and
Mr. Ziegler, that's right. But beyond that, it would be a toss-up. How about Mr. Chapin? Mr. Chapin does primarily from this point.
What was Mr. Holland's previous employment?
Pardon me, sir?
What was Mr. Haldeman's previous employment?
He was with the J. Walter Thompson Advertising Company.
Where did Mr. Chapin come from before he came? Was he brought in by Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, he was.
Who was Mr. Ziegler with before he came to the White House?
He was also with J. Walter Thompson.
Was he brought in by Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, he was.
What about Mr. Groligan? Was he ever with J. Walter Thompson?
No, I don't think so.
Was he a very close friend of Mr. Haldeman?
Yes, he was.
What was that past friendship association?
Well, the only I can relate is what I read, and they were evidently friends during their college days.
Who were you previously employed by?
I was with J. Walter Thompson.
Now, one of the people who budgeted the president's time, I mean by that, who are most responsible for those people who saw the president and those people who did not see the president?
Mr. Chapin was responsible for the president's schedule. It was on a weekly and a daily basis, so on his weekly schedule followed up by a daily schedule. Mr. Butterfield was responsible for implementing the daily schedule. Mr. Butterfield on the chart is the far right reported to Mr. Haldeman, and he was at an office right outside the president's door, and he was responsible for implementing the president's schedule on a daily basis, making sure that the appointments were there on time, that when people came in, they were positioned correctly.
He reported to Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, he did.
And Mr. Chapin reported to Mr. Haldeman.
Yes, he did.
Did anybody who had anything to do with budgeting the president's time report to anybody else but Mr. Haldeman?
No.
Are you familiar at all in your job in the White House with the people the president saw daily during your time there?
Was I aware of his daily schedule?
Yes. I mean, would you be generally familiar?
I received a copy of his daily schedule, so I saw the names of the people that he saw daily that were on the published schedule. He often would call other people over, and that wouldn't be on the published schedule because obviously you couldn't keep it up on a minute-to-minute basis. It was issued in the morning, and if it changed during the day, then it wasn't worth issuing a new one to everybody on the staff.
Would you generally be aware of people who came to see him even though they weren't on their regular schedule?
No, I would not. My office is located in the basement out of the traffic.
Are those people that you are aware of who saw the president because you did see the daily schedule? Did many senators ever visit the president?
Yes, quite a few. And he used to have, as I remember, or he still does, breakfasts for members of Congress.
But I mean on a personal basis, talking to him in his own private office with him personally.
I don't have an exact number, but I do remember senators and congressmen on the schedule.
Were these frequent visits?
I really can't comment on the frequency of the visits.
How about the National Committee Chairman? Was he ever on the visitors list very often?
He was on the visitors list.
Very often.
It's difficult to say how often he was on there. But it will return frequent.
Right. I mean, you saw the schedule.
I would say once a month. Once a month is probably a good about it.
What about other Republican Party people, state chairman, or other people who worked in the party? Did you ever see them on the schedule?
I may have, but they weren't listed as state chairman. I probably wouldn't recognize the names.
Well, anyway, people who saw the president were carefully screened by Mr. Haldeman. Those people that we have talked about here were brought to the White House by Mr. Haldeman. Is that right?
Mr. Haldeman was responsible for putting together the president's schedule, and based on I'm sure the conversation with the president, which my time was available now was to be used.
Do you have any idea how many people on the White House staff, how many were there, total staff?
The total on White House staff, approximately 500. Now, there's a confusing point there in that I'm speaking only to the White House office and the Domestic Council, for instance, the National Security Council, Council of Economic Advisors, all of which are housed in the executive office building, White House office complex. Are not included in that 500.
I'm talking about the 500 staff.
Yes.
Who recruited most of those people?
It was done, I can speak only from the time in November of 1970 when I came on the White House roles, and they were recruited by the personnel office primarily.
Who was in charge?
Fred Mallett.
Who brought Fred Mallett to the White House?
I assume Odle did, although I can't answer that for a fact because I arrived almost on the same day that Fred Mallett arrived.
Well, is it fair to say that all people who came on board, regardless of who they were recruited, were okayed or turned down by Mr. Holman?
Mr. Holman did want to be made aware, as he was responsible for them, of all members of the White House staff, all new members. And he was made aware of anyone by one of the staff members if they wanted to bring an individual on.
Did you ever hire anybody from your staff?
No, I didn't.
Did you have staff?
I do now. Yes. My staff is primarily career employees. One of my basic responsibilities is 280 or so career government employees who serve the President at the office of the President year in and year out.
Tell me, was one of your responsibilities of the White House payroll?
Yes, I was responsible for monitoring the White House payroll.
What do you mean by monitoring?
Whenever, for instance, any raises of professional employees were sent to Mr. Holman for approval, I approved all raises for people below that level, in other words, clerical-type secretaries.
Did you ever handle any money that was paid to White House personnel that were not federal payroll money?
No.
Did you ever handle any cash at any time?
I did. We have, as I was talking before about one of my responsibilities being that making sure that anything that the President did or that his staff did in supporting him while he was participating in a political event was covered by funds from the main arena of the President as opposed to appropriated funds. We did have a problem at one point with, for instance, when the President would fly somewhere and they needed to stop the plane, provision it with food. The way we had it set up was to have the military people go out and purchase the food, put it aboard the plane, rather than having them, and most of them were low-level military people, put out money and have to be repaid. We brought over some cash and paid them in advance to buy this food.
These were all monies paid in direct support of the President.
Absolutely.
And you testified that you made no cash payments to anybody other than in this area that you're not describing.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Well, I know what it is.
I can't remember.
Do you think that you did?
No.
Do you know of many people on the White House staff who weren't paid money or anybody else?
No, I
were not trying to pay their money?
No.
Were you responsible for the assigning of buffer space in the White House and also the executive branch?
Yes, sir.
What was the disposition of the office space assigned to Mr. Liddy and Mr. McCall and Mr. Clark after they were removed from the White House payroll? Do you recall?
Mr. Hunt's office was in a block of space that had been assigned through Mr. Colson, but we don't assign specific offices within a staff. We assign a block of space to a staff and let them divide it up as they wish.
And what about Mr. McCord, Mr. Hunt?
I never knew Mr. McCord.
How about Mr. Hunt?
Mr. Hunt had an office in room 338.
The executive office?
The executive office building, that's right.
And what happened to his office after he was removed without payroll?
It was left within the Colson operation, and I don't know who was sitting here now.
Was that part of the block of offices that Colson?
He had people in various spots within the executive office building.
After these people were removed without payroll, do you know whether they had access to their offices after that time?
No, I do not.
You don't know whether they used the telephones?
No, I do not.
What happened to their phone phones?
I know what happened to Mr. Hunt's phone phones.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kehrli, according to that chart, Mr. Ehrlichman is presently the chief of the domestic section as the council, yes, sir. And Mr. Holliman is chief of the White House operation. Mr. Dean, councilman.
Yes, sir.
At this moment.
No.
You have the date.
Oh, I see. Yes, sir. That's right. They are still on the payroll through the 19th, which is this Sunday. It was based on the agreement that was made in terms of trying to make sure that they had enough time to wind down their responsibilities on the White House staff. And that was determined it was a reasonable amount of time to allow them with their responsibilities to phase out, get other people who were taking over their responsibilities, briefed on what those responsibilities were, and up to speed before they left.
Following up the amount of scheduling, we have indicated that Mr. Holliman had the final say as to who served president. Am I correct in that?
Now, on occasion, he would not have a final say. He would not work with the president.
Did this extend to telephone calls also?
No, it did not. Mr. Chapin handled the telephone calls, as I remember.
Is it possible for United States senators to call the president and speak to him directly?
I don't know. I'm not that familiar with that setup.
Your chart indicates that Mr. Colson was a liaison with outside groups.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe outside groups?
Veterans groups, labor groups, groups of that nature.
Are you aware of his activities with groups that have been mentioned in the press? For instance, he has been suggested that he has been involved in dirty trick activities.
No, I'm not aware of any dirty tricks.
Do you know who Mr. Colson reported to?
Mr. Colson reported to Mr. Holliman for administrative purposes, and on most of the things that he did, he also reported to the president on occasion. And I really can't give you a percentage breakdown of what percent he reported directly to the president, what percent he reported to Mr. Hall. I imagine on some occasions he may have reported to Mr. Leeper. Again, this is something that only he knows.
What was Mr. Gordon Strong's role?
Mr. Gordon Strong was a staff assistant to Mr. Holliman, who was in charge of liaison with the Committee to Re-elect and the Republican National Committee.
Did Mr. Ehrlichman get copies of all political memos as indicated in an exhibit which was submitted earlier?
I don't know.
I have no further questions. I have one question. Do you know Mr. Ron Shepard?
No, I don't know.
Have you checked the files to see if he's on the payroll?
I know for a fact that he's not on the payroll.
If he
He's not on the payroll, not as long as admitted to the White House. I did some checking on Mr. Shepard, and he was admitted because he had a pass from another government agency. What government agency? As I remember, it was Department of Transportation. Is he on the payroll of the Department of Transportation? I don't know. But Mr. Shepard is not on the payroll of the White House. That's correct. Have you ever met Mr. Shepard? No, sir. Were you aware that he visited one of the offices there? Not before his name came up. I think so.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, just a few brief questions. When was the last time that you talked on the telephone with either Mr. Hood or Mr. Holden? Why don't we separate the two? Let me ask the question first to Mr. Hood.
Okay, I spoke with Mr. Bergman last Friday or Saturday, and I don't remember which day.
And what was the nature of this? Was after he had left the White House?
This was after the announcement of his resignation had been made. He was winding down his activities at the White House.
So this was direct face-to-face?
No, this was a telephone conversation.
So can you indicate to me the nature of that conversation?
We were discussing the disposition of his papers that have been taken from the office and held in a room.
What do you mean by the disposition of his papers? I'm afraid I don't follow on that.
This was at a time when they were turning back certain papers to the FBI.
I don't understand the nature of it. What was the purpose of your discussing this matter with him?
I wanted to make sure that he was aware of the fact that they were being turned back, that they were coming out of his files.
In other words, the nature was a phone conversation from you to Mr. Hood?
Yes, it's
to alert him that his files were being taken by agents of the Federal Investigation.
That's right. One of my responsibilities is preservation of presidential papers. And that includes the filing system within the White House and any special filing systems that we have for especially sensitive papers.
And the indication as to his response when he was so alerted?
He was aware of it and said that he would check with Mr. Garner on it.
That was the nature of that conversation. That he would check with Mr. Garner. And when was the last time that you talked with Mr. Hood?
I think it was sometime last week. I don't have an exact date. We were discussing what he wanted to do with his retirement benefits, whether he wanted to convert his health insurance, things of this nature in terms of the official papers required when he was doing.
Did you make a similar phone call to Mr. Holden to alert him that his records also were being allocated by agents of the Federal Investigation?
No, because they weren't.
Nothing, no papers of Mr. Holden's were taken by him?
Not that I know of. I think we're confusing something here, and that is, at one point in time, all the papers were taken and put in one area, and there was extra security put on them. That was the initial movement. Then after that is the discussion that I had with Mr. Roden. These were the papers that were described in the newspaper articles. FBI files.
I'm a little bit confused too on this point. Not in any way I do, but in other words, is there some special reason why you should have alerted Mr. Roden as compared to Mr. Holden?
Because we were talking about two different points in time. Immediately after Mr. Roden and Mr. Holden resigned, all of the papers within their offices, and actually all of their working papers, were taken and put in one room. As I understand it, I was only told this by Mr. Garner so that there would be no problems with any papers
they were included in Mr. Odle's files. I wanted to make sure that he was aware of the fact that they had been requested.
Did you receive a request from the FBI to assist in this matter? Is that how it came to your attention?
No, it came to my attention because I happened to be walking past the room where we keep the files, and I noticed there were some people in the room making a manifest, making a log of the different papers, an inventory list.
And at that point in time, then you called Mr. Odle to let you know that this is being done in this papers. All right. Now, in conversations that you've had with staff members of this committee, you've indicated, and you've also indicated on the chart, correct me if I'm wrong, that there are basically 5 assistants to the president who report directly to him. These men were John Odle, Bob Holman, Henry Kissinger, Art McGregor, and Peter Flannery. Is that correct? That's right. And that you also indicated that presidential counselors Robert Finch and Don Rumsfeld also reported directly to the president, who did not have specific operational responsibilities in the White House. That's correct. Isn't it true that the only people who had direct access to the president were Mr. Holman, Mr. Oakman, Dr. Kissinger's, and the other people, including Mark McGregor and Peter Flannery, Finch, Rumsfeld, and Al, saw the president only at the sufferance of one of these 3 men?
No, I would say that if they wanted to see the president, then a time would be set up based on the president's schedule and the president's priorities. And that was something that Mr. Haldeman was aware of and was able to set up. On the other hand, the president at any time may have called for them or anybody else on the staff.
But if the initiation of this contract was made by these individuals, they would have to go through one of these 3 that I've mentioned, Kissinger, Oakman, and Holman.
They would go to Mr. Haldeman to see what the president's schedule was in terms of time. Obviously, his time was more important than theirs. And in order to make sure that there was time available to see him, then they would go to Mr. Haldeman.
In other words, do you consider as a practical matter Mr. Haldeman, Mr. Kissinger, Mr. Oakman, Mark McGregor, Peter Flannery, Finch, and Rumsfeld equals insofar as access to the president?
I wouldn't call them equals as far as access to the president because each of them had different needs to see the president. The nature of Mr. Haldeman's job was such that he saw the president quite often. The nature of Mr. Rumsfeld's and Mr. Finch's job was such that they didn't need to see the president that often. They didn't request to see the president that often.
Did Dr. Kissinger go through Mr. Haldeman?
I don't think so. And I can't say that for a fact.
Now, laws are kept, are they not, as to those persons that see the president and the telephone president?
That's right.
And who keeps those lives?
Those laws are actually, it's a compilation of the White House operators keep track of phone calls and any number of people put together the log on who sees the president. Maybe the military aide who's walking along and someone would walk up to the president, shake his hand and say hello and start a conversation. He would be the only one present, so he would be able to put that together. The scheduling office keeps a log of his normal appointments. There is a secretary who sits outside of his office who also keeps track of other people who are called in periodically. So it's actually a compilation of a number of different inputs that results in the final schedule, or the final listing of the people who saw the president.
Does Mr. Nesbitt have the responsibility of keeping logs as to who sees the president?
Mr. Nesbitt's responsibility is in terms of the daily diary, which is just what it says, a diary of the president's activities and phone calls for that particular day. He gains inputs
description of both the personal meetings and the phone conversations with the president?
It is one place, it's not the only place.
So the other places?
There also within Central Files, which is the general filing organization, we have an organization that keeps track of who saw the president, when they saw him, and also what correspondence is going back and forth between them. So that if a letter comes into the president, we can pull the background information on it, letting him know, or whoever is going to be drafting the response, know when this individual writing the letter saw the president last, when he wrote the president last, and what the response was, if any.
Well, I get two questions. First of all, where is Fred Fielding on this chart?
Fred Fielding was the deputy counsel. He was John Dean's deputy.
And
I know on the chart
here, he would be listed,
He would be listed below Mr. Dean.
And have you ever worked with Mr. Fielding?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
In my capacity as staff secretary, one of my responsibilities is to make sure that any papers going to the president are thoroughly staffed, and that includes a legal opinion, and Mr. Fielding was often a contact for these members.
And then my last question, at the time of the 72 campaign, or prior to, were there any changes of your duties or any additional duties which were given to you, which were precipitated by the campaign?
No. In January 1972, I changed jobs, January 1. And that's when I went from being a staff assistant to Mr. Odle into my present position as staff secretary.
But at no time did you acquire any duties related to the campaign?
No.
Mr. Kehrli, how many people were separated or transferred to the committee to re-elect the president from the White House?
I don't have that exact figure with me. I can look that up.
Could you furnish it for the record?
Yes, sir.
And how many people did you have at the White House during the course of last year? What was the largest number you had on the staff? You mentioned that now you have approximately 500 on board.
Yes, sir. At one point we were at around 510, and then we have our FY74 budget is for 480, and we will be on at 480.
So you are fluctuating a reduction of approximately 30 people.
Yes, sir.
And do you have any on board from other departments?
At this point in time, yes, sir.
How many approximately?
I don't have the figure on that. I can get you that.
Okay, give me a round figure more or less.
Maybe 15.
What was the cause for the reduction in the budget request?
The president's request that all parts of the executive office cut back, and that's basically it.
During the course of the campaign, you were in charge of paying everyone on the White House staff, were you not? You were more or less the one who made the payroll?
No, sir. I was indirectly in charge of the payroll. We have an accounting operation consisting of career government employees who handle the payroll and the details.
How were those people from the White House staff who accompanied the president paid per diem when they remained at some places overnight during the political campaign?
They were paid out of funds from the committee to re-elect.
You did not authorize the payment of any funds to these people out of White House funds?
Not that I know of. And again, as I said, we think over backwards, trying to make sure that anything that could come anywhere near being considered political was paid for out of the committee to re-elect. In fact, I'm sure that in many cases there were events that were not political in any way, shape, or form, but to avoid any
question will be before the committee to reelect first. Mr. Chairman, in view of the committee's policy that we not prolong the testimony of this witness because it was called for a different purpose other than for matters of substance, I will defer any further questioning. He's going to appear again.
Yes, sir. Motion for the record information which something I'm going to ask you to do about the number of people and the list of people who transferred from the White House staff to the committee to re-elect the president. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you.
With that, Bruce Kehrli of the White House staff completes the first phase of his testimony. We will be back in a minute when a Washington policeman takes the stand to describe what he found when he responded to a complaint at the Watergate 11 months ago. As you watch, we'd like to know what you think of this marathon coverage. Write us with your comments, complaints, or compliments at Impact, P.O. Box 300, Washington, D.C. 20044. Impact's coverage of the hearings will continue after we take a pause for station identification.
Unabridged coverage of these hearings is provided as a public service by the member stations of PBS, the Public Broadcasting Service. From Washington, Impact continues its coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities. Here again, correspondent Robert McNeil.
On the stand now is Sergeant Paul Leeper of the Metropolitan Police Department, the ranking investigating officer at the Watergate.
Sergeant Leeper, for the record, would you please state your name and your address?
My name is Paul William Leeper, Sergeant Police Department. My address is 2301 House Street, Northwest Washington, D.C.
And how long have you been a police officer, Sergeant?
I'm in my 12th year as Sergeant for the last 2.5, 3 years.
And what is your assignment in the police department?
My assignment right now, sir, is I'm in charge of the 2nd District Security Police Squad.
And where does that operate? What is the area or the region of the city?
In the area of the Watergate complex, the White House.
And was that your position on June 17, 1977?
Yes, sir, we were working in that area.
Sergeant, I
wearing the type of dress that you usually wear in your occupation?
No, sir.
What is your usual dress?
We vary anything from old army shirts to golf jackets, golf hats, casual clothes. I have an unquestioned pair of blue slacks on, a blue jacket with the university right across the front of it, and a golf hat.
And in the police automobile that you use, is this a marked automobile or unmarked automobile?
No, sir, it's unmarked.
And was that the kind of automobile that you were in on June 17, 1972?
Yes, sir.
Right. Now, can we have first chart 5? While we're getting the chart, Sergeant, can you tell us if there comes a time sometime early in the morning of June 17 or late in the evening, whatever time we cleared of June 16, that you received a call at the council vicinity of the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
Well, the call came out at about 01:52 hours on the morning of the 17th, Saturday. The call originally came out for any scout car, which would be a marked vehicle on a police department, and an official unit to respond to the Watergate, 2600 Virginia Avenue, to assist a special officer. The official vehicle would be either a sergeant, lieutenant, or a captain's cruiser. These would be marked vehicles. No one answered up, and the police dispatcher then came over there and asked if there was any tracking in the area. At that time, tracking, they referred to us, Senator, as casual clothes, a tactical squad, and they have other names. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At this time, I was working in Cruiser 727, which is an unmarked police vehicle, with Officer John Barrett and Officer Carl Schaffer.
And where were you located when you received that call?
We were in the area of the about 30th and Case, northwest of Washington, D.C.
How close was that to the Watergate complex?
Approximately about a minute and a half, 2 minutes away.
Now, if you can see the chart which is on the easel, and not can you go to it, can you recognize the photograph that appears in that easel?
Yes, sir. It's on the Watergate
What does it represent?
The Watergate complex and the area Johnson across from it. The Kennedy Center's on down from it. The general area of the Watergate.
Right. Is that where you went to your automobile on that early morning of June 17th?
Yes, sir.
And we have chart number 6. We're getting a little closer. What do you see there?
That would be the Virginia Avenue side of the Watergate complex, 2600 block Virginia Avenue northwest.
All right, can you have that next chart now? It's, I think, chart number 6. And the chart that has just been exhibited, identified as exhibit.
1972?
Yes, sir. We were working in that area.
Now, Sergeant, I see, is the dress that you are presently wearing at this committee hearing the type of dress that you usually wear in your occupation?
No, sir.
What is your usual dress?
Well, we vary anything from old Army shirts to golf jackets, golf hats, casual clothes. I had a pair of, on the night in question, a pair of blue slacks on, a blue jacket with a university wrote across the front of it, and a golf cap.
And in the police automobile that you use, is this a marked automobile or an unmarked automobile?
No, sir, it's unmarked.
And was that the kind of automobile that you were in on June 17, 1972?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, can we have first chart 5? While they're getting the chart, Sergeant, can you tell us, did there come a time, sometime early in the morning of June 17 or late in the evening, whatever time it occurred of June 16, that you received a call to come to the vicinity of the Watergate complex in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, sir.
What was the nature of that call?
Well, the call came out at about 01:52 hours on the morning of the 17th, Saturday, and the call originally came out for any scout car, which would be a marked vehicle on the police department, and an official unit to respond to the Watergate, 2600 Virginia Avenue, to assist a special officer. The official vehicle would be either a sergeant, lieutenant, or a captain's cruiser. These would be marked vehicles. No one answered up, and the police dispatcher then came over there and asked if there was any TAC unit in the area. At that time,
what unit?
TAC unit. They refer to us, Senator, as casual clothes, a tactical squad, and they have other names.
TAC unit.
Yes, sir.
That's short for tactical unit. Right?
Tactical unit, yes, sir. Thank you. And at this time, I was working in Cruiser 727, which is an unmarked police vehicle, with Officer John Barrett and Officer Carl Schaffner.
And where were you located when you received that call?
We were in the area of the about 30th and Kaiser, northwest Washington, D.C.
How close was that to the Watergate complex?
Approximately about a minute and a half, 2 minutes away.
Now, if you can see the chart which is on the easel, and if not, can you go to it? Do you recognize the photograph that appears on that easel?
Yes, sir. It's of the Watergate complex.
What does it represent?
The Watergate complex and the Howard Johnson across from it. The Kennedy Center's on down from it. And the general area of the Watergate complex.
Right, and is that where you went to with your automobile on that early morning of June 17?
Yes, sir.
Right. Can we have chart number 6?
Let the record show chart number 1, chart number 5, I believe it is.
Yeah, will be marked as an exhibit.
It is to be marked appropriately by the report as an exhibit.
That's now, sorry, we're getting a little closer. I think. What do you see there on that photograph?
That would be the Virginia Avenue side of the Watergate complex, 2600 block Virginia Avenue Northwest.
All right, can we have that next chart now? It's, I think, chart number 6. And can the chart that had just been exhibited be identified as an exhibit?
And let chart number 5 be appropriately numbered by the reporter and marked, made an exhibit appropriately marked.
All right, now, can you identify this drawing, Sergeant, as to the Watergate and the Howard Johnson? What does it show to you?
It shows the Watergate, the sixth floor, the Democratic National Committee, in relationship to the Howard Johnson, which is located across the street from it.
Now, did you have anything to do with the Howard Johnson location when you arrived and answered that call?
No, other than the fact that when we were on the balcony of the Watergate.
What balcony was that, sir?
That was the sixth floor, the balcony of the Democratic National Committee.
And would that be where the space is on the left?
Yes, sir. It's where it has it marked there, sir, directly across from the Howard Johnson.
Right. All right. Why don't we hold that? Now, can we have the next chart, which should be chart number chart number 8. Chart number 8.
Chart number 6.
6? No, what chart do you have that marked as? Because I have somebody's. Yeah, that's an exhibit number. I think the exhibit numbers and when the difference is that these charts, Sergeant Leeper, you recognize these charts.
Yes, sir.
You've seen them before.
Yes, sir.
These charts were used at the trial in the Watergate case in January.
Yes, sir.
And you did testify at that trial.
I did.
And when you did use these charts and the exhibit and the numbers that appear on the right-hand corner are the trial exhibits. Now, what is that? Of course, the letters show. Could you identify that chart and what it portrays?
Yes, sir. That's the layout of the Democratic National Headquarters. It's the sixth floor.
All right. Now, could you, Sergeant, go to the chart? All right, now, Sergeant, when you arrived on the call and came to the Watergate complex, could you now state and at such point as you arrive at the chart, indicate your entry and what you did and show on the chart what you and those officers accompanying you did?
All right, you want me to start, sir, from the time we arrived in front of the Watergate?
Yes, from the time you arrived in front of the Watergate.
All right, after the call went out, we responded from the area of 30th and K down to the front of the Watergate. We had to park about 7 car lengths up from the main door going into the lobby of the Watergate complex. At that time, myself, Officer Barrett, and Officer Schaffner got out of the vehicle, up the steps into the lobby where we were met by the special police officer who had put the call out.
Do you know his name, Sergeant?
Wills, Frank Wills.
When you say special police officer, was he an employee of the Watergate?
No, I think he's an employee for a guard service that is hard by the Watergate complex. Sir.
But his responsibilities, as you know it, was as a guard for the Watergate.
Yes, sir.
All right. Continue, Sergeant.
We conferred with him there in the lobby, and at that time he brought it to our attention. He had made his rounds about 20 minutes, 30 minutes prior to this and found tape on one of the doors leading from the B1 level, from the garage into the B1 level.
Now, when you say tape on one of the doors, could you explain that? What do you mean, or what did he mean to you, and what did you understand him to mean as tape on the door?
Well, at that time, sir, we really didn't understand him, what he meant by it. We responded down to the area where the tape was found. And after looking at the door had been taped with a sort of a light-colored mastic tape, where the door would shut, and from all appearances, the door would be locked. But the lock is held in by the tape, where the door will shut, but it will not lock.
So this tape was on the edge of the door.
Yes, sir.
Forcing back the lock that would ordinarily spring and lock the door.
Yes, sir.
And keeping it from being locked.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand the purpose of that taping to be then?
At that time, it would give anyone that was wanting to go in and out accessibility without having to use a key or to a pick or something to unlock it.
Now, did you know whether these doors locked from the outside and only, or from both sides?
Well, with the lock in, you could not get in from the outside, and I believe that when we investigated down, you couldn't get in also from the inside. It's a double locking type door, yes, sir.
So somebody who were able to get inside, if wanted to get outside, and didn't have a key, he'd have to tape the edge in order to get out.
That's affirmative, sir.
All right, now proceed, and what did you do thereafter?
Well, at this point, after finding the door leading, it's not on this map here, but I mean on this chart, but the door leading from the garage level into a small cubicle was taped. Also, the door leading from the cubicle into the stairwell was also taped. And not only the guard, but we had prior knowledge from our crime reports of burglaries and burglary attempts on the 6th and the 8th floor of the Watergate complex. And the guard, I think, brought it to our attention that time, too. They had some problems up there with attempt burglaries. So at that time, we sent the guard back to the area of where we had met him in the lobby in case we figured we had somebody inside at this time. We had a burglary going down on us. We sent him back to the lobby, and myself, Officer Barrett, and Officer Schaffner responded to the 8th floor by way of the stairwells. When we arrived at the 8th floor, which is the Federal Reserve Board, the door leading from the stairwell to the offices on the 8th floor was also taped in the same manner, same type of tape. There was a guard with us at that time, a guard by the name of Helms, who is a guard for the Federal Reserve Board, and his two assignments are the 8th floor and the B1 level, which they have some offices on, the Federal Reserve Board. We began a check of the 8th floor with that guard. He was supposed to have keys to most of the offices. He couldn't get any of his keys to work to any of the office doors, and all of them were locked. We had found no other evidence of any tampering with any of the office doors leading off of the main hallway on the 8th floor. At that time, we responded back out to the stairwell. I directed that guard to respond back to the lobby to assist the other special officer in case anyone was in the building and doubled back on us in any way. At that time, Officer Barrett responded to the 9th floor, and Schaffner and myself responded down to the 7th floor. The door...
So you were going down the stairwell? Is that...
Yes, sir. We're in the stairwell right now of the Watergate complex. It'd be this stairwell here, these stairwells here, sir.
Going down from the 8th...
Myself and Officer Schaffner is going down. Officer Barrett is checking the 9th floor. The 7th floor door leading from the stairwell was locked. There was no evidence of any tampering at that door. We responded down to the 6th. The 6th floor, the door leading from the stairwell had been taped in the same manner. At that time, I responded around toward the corner of the stairwell and yelled for Officer Barrett to meet us down there. We had a...
When you used the term responded, Sergeant, you mean you went in?
Well, I walked around about halfway up to the 7th floor and yelled for Barrett. I said, we have another door taped down here. Respond down here. Come down here to assist us.
Yeah.
At that time, the three of us went into the 6th floor of the Watergate complex, which is the National Democratic Committee. We came in through here. We began a check of the offices that were open. Some were open, some were closed. When we got into this area, we responded down to this door.
Excuse me. When you went in, what was was it dark? Was it lit? Were there any lights on?
There were some lights on, sir. Yes, sir. And as we would check each room, we would flip the light switch on.
So you were flipping lights on?
Yes, sir, on and off. This door here was locked tight. We came back up this hallway and began a search of these floors here. Myself and Officer Schaffler went into this room because this door here was propped open with a chair, which would, led us to believe we might have surprised somebody, and then he ran out on the balcony. We went out on the balcony and began a search of the terrace.
Is that now you're now referring to the time you testified a little earlier?
Yes, sir. That
going
puts
out on
us.
That balcony. That's the balcony you referred to in the earlier
That puts us right across from the Howard Johnson Motor Lodge. Yes, sir.
What, if anything, did you see when you went out on that terrace?
We searched the terrace with negative results, but as we were coming back in, Officer Schaffner said to me, he said, do you think that man, something to the effect, he said, that man across the street that sees us, because at the time we had our officer
When you said across the street, did he mean on the pavement?
No, at the Howard Johnson, on one of the balconies of the Howard Johnson.
Was this at a level sort of parallel to the terrace where you were on?
Yes, sir. And Officer Schaffner had his weapon out at the time, and he called to my attention. He says, that man across the street's watching us. I wonder if he'll call the police.
Just 1 second. I don't mean to unduly interrupt counsel, but just so I can keep the continuity in my mind, that man across the street was in the Howard Johnsons?
That's affirmative, sir.
Where?
He was out on a balcony. I did not see him, Senator. He was just called to my attention by Officer
You
Schaffner.
know he was watching you?
Yes, sir.
How long did he watch?
I don't know, sir. I didn't even look over.
You had your guns out?
I did not have my gun out, but Officer Schaffner had his weapon out at the
And
time.
you were on the floor of the DNC, the Democratic National Committee?
Yes, sir.
The balcony outside it?
Well, it's referred to as the terrace here, sir.
Who was that fellow?
It was later found to be James Baldwin.
You know how long Baldwin watched you?
I think from the time we pulled up in front, he said in court, sir.
Thank you.
I know. Then what did you do after you left? Did you leave the terrace at that time?
Yes, sir. We responded back in the area of the hallway when we met up again with Officer Barrett down to this area, checking the offices that were open as we came down the hallway. We came into this room here through a glass door. Officer Barrett was the first man through, followed by myself and Officer Schaffner. Officer Barrett responded up into this area here, and I started into this little secretarial cubicle here. Officer Schaffner was somewhere in this area, and at this point I heard Officer Barrett yell, "Hold it, come out." At that
Where was that
Officer
voice coming
Barrett,
from?
Sir?
Yes, where was that voice coming from?
Right in this area, right here, sir.
Right.
Officer Barrett was right in this area. At this time, I responded back out of the cubicle, in through this cubicle, and jumped up on a desk, drawing my weapon, and when I looked over this glass partition, there was 5 men standing in front of a desk with their hands either raised above their heads or at least shoulder high, wearing blue surgical gloves.
And what, if anything, did you see them doing, or at least at the time that they were, because their hands were up when you had your guns out on them? Well,
Some of the gentlemen, sir, had tried to remove the gloves by using taking both one hand and trying to pull it off with the other.
Did you notice any kind of equipment or paraphernalia in and around where you found the men?
Yes, sir. One of the men was carrying an AWOL bag, an overnight bag, a semi-large brown bag with his coat draped over it, and it contained various items, cameras, bulbs, clamps for clamping the cameras to the desk, walkie-talkies, things of that sort.
Now, just going down towards the corner there from that room where you apprehended the men, the corner towards the bottom right corner, go all the way down to the large office in the corner there.
Right in here, sir?
No, the large office at the very corner, the edge, the very edge, yes. Whose office is that?
That's the office of the chairman at that time of the Democratic Party, was Lawrence F. O'Brien.
And was there entrance to that office or access to it from where you found the men you apprehended?
Yes, sir. As you can see by the chart, sir, you have access to that office.
And next to that office, to the left, whose office was that?
That's the deputy chairman, sir, Stanley L. Craig.
Now, did you, at that point, what did you do with the men who you apprehended at that point?
We ordered them out from behind the desk and lined them up along the wall here, facing the wall, hands on the wall, feet spread apart. And at that time, I informed them who we were. They wanted to arrest for burglary and advised them of their rights. And then I directed Officer Barrett to begin a systematic search of each man.
Did you notice, if anything, unusual about these men in when you arrested them? The way they were dressed? Or
They were well dressed, sir, in either suits, sport coats, and ties.
Now, do you know the names of those people? Did they give their names at that time to you?
At that time, no, sir.
Did they give any names to you?
Later when they were booked in the precinct, 2nd District Headquarters, 2301 L Street, they gave us names which later proved to be false names, aliases.
Did you later find out who they were?
Yes, sir.
Could you name the persons who you arrested in that location by the names that you later found out who they were to be?
Frank Sturgis, Bernard L. Barker, James McCord, Eugenio Martinez, and I think it's Virgil Gonzalez. Virgil Gonzalez, I believe, the way he pronounces it, sir.
Now, did you accompany him down to the station house?
Yes, sir. We sent 3 of them down in a patrol wagon. One was transported, I think Mr. McCord was transported in an 83 Scout, and I transported Mr. Barker in the old closed tack cruiser, the unmarked cruiser.
Yeah. Now, at a later time, did you come back and make any search of any room in the Watergate complex?
I came back to the Watergate complex, but the search was made by our mobile crime unit. They, from the time we could get in touch with them, they handled all the searching of the rooms and all the fingerprinting and processing.
What rooms were searched?
Well, the mobile crime did a search of the whole 6th floor complex. The conference room, all these rooms along here. Are you referring to?
No, were there any other rooms in either a hotel or any other place of the complex was also searched?
Yes, sir. We obtained search warrants at about 2:30 in the afternoons. That would be Saturday afternoon on June the 17th, and went into rooms 214 and 314 of the Watergate Hotel.
What led you to get such search warrants?
Well, we checked the register to see who was registered at the Watergate. And I think they also checked the Howard Johnson across the street, and some of the fictitious names these gentlemen had used were on the registers of the Watergate Hotel.
Could you state briefly what, if anything, was found in that search of the hotel room?
More electrical equipment, more blue surgical gloves, about $4,200 and $100 bills, all in sequence, all brand new $100 bills. Some electronic or equipment, things of that sort.
Sergeant, could you shed any light? Were you present, or did you have any knowledge of any check that was found in any one of these defendants, or notebooks that had the name E. Howard Hunt on it?
I was on the search team that went into room 214 of the Watergate Hotel. It was myself and Detective Robert Donnell of our department, Carl Schaffner, and a agent from the Washington Field Office of the FBI. And also one of the men from mobile crime, Don Cherry, assisted us. And at that time, it was called to my attention that they did find a book with the name...
Found what, sir?
A small notebook, as you described, with the name that you have brought out in it.
The name E. Howard Hunt, is that the name you were
I believe it said E. Hunt, W.H. on it, sir.
Are you aware of the finding on any of the persons of the defendants or anywhere in the room, any check that was signed by Mr. Hunt?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Did you do anything else that evening or that morning or the following day with regard to these defendants?
Well, I was at the 2nd District Headquarters when we attempted to process these men for court, and I didn't do actually any of the paperwork. We were assisted by some detectives, and Officer Barrett stayed on the scene down to the Watergate to meet. We was trying to get in touch with somebody from the Democratic National Committee, and later Mr. Stanley Craig came down, and he was brought to the station by Officer Barrett, at which time he was showing the 5 defendants to see if they had any right to be in the building, be in that area of the 6th floor, at which time he stated they did not.
Now, at the time of the arrest, did you know whether any of those persons apprehended were employed or any relationship with the Committee for the Re-election of the President?
No, sir.
Did you learn at any time that any of them did?
Well, after it hit the wire services and the press started picking it up, yes,
You
sir.
learned it from the press?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions. Sergeant. Yes, it did. Did you find any money on any of the individuals that were apprehended?
Yes, sir. We found quite a bit of money. Well, not quite a bit. I would say about $3,600, all in $100 bills, all in the same sequence.
Was it $3,600?
I could give you a close estimate if I could refer to my.
All right, could you leave the chart now and go back to the table? Now, could you refer to your records and could you give us a more specific statement as to the amount of money you found on any of the individuals and on whom, and also in the hotel room?
All right, from the defendant, Edward Joseph Hamilton, which would be Frank Sturgis, was approximately $215 in bills. From the defendant, Frank Carter, which would be Bernard Barker, was approximately $230 in bills, two of which were $100 bills, and also Sturgis, two of the $215 he had was in $100 bills. From the defendant, Gene Valdez, was $814 in bills, seven of which were $100 bills. That would be Martinez, Eugenio Martinez. From Godoy, Raul Godoy was $230 in bills. Now he would be, his real name would be Virgil Gonzalez. Was $230 in bills, two of which were $100 bills. From Mr. McCord, who used the alias of Edward Joseph Warren, no money was found on him. No, as far as
your record of how much money was found in the room when there was a room search in the hotel, part of the Watergate.
Yes, sir. There was $3,566.58. There was 4 packs of brand new $100 bills, 8 in a pack, so it'd be $3,200 in $100 bills, all in the same sequence.
Sergeant, did you or someone make a record of all the serial numbers of those bills?
Yes, sir. The mobile crime, which was Don Cherry, was on the scene with us.
All right, would you provide the committee a list, if we not already have it, of those serial numbers? It's not necessary to read them at this point in the record, but
yes, sir.
Right. Now, there come a time when after the defendants were apprehended down at the station, that any attorneys appeared on their behalf?
Yes, sir. And I will state to you, these gentlemen refused to make any phone calls and refused to have us to notify anyone at all.
So they didn't make any phone call out that you know of?
No, sir. No, sir. And it was probably around 9:30 Saturday morning, still in the a.m., that 2 attorneys did come to the 2nd District Headquarters at 2301 L Street and state that they were there to represent the 5 defendants.
You have their names, Sergeant?
Their names was Douglas Caddy and Mr. Rafferty's name, I don't know his first name. It might be James Rafferty, I think.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions.
I prefer to the chair, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions.
What was the name of the second lawyer? The last name?
Mr. Rafferty, sir.
Oh, yes. What time did they appear?
It was around 9 o'clock.
And they appeared notwithstanding the fact that no phone call had been made by any of the persons that you arrested.
That's correct, Senator. The defendants made no calls, and in fact, they wouldn't let us call anyone for them. They wanted no calls made.
But the serial number, were these $100 bills new bills?
Yes, sir.
Apparently?
Yes, sir.
And you took the serial number of all of the bills down, and you will supply the serial number to the committee?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'll try my best to be brief. Sergeant, what time did you ordinarily work? What was your shift?
We were working the 4 to 12 shift, sir.
From 4 in the afternoon to 12 at night?
Yes, sir.
I take it then you worked late this night?
Very late, sir.
Was that on account of the workload or some other reason?
Yes, sir. We have quite a few office buildings in our area. We have quite a few burglaries in those office buildings.
Is that part of the tax squad or casual clothes squad responsibility to canvass and protect these office buildings?
Any type of crime, sir, but mainly street robberies, commercial robberies, burglaries, larcenies from autos. We work over quite a bit trying to combat this.
This was at 1:52 in the morning when you received the call. Was the call to you, or did you volunteer to take the call?
We volunteered to call when the dispatcher stated, is there any TAC unit in the area? And at that time, Officer Schaffner picked up the mic. He was riding on my right, I was driving, and stated, we're a TAC unit, and we have a sergeant on board, and that's when we got into the affair.
And I'm not trying to imply anything, but this was almost 2 hours past your regular shift time.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've described for Mr. Dash at some length how you entered the building and went to the 6th floor where the Democratic National Committee headquarters were then located. And I understand that you and who else were on the balcony? What was the name of the other officer?
Officer Schaffner, Carl Schaffner.
At that time, no one had been discovered inside.
No, sir.
And you and Schaffner were on the balcony, which is on the Virginia Avenue side facing the Howard Johnson.
Yes, sir.
And you or Schaffner or both saw a man across the street on a balcony facing you on the Howard Johnson's.
I did not see the man, Senator. It was brought to my attention by Carl. He says, I wonder if that man over there is going to call the police. And then I said,
Why did he say that?
Well, the way we're dressed and him having his gun out. You know, the average...
Was the gun clearly visible?
It was described in court by Mr. Baldwin in much detail, yes, sir.
Yeah. What did Mr. Baldwin do you know?
I believe at that time he was on a walkie-talkie talking to one of the gentlemen who was down the hall from us.
Could you see that?
No, sir. This is just what he's testified to in court.
It's what Mr. Baldwin said.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Schaffner here with you, Officer
No, sir.
Schaffner?
No, sir.
Have you ever discussed with him whether he saw what Mr. Baldwin did or not?
No, sir. I don't believe it. If once Mr. Baldwin had went off the balcony of the Howard Johnson, there would have been no way that Carl could have seen what he would have done. Plus the fact we were moving pretty fast. We were coming in off the terrace, going back in to meet Officer Barrett inside to search the rest of the building.
Is there any doubt in your mind that Baldwin saw you and Schaffner on the balcony?
No, sir. In fact, Senator, in court, he described my outfit almost to a T, what I was wearing.
I think, Mr. Chairman, at some point, not today, obviously, but I'd like to add Mr. Schaffner's name to the list. I'd like to hear his first-hand testimony on that as well. I have no further questions at this point.
Sergeant Leeper, let me ask you about the demeanor of the people that you arrested. Did they seem polite, and confident, and sure of themselves?
Yes, sir.
Did they act like they felt sure someone would take care of them?
Well, I'll say this, Senator, they were probably 5 of the easiest lockups I've ever had as far as...
Then you knew from the demeanor of the witness, of the people you arrested, the prisoners, the sophistication of their equipment and their dress, that you didn't have ordinary burglars on your hands, did you not?
Yes, sir.
From the time you arrested the suspects on, did you ever have any contact with FBI agents or the U.S. Attorney's Office personnel?
Yes, sir. The FBI agent that worked closest with us on this case was Special Agent Lano, Angie Lano. And at the time of the search warrants, when we went down and got the search warrants and served the search warrants, we were assisted by Chuck Work, United States Attorney. He assisted us in the search warrants, and he was with us when we served the search warrants on the 2 rooms of the Howard Johnson and the vehicle located in the basement, the Watergate, and the vehicle located in the basement of the Watergate.
Did you have any further contact thereafter?
Well, when we went to court on the case, sir, the case was handled by U.S. Attorney Earl Silvert, Mr. Donald Campbell, and Mr. Seymour Glanzer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Mr. Chairman, might I impose on my colleagues just for 1 minute? There was one question I meant to ask them that I overlooked, and it won't take but just a second. You testified, Sergeant, that, as I recall, that no telephone calls were made by the prisoners.
That's affirmative, sir.
And the next morning at 9 something or other, 2 lawyers appeared.
Yes, sir.
Now, did anyone else besides lawyers appear?
No, other than Mr. Stanley Gregg, who we brought down to the station in order to, he was used as the complainant on the 251, which is a police report. And of course, there was a lot of police. You mean other than police personnel?
No, yes, other than police personnel. Anybody appear to make bond for them or to talk to them or to represent them, whether they were lawyers or anyone else?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Who would know that?
Well, I was there from the time of the arrest till 7 o'clock Saturday night, and I had no occasion to meet anyone, other than the 2 lawyers that came in. And in fact, I didn't talk to them. They talked to Assistant Chief
So
Wright.
we can be safe in assuming that no one else talked to these prisoners from the time you took them to the station house until 7 o'clock the evening of June 17th, except the 2 lawyers that you've identified, other than police officials,
Yes, sir.
FBI officials. Anybody else?
No, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sergeant, did you or any of the other police in the station house find out how these lawyers knew these people were there under your custody?
No, sir. I believe when they came in, I didn't talk to them when they came in, but I understand they said to the station clerk, the first police officer they had contact with, we're here to represent the 5 men that are locked up.
But no one asked them who advised them?
No, the officer didn't. He should have asked them at that time, well, what are their names, but he didn't. He just referred them to the Assistant Chief Wright, who talked to them from then on.
Did you ever find out who did call them?
No, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Howland, thank you. Sergeant Leeper, you've indicated that the men you arrested all gave false names.
Yes,
in
sir.
your search of in your physical search, did you come across any identity papers or papers to identify these men?
Well, Senator, Mr. Sturgis, Frank Sturgis, who used the name of Hamilton, he had a visa from Mexico in an alias name. Mr. McCord, I'm not sure on the driver's license. Also, Mr. Sturgis had a driver's license, I believe, either from New York State or Massachusetts.
Was it made out in their real names?
No, he also used the name of Frank Fornini. He had about 3 or 4 different aliases.
So all of these identity papers were in their false names?
Yes, sir.
Did you check to see where they got these identity papers?
No, Senator. From after the arrests were made and the defendants booked, a lot of the legwork, so to speak, the investigative work, was picked up by the Washington Field Office and our burglary squad. It was almost, in reality, taken out of our hands. In other words, we did not go over to National Airport and find out what plane they had flew in on and things of that.
Are these identity papers still available?
Yes, sir. They're either held by the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is still, involved in this case, or they would be down at our property office.
Were they very professionally made?
I couldn't comment on that, sir. I'm not. I don't think I have the qualifications to say that, whether they were or weren't.
Mr. Chairman, may we request to have these identity papers?
We may have, I think we have some of the exhibits that were turned over by the police department. Mr. Thompson, do we have that?
Mr. Leeper, you've indicated that in the service of your search warrant, you had an Assistant United States Attorney, Mr. Charles, work with you. Is it the usual procedure to have an Assistant United States Attorney in a burglary case?
No, sir, but being where this burglary had occurred, the dress and manner of these men, we felt that it was just a little bit bigger than the average burglary that goes down in the city.
The D.C. Police Department requested the assistance of
Yes, sir. I think Inspector Charles M. Monroe was the night inspector who assisted us on it, and I think he requested through the chief's office to get this attorney to
You've
help
also
us.
indicated that you had a meeting with Mr. Silbert.
I've had many meetings with him, yes, sir.
What was the nature of your conversations?
Preparing myself, Officer Barrett, and Officer Schaffner for the case when it went in front of the court, when it went to court.
It has been reported that when Mr. McCord was taken to the station, he was recognized by several officers. Is that true?
Senator, I didn't leave that station just for, on and off, maybe to go down to the Watergate to serve the search warrants till 7 o'clock the next night. I didn't go to court with Mr. McCord. He may have been recognized down there. I can't answer that, sir.
What happened to the property that was taken as a result of your search warrant?
Well, like I stated before, Senator, some of the property is down at our property office, and I understand some of it is being used by the U.S. Attorney's Office in the processing of the case.
A list was made on Saturday, wasn't it, after the search?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that it wasn't available until the 19th at 5 p.m.? I was told that an official of the Democratic National Committee wanted to have a list of those things that were taken out, and the police department could not furnish him a list until 5 p.m. on the 19th.
I couldn't answer that, Senator. Once the property left our hands, it's handled by mobile crime. That's their purpose, and they have officials down there, and you would have to go through them.
Who had charge of the investigation by the D.C. Police Department?
Inspector Preet, who was at that time deputy, who was inspector, he was deputy commander of the CID.
During the handling of this case, did you ever receive any special instructions on how to, or advice from anyone?
No, other than what I'd said before, we'd had meetings with the U.S. Attorney's Office just preparing us to go to court on the case, which is just a normal, if you have any type of case, you usually meet with the U.S. Attorney prior to you going into the courtroom.
When was the investigation discontinued by the police department?
Well, for us, Senator, it was almost discontinued other than testifying in court that Saturday. In other words, the investigation, the running down of the different leads was handled by our burglary squad and the Washington Field Office. As far as Officer Barrett, Schaffner, and myself, other than testifying in court, it ended on Saturday.
Is this case closed as far as the D.C. Police Department is concerned?
I couldn't answer that right now, sir.
I understand that the chief FBI agent in charge, Mr. Lano?
Yes, sir.
Called your department on June the 22nd complaining of leaks of information to the press. Did he make such a call?
I don't know, sir. He didn't make such a call to myself.
Thank you very much, sir.
Senator White. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just two very brief questions. Sergeant Leeper, one for Sergeant Leeper and then one for Officer Barrett. Sergeant, do you think that the result would have been any different if it had been uniformed police and a marked car that had arrived to take care of this matter?
Yes, sir. I don't think there would have been any apprehension.
Why do you say that?
Well, because of the fact that Baldwin would have made the marked car. It has police written on it in 6 places. It's got a big dome light on top of it, and the officer is dressed in full uniform. There'd be no doubt that it was the police. And I think that just gave us an edge of, say, 5 minutes. And Baldwin didn't make us till he seen Schaffner's gun on the terrace. And then at that time, I don't think he really knew for sure if we were police or not. But he felt we were probably some type of security force, you know, maybe security force for the Democratic Party.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question of Officer Barrett. I understand he's here. Might he be sworn, Mr. Chairman, just so I could...
Through with
oh, I'm sorry.
Witness before we have another one.
Was it the intention to call Officer Barrett separately? I'm sorry.
No. Well, but he wants to, I'm just injection. Mr. Barrett, will you stand up? Hold up your right hand. You swear that the evidence you should give to the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Officer Barrett, just one very simple question.
John Barrett, what's your other name for the record?
My middle name is Bruce.
Bruce.
John Bruce Barrett.
John Bruce Barrett, and my state your residence and occupation for the record.
I'm a policeman assigned to 2nd District Headquarters, 2301 L Street Northwest.
Officer Barrett, were you the first one to actually apprehend or see this group of individuals in that room?
Yes, sir.
At that moment in time, did you hear anything that might have been a conversation coming over a walkie-talkie?
No, sir, I didn't hear anything. I just saw something.
And what did you see?
I saw an arm. I'd stopped at a position just before you entered the secretary's office outside of the chairman's, O'Brien's, and I hesitated there for several minutes because it was dark back in the petitioned area. And while hesitating at that petition, I saw an arm go down in a crouch method as if hiding by stooping, and it went right past my face, and I was startled, and that began the whole mess.
Just in conclusion, were these individuals in possession of a walkie-talkie?
Yes, sir. Mr. Barker had a walkie-talkie in his possession
Did any communication come through that walkie-talkie at any time to your
There might
knowledge?
have been some communication. I didn't personally hear any. I was too concerned with other matters.
Sergeant Leeper, did you hear any communication come over the walkie-talkie?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Something to Montoya.
In order to prepare the record, please state for the record the name of the individual that represented that night and also the different aliases applied to each one.
All right, Senator. James McCord Jr. used the alias Edward Martin. Bernard L. Parker used the alias of Frank Carter. Frank Sturgis used the alias of Joseph B. Hamilton and also Frank Fornini. F-I-O-R-I-N-I. Eugenio Martinez used the alias of Gene Valdez. Vigorio R. Gonzalez used the alias of Raul Godoy. G-O-D-O-Y-N.
And you indicated, I believe, that they were registered there at the Watergate Hotel under their aliases?
I don't think all four of them had signed I'd have to look back at the duplicates we have of the
How many rooms did they have at the Watergate Hotel?
They had 2 rooms, sir, 214 and 314.
All right, just one more question. Now, what happened to the man across the street, Mr. Baldwin? Did you make any move, or did the police department make any move to investigate what was going on in that particular room? Or did you communicate any suspicion to the burglary staff at the police department to follow through on that?
Not at that time, no, sir.
When was this done?
We made no communications with any the Washington field office or our burglary squad in reference to this man. We see no significant matter at that time, or, it didn't mean anything to us at the time.
You didn't include that in your report?
No, sir.
All right, that's all.
Nope. The committee will stand in recess till 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
And so, after 5.5 hours of testimony, we know a lot about who reported to whom at the Committee to Re-elect the President and at the White House. But there's a promise of more interesting answers, perhaps even tomorrow, as convicted conspirator James McCord takes the stand. He'll be preceded by a third Washington policeman who investigated the Watergate break-in 11 months ago. So tomorrow morning, we'll be hearing from one man who was on the inside and one from the outside.
Despite the lack of new information, today probably set a pattern and told us a few things about how the hearings will go. It is obvious that all the senators take their roles seriously. No one passed up the great chance to ask a question on television. The Republicans seemed just as interested as the Democrats in getting at the truth. But the Republicans also wanted to make it clear that the Republican Party and the Committee to Re-elect the President are not to be considered in the same breath.
We'll be back tomorrow at the same time with the day's activity. In fact, we'll be here at this spot every night for the first 8 days of committee hearings. And at the rate the story is developing, the committee may be here until Halloween. Where we're going from here isn't easy to predict, but we can tell you that things will get much more complicated before the whole story comes out.
We are running it all each day because we think these hearings are important, and because we think it is important that you get a chance to see the whole thing and make your own judgments. Some nights we may be in competition with a late movie. We are doing this as an experiment, temporarily abandoning our ability to edit to give you the whole story, however many hours it may take. We'd like to know what you think of the idea of this complete coverage, so just drop us a note telling us what's good, what's bad, and what could be better. The address is Post Office Box 300, Washington, D.C., 20044. For Robert McNeil and Impact, I'm Jim Lara. Thank you and good night.
From Washington, you've been watching gavel-to-gavel videotape coverage of hearings by the Senate Select Committee on Presidential Campaign Activities, a production of NPACT, a division of the Greater Washington Educational Telecommunications Association.